What up, chat? Oh, wow. Here we are. Here we are. Hello.
Give me 1 second, bro. I'm eating. Hold on. Let me
I
finish my.
I
I'm
am
chewing
too.
right now.
Bro,
All right.
you're killing me. You're eating and it's somehow louder. Yeah. 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 All right. Chat, how we doing? Woo.
I got
Louder.
Coke here to flush it all down.
Oh, dang, you're going to take a big swig? Take a big swig of water for me. Extra.
A Coke, bro.
No! Bro.
Coke. What?
If you're going to chew with your mouth open on my mic, I'm going to kick you, dude. I'm gonna kick you right out.
Well, you're speaking with food in your mouth, so I think we're both having pretty bad.
Oh my gosh. Come back when you're done chewing. Chat, what's going on, guys? Tap the screen. Guys, don't you dare ever accuse me of being canceled. I can't be canceled. I can't be canceled, chat. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Guys, me chewing with my food in my mouth, tell me right now, it's like not even it's not even a fraction of what he was doing with his microphone. Literally, like, you ever have somebody like make noises with their mouth right in your ear while you're doing the deed? That's this guy. That's this person, dude. Oh my god. At least what I'm eating is delicious. He's probably eating poop. He's probably eating Play-Doh. Hello?
I hear you. Hello?
All right, you done eating Play-Doh, bro?
I'm done eating food, yeah.
All right, what do you want?
Yeah, I mean, just America first, man. That's why I voted for Trump. America first. He prioritizes America. Kamala doesn't prioritize America like Trump does. What other reason do I need?
God damn it. Why are you still doing that, dude?
Why I'm still doing that?
Son of a mother's love. Dude, one of these days, we're just going to have a private Zoom call. I'm just going to teach you how to like not make noises with your mouth.
I'm not doing anything, dude. I think you're just hearing noises.
No, we're going to have a private Zoom call. It's going to be maybe
Yeah,
4
am I
hours
doing
long.
anything or is just my? Have you seen the Twitter call with Trump where they say he has a lisp, but it's just a microphone? They
No,
said Trump had a lisp then on
what?
Twitter when he was talking to Elon Musk. He doesn't have a lisp.
I could care less if he has a lisp.
Yeah, so that's. But do you not see the correlation, bud?
No, no, you're
No, you don't see that.
no, I hear it.
Then I don't know what to tell you, man. If you don't see the correlation, then you just lost. Is that why you
Guys,
didn't debate Charlie Kirk?
no, listen, Trump is not America first until you can actually come up with legislation like Biden did that took trillions of dollars and made jobs and built infrastructure like Biden did and spent it here domestically, then you have no point to make. Besides the fact that we spent 0.5% of our military budget that was already allocated to be spent and sent it to a defenseless country who's being invaded by their neighbor, then I'm sorry, you really don't have a case to make, bro. This
What
America
about the
First movement is silly. Makes no
what
sense.
about the tax cuts he's doing for the corporate tax rates that supports innovation? What about those?
It doesn't really It really doesn't do what you think it does. Anything to do with more tax breaks, like far and above what they already are, but the corporate tax rates going even further than what they are. After seeing the 10-year analysis of what they did this last go round, it doesn't do shit. It's literally just Trump giving his rich friends more money. Every 8 years, we do tax breaks, and Kamala's tax breaks are going to be aimed directly at the middle class and the working class and the lower class. Trump's literally taking all of that money and giving it to his friends and then re-taxing you with tariffs because you guys don't think tariffs are taxes, but they are, and you're going to be
You
paying
guys,
an actual fuck ton of money because of these tariffs.
you guys keep complaining about tariffs increasing prices, but then you want to go ahead and tax the rich. Wouldn't that just make the rich just make their products more expensive then?
Okay, a 7% increase in taxes for corporations can be hidden easily, can be hidden because of competition, but a
Hidden.
154% tax
Dude, they
on
feel it.
Chinese goods cannot be hidden.
Dude, they feel it. What do you mean they can be hidden?
They can
I
be
can't I
hidden.
can't secretly tax you, dude. What are you talking about? I can't secretly tax you and you wouldn't know it.
I've gone
You'd
over this
see
too
it,
many
dude.
times. I've gone over this too many times. Listen, if it's not attached to the cost of goods sold, a company can choose to just pay year-end taxes the way they fall and not pass it on to the customer. In fact, if you try to pass on year-end taxes onto the customer, you're increasing your net revenue, therefore increasing your taxes, which is just a never-ending game. You're going to be chasing this ideal tax that you want to pay forever. It doesn't make
So
any
someone
sense.
could theoretically, in theory, decide to, hey, I'm getting taxed by these liberals, these commies. I'll just go ahead and make my products more expensive.
Yeah, you're just going to increase your tax burden by making more money.
What?
Yeah,
That's not how it works.
yeah, it's exactly how it works.
They don't necessarily make more money just because they're making their products more expensive. They'll probably lose a little sales, right? Probably they're just trying to make up for the money they lost. They're not gonna like become all of a sudden a different tax bracket
If you
just
increase your
because they're
revenue,
making
you
products more
increase you
expensive.
if you increase your profit margin, you're already increasing the amount of taxes you're going to pay anyway.
That's very. What do you mean?
You're only taxed on your profits. So if you
It's
increase your profit
unreliable.
margin, your taxes go up anyway.
It's unreliable to expect you to make the same amount of sales.
I know. And you're also going to be competing with the company next door who's not doing that. Therefore, you're going to reduce your revenue. It makes no sense. Like I just said, all of these things can be hidden, and a company next door will compete with you and not do it and
Yeah,
outsell
man.
you and put you
We
out of
just need to have a
business.
free market, dude. Just have to have a free market. That like I don't like that. It just seems like companies are becoming self-destructive because you guys want to implement your dumb socialist policies up upon them.
They're not socialists. If we're just trying to balance the
America's so
budget,
crazy
if
because
we're
of
if
capitalism.
we're just trying to balance the budget, it's not socialism, dude.
It kind of is, man. Depends where you allocate it. How about you tell me this, Pickles, Mr. Pickles? Why did you vote Kamala Harris?
She had actual economic policy that we could read, that we could agree with, instead of like shooting from the hip, making it up while she takes a shit. Instead of maybe also because she has the most experience out of any presidential candidate to have run for first term.
But who's more
She
badass between the two? Who's the more stuck, right? Stuck in the middle, deciding to make the call or deciding to do the hard shots or call the hard, difficult
Kamala.
decisions? Really?
Kamala would easily have made better hard decisions. Trump in every way, shape, or form. I've seen him being faced with hard decisions. He freaks out. He blinks. He explodes. He cannot contain himself. He has no poker face. He's predictable, and he will always he will, I don't know. He resorts to true social in all caps when bad things happen. He's literally a
If he's so
child.
predictable, why did he scare the living shit out of the Taliban leader? Hmm? How about you tell me that, Pickles?
How do you do that? By giving him everything he wanted?
By giving him a picture of his house, a satellite photo of this guy's house, and scare the living shit out of him.
Ooh, I'm sure everybody else that's ran for
You tell me
president,
how that's not American excellence right there.
that's really stupid.
How about you tell me that?
That's literally propaganda, dude. Like, ooh, Trump showed this guy a picture of his house and he scared him. Like, we have the
We
force
need
of
a
the
tough
entire
leader like
United
that.
States military and their
Kamala isn't a tough
intelligence.
leader. Is Kamala tough?
Yes.
She's tough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you really believe that, Pickles?
If she can't be intimidated, if she's not going to take the truth social and cry about things that don't go her way, I consider her 700 times more tough than Trump. Yeah.
Dude, she literally sat there with Hillary Clinton with their chair next to her and started crying like a little sissy boy.
What are you talking about?
Have you seen that photo? They were both just sitting there whining, crying over the losses. They were sharing their emotions and their experiences about having a presidential election against Donald Trump, and they both lost. They're just sitting there whining, crying, and you calling them tough for that?
Okay. Trump cried for 4 years straight, saying the election was stolen from him, and about the entire U.S. government is corrupt because he didn't win.
Dude, there's no picture of Donald Trump crying. There's a picture
There's
of
rallies of
Kamala.
him doing. He literally took to the streets and cried and convinced you all that he was dealt a bad hand.
Let me see the picture, Pickles, that you're talking about where he cried, apparently.
Okay, maybe tears weren't coming out of his eyes, but he
If you
literally
show me a picture of
complained.
Donald Trump crying, I'll regret my vote right now. I'll delete my account because I'm not going to stand for a man who cries.
All right, this is just.
If you show me a picture of that,
This is a silly.
I'll give it all
silly
up. No,
standard to have.
you're
Dude.
lying. You're spreading misinformation to the public.
Misinformation.
There's not a
You and
single
I
picture
both
of him
know
crying.
colloquially that Trump was crying,
Show a
complaining,
picture of it.
whining that he didn't win the election. He whined whenever he didn't win an award for his TV series. He whined and said that things were rigged when he didn't win against Ted Cruz in Ohio. He's always saying that things are rigged against him, that he doesn't win. He's a baby back bitch.
He's a baby back bitch.
Yes.
He just doesn't give up. He's persistent. He doesn't give up in the face of defeat. He keeps on continuing. What did Hillary Clinton say after she lost? She doesn't want to run again because she's a little baby back bitch, as you call it. She's the little baby back bitch. These Democrats.
Someone in the chat said something. Trump cheats at golf, dude.
He cheats at golf.
Yeah. Like,
Hey,
how more can you get any more childish and dishonest than that?
Hey, if you're not playing dirty, you're not playing at all.
At golf, bro.
I like the men with the winning mentality. If you're not willing to lose, if you're stubborn on not losing, then to me, you have a good mindset on you. You got a good head on your shoulders.
Kayla, thank you for the $5 for the kick fund.
Why?
If y'all want to try to kick him,
whatever,
we
man.
have $35 more to go.
Oh, I thought I was done.
Cheating is losing. Yeah.
Listen, if you're willing to just let America be run by a bunch of sissies that are not persistent and stubborn and not losing, give me liberty over death, or give me death over liberty. No, sorry, whatever the fuck the phrase is.
Trump is a weak man's version of a tough guy. He is a weak,
give me liberty or
man's
give me
version
death,
of a.
Give me liberty or give me death. How about that? When we beat the British, who were we? We were the best. We were the victors. They were not the victors. We were. What's the UK doing right now?
Stop grandstanding in this weird.
Grandstand? What's that mean? Grandstanding. Fuck does that mean?
Standing back. You're like stepping away from our actual conversation and trying to give us this this oorah moment. Like, stop it, dude.
It's a hooray moment. You're sure, dude? You're right. It is a hooray moment. You know why? Because we're amazing. But I don't like the direction that this country's going with the Democrats. We've seen a huge surge of those people. And I don't understand
Surge
it.
of what people?
Democrats.
People,
among women, at least.
Smart people?
No, just among women. Dude, why do you think Kamala Harris is better than Trump? What is Kamala Harris doing that's better than Trump?
She's literally better in every single way. She's not a felon. She's not a sexual abuser. She's actually had experience in her job. She has a fucking Juris Doctorate. She's a lawyer. Her one client her entire life has been the people.
Dude, she's never been president. What do you mean experience in a job?
Okay,
what are you talking
before
about?
Trump was president, he was in a fucking game show.
But he's president now.
Okay, but
And
she
we were
was
talking
vice
about
president, and she met with 150 world leaders being diplomatic.
you
Trump
can't
still
say.
can't. Trump can't manage a fucking meeting between his own people. He can't even keep his own people in line.
What do you call us
He's.
being the biggest country ever? Wouldn't that be amazing?
I'm sorry.
If we managed to become the biggest country ever in terms of land size, wouldn't that be amazing?
I don't know.
Do you know what I'm
It's kind
referring
of a
to?
childish dream, dude. At the expense of other people's sovereignty, we're gonna take over other people's countries. It's gross.
It's actually
It's a
for the
200-year-old
benefit of those
idea.
people.
We should stop right there.
Dude,
It's
Greenland
greedy.
fucking sucks. Have you
It's
seen
like
Greenland?
you can't play nice with others. You can't play well with others. It's like a kid sitting on the playground and looking at another kid's blocks, being like, "What if I had all of the blocks?" You're being a horrible person, and we can't have. It's a step away from world peace. We're stepping 3 steps backwards when you start thinking like that.
It's more so giving a helping hand to those in need. That's what it's more like. When a person, hold on, when a person is homeless on the street, and you tell this homeless person, "Hey, you have to pay me, and I'll give you a job," that's not you discouraging them or making their situation worse. You're helping them by giving them a full-time job. If
You're
I
going to
was
take away
homeless,
their
I'd give my
socialized
last.
health care in the meantime?
If I was homeless, I'd give my last pennies to get a job. I'd give everything I have to get a job so I
No.
can be sustainable and pay for myself. That's what I would do. That's what we're doing to Greenland.
Both of these countries that
Greenland's
were
basically fucking homeless, dude, compared to us, bro. They're basically homeless.
they have socialized medicine. They're
They
happier
fucking
than
suck, dude.
us.
They got like 50,000 people over there. No proper cities. Polar bears. All their houses are made of fucking wood. There's nothing in Greenland that's good, dude. There's not a
They have
single
socialized
thing.
health care.
Because they're like
We are literally
50,000
we're
people.
we're less developed
Because
than
they're
them.
like 50,000 people. That's why. What are you talking about,
A
dude?
larger country should be
I
able
could
to
give
do
you
that.
socialized healthcare if we were living in one country, dude.
What?
I could
No.
give you that.
The bigger the country, the more people involved, the easier it is to have it funded by a tax system.
You have to. The
350 million
government has to
people paying
manage
towards
every
a
single
tax
person,
system
dude.
is much easier to create a socialized healthcare than having 2 people in a system paying for socialized healthcare. Do
The
you see how that works?
the government has to manage every single one of those people. They have to manage
Mm,
around 340 million people in the U.S., including they only have to manage 50,000 people. It's not as difficult. And guess
yeah.
who helps them with that? Fucking Denmark.
Mm-hmm.
They're helping with that. That's why it's so
Yeah.
easy for them. So when you want to live
Yeah,
in
it's
this
sad that
utopian
tiny little
socialist
Denmark has
wet
figured it out
dream,
before we have.
what? Listen, just take a second to think of this, dude. Think about the cities in the Greenland and Denmark, and think about the cities we have in the U.S. Think about Las Vegas, Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, plenty more. A random city in the U.S. is better than the capital of all these socialist countries you think of.
All right, dude. I'm getting bored of your silly takes.
You're
Do you have
not
anything
listening,
else?
dude.
Yeah, nobody's listening. They're leaving.
Well, I'm talking to you, not them. Just take a second to regather your thoughts and think about what's going on in this country and think about how you're affecting people with your rhetoric and your ideology and how it's hurting the proper Americans who want to live for this country and how it's hurting the veterans
Yeah,
and how
okay.
it's hurting the
I
lower middle
am thinking
class.
about all the veterans and all the people who fought for our Constitution, and then Trump sitting on TV yesterday saying he doesn't really care about the Constitution because it's too hard to deal with.
If the Constitution stops us from progressing, then yeah.
Okay. See how he's turned you into something
You
other
don't.
than a patriot? You're a
Okay, so
traitor.
if the Constitution tells you to unalive babies, would you do it?
No, but if we
There
grew
we go, man. America first, right there. There we go.
all
What
right,
else do you need to know?
stop. We all have been living for 200 something years with the rules that we wrote down, and we've gotten this far, and we've developed light years ahead of every other country in this on earth, and everything's been just fine. We've all been able to play by the rules, and just because some dude who paints his face fucking orange says it's too hard to play by these rules now, it doesn't make it okay for you to agree. It doesn't make it okay. It does not justify you 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 taking a step back going, you know what? I kind of like this orange dude's idea of playing by your own rules so we can deport people without due process. We need to play by the rules, otherwise society will break down entirely. If we can start circumventing one rule, we can circumvent all the rules.
Hey,
Hello.
anybody there?
Are
I
you
really want, I really, 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 man, wanted to be involved in that conversation with that Trump supporter. Look, all these Trump supporters that are coming on here talking about the military. Trump screwed our veterans. He's screwing our military. He's going to go in and fire all the people that have 20, 30 years of experience. Do you does he even understand what kind of impact that's going to have? We are now. Oh, bless you, babe.
Hey, I'm so sorry. I love you guys so much, but the second I get a friendly up here, we lose people. So make it very quick if you can, okay?
What do you want me to argue and say Trump's want great?
No, no, no. I just wanted to
Oh,
say real quick, get to your point,
look,
and
here's
I'm gonna get to the next person.
okay. The point is, you're very weak on your comeback to these people. I love you, I do, but you're very weak on your comeback to them. You have to have comebacks for the crap they're talking about Greenland. If Greenland's no big deal, why the hell does Trump fucking want it? These people.
I'm sorry. My mods will kick you too. They're not as nice as I am. Um, and I pride myself on being somebody who's I don't know. I just woke up, chat, so give me time to get my words. I pride myself in not being that way though. Yellow? Okay. They're shaving their fish or Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 30K. Hello? You could call it the massaging, more pickles. She's right. Yeah. Guys, give me a sec to get on my feet. You're right. You're right. Hello? Mel, are you there? Aaron, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I think Aaron, thank you for, I think that was 20 now towards a kick fund, guys. The next person who comes up, we're real close to being able to kick them if you guys contribute. I think it's going to be $20 for the next kick. Oh, never mind. It was 10. The next person will be $30 away. Aaron, thank you so much. Instant kick would be crazy. I know. We are also like we're short on debates, so go easy, guys. Go easy. Go easy on me for at least a few minutes while we get a good debate in here and some more Trump supporters. Anna Chavez, thank you so much for the subscription. And follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. I think I'm gonna have to turn on the Google number. We're gonna turn on the Google number, guys. Unless we get some more debates. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, come get in the request box. Tell me why you like Trump. I don't bite too hard. I kind of nibble actually. Yeah, we're gonna turn on the Google number. What was for breakfast? I had Greek yogurt, blackberries, blueberries, granola, and honey. Guys, I also want y'all all to know that I wore Hoochie Daddy shorts yesterday. In fact, I'm wearing them right now, and the legs are out. They're working, guys. I might give you guys a little peek if we hit 100K. If we hit 100K, I'll show you guys my Hoochie Daddy shorts. How about that? I'll show you the backside so you guys can see my meat nuggets. Don't skip leg day. No. How tall am I? Guys, tell them. Buttermilk biscuits. All right, we're gonna turn on the Google number. Seven eight. YouTube, if you guys want to debate, you're welcome to call in. I'm turning on the Google number right now. Let me see. Boom. Look at this, guys. Look at that. Look at that. I'm sorry, Witchy. I'm sorry I did that, y'all. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Too cold here today in San Diego, cloudy and rainy. I have no sympathy for you whatsoever. You guys have perfect weather every other day of the year. I don't want to hear it. Mesa Rainy, thank you for the 3 months. You're an angel. Yeah, I'm in Texas. We have beautiful weather right now, but the allergies are nasty. Here we go. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
No. I just was calling to say that Trump sucks, and that's all.
Hey, Based. Appreciate you.
Yeah, have a good one.
You too. That was nice. Seemed like a good guy. All politicians are liars. On a scale of 1 to 10, Trump is a 13 when it comes to lying. And I can prove it by saying, hey, what's the worst lie that Joe Biden said? Like, I can give you probably like 3 this week that Trump did that were like 70 times worse. I asked this to somebody the other day, and they told me the worst lie Biden ever said was that he's been in Congress for 70 years. Oh man, can you not sense sarcasm? Are you are you are you are you eligible to be in RFK's registry? Yeah, gas is 198. Big lie. Big lie, guys. Where the fuck is $1.98 gas? I want to know. Fox News is working hard harassing gas stations right now, I'm sure. Like, hey, change your prices to $1.98 just for a picture. Just real quick. Yellow, is this a Trump supporter?
No, no. I just wanted to call in to say that Trump sucks, and every Trump supporter in this live is in a cult.
Love you. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir. How you doing today?
Doing good. What do you like about Trump?
What do I like about Trump, man? I live in South Texas, brother, and going from like 10,000 illegal aliens a day over the Rio Grande to like less than 102, and not bringing in rapist criminals and stuff, and stopping the fentanyl, and then the life saved and stuff, and you know how gas is going to be cheaper, life's going to be better and stuff. I'm sad for your indoctrination, brother. You seem like a good dude, but we won by 20 million votes and won the Electoral College for a reason. I don't
20
understand
million votes. All right.
Yes.
Slow down.
Yeah.
You guys
Yeah.
won by 1.7%. It's not that much. Second of all,
On the popular, no, I know you're misinformed. We won by over 20 million votes on the popular vote. Are you sure?
I'm 1,000% sure you guys won by
Are you
1.7%.
sure? I don't think you're
It's
correct on your
75 million
simple
votes
fact.
versus 77 million votes, right?
On the whole thing. No, on the whole, you might be correct on the popular, man. But I know we won the Electoral College, and it was the last. You know, we haven't won the popular vote in 20 years, so we won for a reason. Okay, we're tired of the woke nonsense and stuff, and then being down here in South Texas, it's a really nice thing what Trump's doing for our country. And if you look at the 4 years compared to Trump and then Biden, you know, if you made less than $400,000, life was better, food was cheaper. So I just don't understand your indoctrination,
My
brother. But
indoctrination.
go ahead.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not gish gallop. Let's talk about one thing at a time. You want to talk about undocumented migrants, how much crime they actually commit versus what they contribute to society. So
A lot more. Yeah, they're more the illegal immigrant, and the immigrant does way more crime than the common born native. Because you got to understand, they're
that's not
breaking
true.
our only. You got to understand. Well, listen to me. If they're breaking our laws, coming here illegally, they're already doing this. An illegal immigrant is 80% more likely to do a violent crime, 80% more likely to commit credit card fraud
Stop.
than the natural born citizen. So
Stop.
you're
That's not true.
1,000% wrong. No,
So
it's 100%. They're breaking our laws off the
let me
jump. So how do
retort.
you think
You
they're
can't
not?
just talk over me. You can't steamroll. Stop steamrolling.
Well, you're just a goofball, and you're
Stop
indoctrinated. You
steamrolling.
can see with you crazy liberals, you have crazy eyes. You all
Pause.
do. I'm
Pause.
telling you, you're indoctrinated. Yeah.
Pause. Last year, how many people were murdered by undocumented migrants? Tell me.
You're a goofball, bro. We won for a reason, man. You ask goofy questions, dude. It's so bad, dude. But yeah, the people who are uneducated, they're a lot of them can't read and write, and they're and it's really bad. They're
Are
bringing
we having a
fentanyl, and
conversation? You're just saying random
No,
stuff.
I'm telling you something. You're asking really retarded questions. I'm telling you,
You
that
can't say that
if
word,
these
dude.
people can't read and write. Yes, I can.
Can't say that. It's a slur. Last year, 29 people were murdered by migrants. Out of the 12 million undocumented migrants here, 29 of them were murderers. If you put them all in their own country, that would be the safest country in the history of the world. 12 million people, 29 murders. 350 million people in the United States, 17,000 murders. Those two things are not proportional. They commit crime at a rate that's 1/3 or 1/4 that of a U.S. citizen. You can't laugh that away. You can't gish gallop that away. You can't steamroll the conversation and have that go away. That's the truth. That's the math. I know that you need that to be untrue for you to be correct, but it's not the situation. And yes, you can't say slurs. I have to kick you if you say that. I'm on TikTok, and they will ban me if I just have people yapping like that in the microphone. I opened up the phone line is opening up again, so if you guys want to call in, you're welcome to do so. Goodness gracious. Trump is your daddy. He could be. He could be. He could be. He did cheat on all of his wives. I wouldn't put it past him to be promiscuous with my mom. I wouldn't put it past him. Thank you for the $5. Sparrow, thank you so much. I need to change the font. I cannot see what these people's messages are. But thank you so much for the super chat. They love using the R word now. I know. We're in 2025. You guys are what, like in the early 2000s still using that slur? It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Come on now. Savannah, thank you for the gifted sub. Welcome, Shelby. Slurge Danae as well. Yes. Yeah. Every donation you get, I think I got a text instead. Oops. Who is... I won't answer that question. Guys, if you're on YouTube, instead of chirping in the comments, you're welcome to call in. It's free. And you can make me look like the dumb liberal I am. Teach this soy boy beta cuck the real meaning of conservatism. Show me the real meaning of conservatism, USA. Your MAGA voice is convincing and scary. I grew up in Texas, guys. I grew up in Texas. Give up, son. Trump's a Democrat, and Trump's fighting for what Democrats fought for in the past. Okay. Tax breaks for the rich? False. Spending entirely way too much, exploding the deficit? That's a Republican thing. Censoring free speech at schools, suing multiple law firms that question your authority, calling for judges to be impeached, trying to convince the American public that the Constitution is just too much to follow. It's just too difficult to follow. That's a Republican thing now. That's all y'all. That's you guys. You're not a patriot unless you hate the Constitution. I fought overseas for this country just so that we could go right against the Constitution I fought to defend. America. You might want to call an ambulance, maybe even a hearse. I love Sling Blade. Two in the box? How am I missing that? Too many windows, guys. Oh my gosh. We got, oh my gosh. Yellow?
What's good? How you doing?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Of course, buddy. Only way, the only right way, buddy.
Are you in like a bathroom or something? It sounds like you're in a tiled room.
I am in the bathroom. Hold on.
All right, hit that bidet before you get out of there. Wash the hands too. I want to hear a good 15 seconds of that bidet.
I wasn't shitting, buddy. Wasn't even
Hey,
using
there's
the
no
bathroom.
shame in shitting. We all do it.
I just. Okay, buddy. Are we gonna get on this debate or not?
Yeah, I just can't have it in a bathroom.
Why you can't? Oh, because you can hear my voice or echo or something like that.
Yeah. You sound like Wizard of
Okay.
Oz.
I love that movie. How about now?
There you go.
Okay. I'm tired of you getting on here disrespecting your President Trump. I respected Biden when he was because when he was president. I respected Biden.
Is that
And
you
you
in your
getting on.
in the profile picture?
Yeah. That's me. I'm 22. That was me when I was 17 playing football in high school. Dude,
Go on.
yeah, that's me. So
All right.
it's just because I heard this before. They say that I don't sound like an average Caucasian person. But
I don't know what you're talking about.
but I have got this before on other lines. Harry has said it. Dean has said it.
No, I have no idea
that
what you're
other
talking about, dude.
The other dude, Johnny has said it. I'm getting tired of it.
Gosh, hey, go ahead.
All right. You know that dude on the Carolina Panthers that sound like a white dude from the country?
I don't watch football.
Ah, turn my camera on. My camera don't work. But yeah, so I'm getting tired of disrespecting our President Trump. You get on here every day disrespecting our president. He wanted a landslide. He wanted a landslide.
1.7%.
Over 80% of America voted for him.
Dog, you're wrong on that number. Have you
Over
had someone
80
check your math on that, dude?
Over 80% of America voted for him.
He won by
Over half.
1.7%.
He wanted a landslide. Have you not seen the numbers? And you keep disrespecting him, like all Americans doesn't like him. We love.
Are you supposed to brown news people who are authoritarians? Like
I respected Biden when he was in office.
I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it.
I didn't call him Sleepy Joe and all these other things like my other counterparts. I didn't do that.
All right. Well, this is a double standard because all of your peers did.
You gonna stop disrespecting our president? He's your daddy.
Are you tone policing me on my own channel?
No, I'm not. I just telling you what. See, this is why Democrats lost. This is why there will never be a Democrat win again. Democrats are done.
Dude, you won by 1.7%. Don't get carried away, bub.
Look. I love the oligarchy. I love Elon Musk. I love JD Vance.
Okay, all right. Okay, dude. Oh my god. All right. Hello?
Goals. Hey, brother, I missed you.
I would say the same, but I don't feel like you can start a friendship with lies.
What are you talking about? What did I lie about?
I was gonna say I would be lying if I said the same.
Oh, I see. That's fine. You don't have to. I appreciate the honesty more than you pandering. That's fine. We don't have to be best friends. We can just be somewhat friends, if that's cool.
Okay. What do we want to talk about today?
Well, if you want to debate, we can do that, and I'll even let you pick the topic if that's what you want to do. But I kind of was hoping just to come in and check up on you. I haven't spoken to you in a minute, and I, like I said, I missed you, and I was curious about how the tour went for you in particular. I've seen how the rest of the creators have handled that, but just curious for you what your experience was with it and how you liked it and if you had fun and whatnot.
I had a fantastic time on the tour. I got to meet all of my heroes, made a lot of good friends, networked. I got a ton of traction on social media, and I got literally zero of the drama. I'm literally killing it in the game.
That's
Killing it.
fantastic, dude. I'm so happy to hear that for you. I really am.
Yeah.
Because, like I've told you I mean, it's probably been well over a year and a half that I've been watching and interacting with you. And ever since we started talking, I've always maintained that I think you're the one real OG on here on this app that actually cares more about the productive uh, exchange of thought than the just the infighting or the contentious arguing. So I appreciate you for that,
I
and
do
I'm
want to
happy to
say
hear.
I've only been streaming since September.
How is that a year? It was
It's
before the.
like 7 months,
Oh, okay. Sorry, but this
eight
it's
months.
been a while. Yeah.
Okay.
So since then, yeah, I guess. No, I'm really happy to hear that for you. I'm proud of you. I think you're deserving of whatever success comes your way. I'm sorry to hear. Are you and the ex together again, or are you still apart?
I'm not. Yeah, my my last relationship. That's
Yes. Okay. Okay. Are you on the market again, or are you just kind of chilling for now?
I have a girlfriend.
You do?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, I must have been sleeping for a minute. You like her?
Yeah, she's baddie.
Oh yeah?
Yeah,
I'm glad to hear it, man.
she's a queen. Thank you.
Yeah, take care of her. Show her you love her. Um, if you want to debate, we can have at it. If you want to pick a topic or just a current event that's happening, and we can discuss it or what.
How do you feel about Trump saying that he's not sure if he needs to adhere to the Constitution?
I think I've made this abundantly clear in the past that if I had a choice, I wouldn't have voted for Trump. I voted for my party and against another party. So it's not necessarily the candidate I would have backed 10 toes down. It would have been someone else like Vivek that I would have backed in that way. So anything that Trump says, there may be I apologize for the background noise.
Yeah, what you
There
got
may
going on?
be, I'm at work.
Okay.
There may be the odd gem that he says that's actually productive or respectful or whatever, but it's no mystery that the majority of what he says is quite off the wall. So you're not gonna hear me arguing that. So I don't think that anything that threatens the democracy of our country or uh, even remotely close to doing that is anywhere in any shape, way, or form is a good thing. I don't condone it, but I do take him for his actions over his words. And so far, I'm more than pleased with the progress he's made. Um, I think I told you that my number one uh, motivation in voting was for securing the border, and he did that more or less immediately. So I'm pleased on that front. Bless you.
What do you do for work?
I am a window tuner.
Oh, tight.
Yeah.
Do you do like high rises?
Well, it's more automotive that I do. We do some commercial and residential, but it's more, run of the mill window tint on cars that I do. Doing it about 7 years now.
Tight.
Yeah.
Well, okay. This is what I would say. I think there's much better ways to secure the border, especially considering that the 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 problem with people coming through the border, I would say, is very minuscule. Like the problems created here. First of all, it's like a civil thing for you to cross the border without entry without inspection. It's like a civil thing. So it's like, I don't know, like a speeding ticket or a parking ticket. I don't see it as being like a huge criminal thing, and especially considering the data shows these people don't commit crimes when they get here. It's they try to lay low. They also pay taxes, and they don't pull from the system. And I think that the way Trump has handled it with just executive orders and doing insane shit, like as of today, announcing that he's going to reopen The Rock, and
Yeah,
he's
that was
going to.
kind of stupid. It's going to
It's
be a
going to
waste
be
of money.
a huge waste of money, man. So like,
I agree.
and we also have a dip in tourism. So like our economy is suffering, especially like towns and cities that rely on that tourism. I think he could push meaningful legislation through Congress to have it actually fixed. So like when he's long gone, we're not seeing
I
these
agree.
issues. That's what I think should happen, rather than him sending people to the world's worst prison without due process. Like, it's one thing to deport people without due process, it's another to put them all the way in prison with no chance of them ever getting out. I think it's horrible.
No, I agree. Now listen, no, that would be stupid. I don't support that idea as either. My general overview on what I was hoping for when it came to securing the border, we both know that most asylum claims that come across the border are fraudulent and never make it to successful immigration, right? So
33% get approved. But I think if we were to have more judges so that we could adjudicate them, we'd fast track it to 6 months so they're not here for 6 years. And then fewer people with false claims for asylum would come. That's how you
well,
fix
no,
that, in my opinion.
so I think the one way to fix it and deter it, because that's one thing that the Biden administration and prior Democrat administrations failed to see, is that you actually have to create a deterrent for these either illegal asylees or flat out gang members from coming. Because if you don't punish the people that are here illegally, there's no reason for somebody to, and quite the opposite, we were actually incentivizing them to come in instead, because of the social programs that they would be afforded before actually getting citizenship. So not only are you not deterring them from making that choice, but you're also incentivizing that choice. So whether they come with a valid asylum claim or they come with an invalid one, a fraudulent one, their chances of being successful are much higher under the prior administration than they would have been under Trump. If you just prove to them that there is no actual incentive to coming here, you're just going to get turned right around, because A, the border is closed, and B, even if it's not closed, we have the parameters in place to shut down this,
I don't think
illegal.
we should scare people into trying to seek asylum. If you're coming from like Venezuela, where there are obvious problems, or El Salvador before Bukele, there are obvious reasons to come to a different country and seek asylum. And just because your
That's,
claim doesn't get adjudicated doesn't mean you're a fraudulent claim.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I said that we need to de-incentivize them from making that trek in the first place, because the fact is they should be stopping at the nearest country to them if they're
That's not a thing.
truly fearful. I said should be, not required to. They should be. If they are truly fearful of their safety and persecution and whatnot, all that, then they should be running straight for the first asylum that they can grab. And it's no mystery that we do have the greatest country and economy on the planet. So they would have all the reason to follow us, or to make their way all the way here. That's why you see people coming to not only South America but from overseas, the Middle East and otherwise, because of that reason. They're not stopping in the first country closest to them. They're making that trek all the way across the pond because of the
The
open
job
border that we
benefits.
have.
No, because of the
No,
job markets, because they want to work. That's why.
I know that liberals are supposed to be the progressive ones, the ones that are all rose-colored glasses. But the problem is, Pickles, I know you're not that naive, and I know you can see the fact is that the majority of them are not only fraudulent claims, but they do have malice in their heart when they're coming this
There's
way.
no crime statistics to show this.
So we're supposed to trust the experts, like the experts that told us to mask up for 2 years and locked us in our homes.
Those are
Those
different
experts,
experts. It doesn't mean you're
but
supposed to disregard
part of the
all
expert
experts'
class.
opinions because you found some to not be of your liking.
The experts that are being being quote unquote vindicated by the media, the ones that are being backed and advocated for by the media, those same
It's
experts giving you your data, my guy.
it's weird for you to disregard all facts and data because there was one instance where you found some to not be of your liking. It's very weird.
You know how the boy who cried wolf can't get anybody to come save him because of the how many times that he lied to them? Joe Biden is in perfect mental health. COVID is going to kill you, and you must take this jab, and it will help you. All these lies, my guy.
Trump said that too, right?
Well, he was given information, the same information that said that it wasn't Fauci's lab that it came from in the first place.
So same thing as Biden.
What same thing?
Biden was given information the same day. He wasn't there doing science.
Well, it's not the president's job to do science. It's the
Okay,
president's
so-
job to take information from his advisors and from his trusted cabinet to give him the right decisions to make, or to advise on the right decisions to make, and then it's up to him to show discernment, show good judgment, and to make that choice.
I don't want to talk too much about this stuff because this is how I get banned on YouTube.
Oh, that's fine. Whatever you want to talk about.
But
man.
the whole world and the consensus of the medical community and the scientific community across the whole world, we all still agree the same things that the liberals agreed on, and it doesn't look good for the conservatives. If you look at the entire scientific community, there's nothing you can point to besides a few bad guys that you don't like, some common enemies that they gave you. That's it.
If you say so, but we can move on.
All right. But yeah, you can't disregard crime statistics because of the cocoa. I don't think that's coherent.
Didn't Zuckerberg walk it back, his censorship on the COVID thing? Why are we still having a problem with having to talk about it? Are they still censoring you for it?
On YouTube, I've already had 2 90-day bans because of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I won't. Then I won't do that to you. I apologize.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Like I said, you're my friend, buddy. Even though we're on opposite sides and we can engage in some fun, discussions from time to time, I still like you.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
So what else do you want to discuss?
Guys, for everybody saying something about his username, this person is a person of color, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So do you want to move on, or do you want to just go to the next person?
The sounds are killing me, dude. You're welcome to call right back whenever you're done, all right?
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Take it easy, dude.
Thanks. Yeah, you too. Bye.
Yeah, the sounds were throwing me off. Chat, don't forget to give me a follow if you enjoy these debates. We're at almost 900 people on TikTok right now. I appreciate you guys. Where is my live viewership number? There it is. Just kidding, guys. Chat, if you are a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. And $50 from Sparrow. Texas State Bill 17 was pressed, which bans DEI. God damn it. I need to go fucking look at that. Whatever you just said. I'm going to go look at what you just said, bro. I'm sorry. Someone said he was... Maybe he sounds like it, but I've asked him before. I've pressed him on this before. I don't think he's white. He can lie. Have y'all seen him turn his camera on? He told someone else this morning he was white. Okay, I'm sorry. POC, I meant to say he's black. I've asked him if he's black. All right, Texas State Bill 17 was passed, which bans DEI in schools. It caused an annual event at my college, a cultural festival, to be canceled. Many clubs can't promote themselves, but the Bible Club is allowed to do whatever they want. Tell me how it's fair. Sparrow, much fucking love. Thank you so much for the super chat. And also, just saying you don't openly, saying if you're openly supported by people like Kanye and the Triple K, you probably aren't the good guys, but they won, so surely they're good, right? Yeah. A solid point. Thank you, Sparrow. W Sparrow's in the chat. Thank you. I'm gonna throw the phone number back up on the screen. If you guys want to call in, you're more than welcome to. The guest box is empty right now, guys. Surely it's not that hard to defend Trump. Surely, if he won by a landslide, I must be missing something, right? Bro, if you're still watching, last guest, change your username, bro. Do it for me. Trump's approval is already in the trash. It's true. Chat, I apologize. His name was I can't even say it. I can't even say it. But it was a play on the word black in a very tacky way.
Hey, Pickles. I have a photo of him if you'd like to see it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. Let's go. Let me kind of make sure my background doesn't appear here. This is directly from his Facebook. You can see him tinting the window cars.
Bro!
Like, this is his yeah, I've been trying to tell this in chat. He is not. He is a white man. YT, my apologies. Oh, sorry, his name is at the bottom, but his username used to be like that. Like, he had his government name on TikTok, sorry. So, yeah. Okay, I super appreciate you letting me up and show that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and not to mention, he's been called out by Dean for following young girls, so he's gone to private. The username alone, not to mention all of I would consider it stalking of Lainey. Has an obsession with Lainey, so I don't think he deserves a platform. But thank you so much for letting me share this.
I agree. Thank you, Lala.
Yeah, do you want to drop me?
Yeah, I got you.
For the algo?
I got you. Thank you so much. That changes everything. Oof. Oof. Thank you guys for telling me. I apologize for not believing you. I apologize. Jeez Louise. Wow. Pickles never listens to us peasants. I am a very generous lord, but I don't believe people of the lower type. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, that's a big L. It's a big L for MAGA in general, guys. Come on now. Pickles should be a voice actor. If this doesn't work out, maybe. You know what'd be dope is being a voice actor on like an anime. I would love to do that. I could do like a country, like a good old boy voice for an anime. That'd be dope, dude. What up, Allison? Yo, Allison, we're mutuals on Discord now, so we can message. If you still need my help, DM me. Read audiobooks. Yeah, I can do that. I can do audibles. Here we go, guys. What's up, Mr. Richport? Oh,
You got a phone call. You might need to take that. I can drop down. I'll drop down.
all right, bub. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
No, I was going to debate Trump, but I guess I'm not a supporter. You need a Trump supporter. Yeah, okay.
do.
I'll let you go. You guys have fun.
All right, no
with your-
problem. Thank you. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes.
This is a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
All right, what do you like about Trump?
Well, I like lots of things about him, but I mean, specifically since the election, since he was sworn in, out and every day, seems that people are more hopeful. Gas is cheaper, and seems like everybody has a better disposition altogether. Out in the real world.
In the real world.
The only people that I ever see complaining or upset are online, and that's just, video clips or whatever. But in the everyday experience of being, amongst people, doing business, doing work, people seem happier.
I don't know if that's a real good take, right? So, like, I could work at Discount Tire with a bunch of rednecks, and they could all be stoked about Trump, but then the rest of the world that commutes to their university, like Harvard, whose tax-exempt status might be taken away, which might completely crush the entire institute just because Trump, one man, disagrees with the way they do things. Same thing with Columbia University, or I don't know, maybe the whole world wondering whether or not Trump is going to continuing following the Constitution based on his interview yesterday. Or maybe those people that he put in prison for the rest of their lives for doing something similar to what we would consider a speeding ticket.
So for your Harvard example, how big is their endowment? How much money do they already own?
Tens of billions.
Okay. So to every person, to the 99.9% of people who will not go to Harvard, big whoop, right?
No, that's not true. That money was for science. So most of the places that do science for the United States, who do things like find cure for diseases or working on a cure for cancer or diabetes, all of these things, that front is led by universities. That's why we fund universities to do this.
Okay.
So
and the latest
every dollar that we spend on stuff like that, research and development for sciences, we get $2.25 back. So Trump is just threatening them with their financial well-being. That's all.
So in response to that, cancer they've been curing for how long? And diabetes they've been curing for how long and haven't cured. The latest thing that every person has as the greatest example of medical, modern medical, marvel is the production of a flu that they then spread to us and then pushed this vaccine on us from. I mean, like,
Can we avoid that topic?
The latest, well, I'm not, okay, I won't say the name of it, but my point is the latest impression for the everyman of the modern marvels of medical science are not very good, and they have a nefarious backing to them the more we find out about them.
I don't know. I think this is a very weird way to justify not doing science anymore. That's
no, I'm not. I didn't.
Real
No,
weird.
I didn't. I never said we don't do science anymore. I'm saying that for every person, they're not affected by threatening Harvard's money because we don't see results from the money going to Harvard.
That's not why
we can't go to Harvard.
Away. That's not why he's taking that money away.
I didn't say that's why he's taking the money away. I'm just saying we don't care. He could take that money away, and the people that voted for him
this is about
don't
freedom
care.
of speech. It's about freedom of speech, right? That's what we're talking about. If Trump is going to say, hey, if you don't bend to my will based on your the way you teach students or your hiring practices, if you don't bend to my will, one person, then I'm taking your money away. I'm going to use the power granted to me and take your money away. That is the government attacking you and punishing you for your opinions. That is your First Amendment free speech. That is something we should all look at very seriously, and that is what he's doing to law firms. That's what he's doing to news
taking federal
stations.
tax dollars away. He's not
Exactly.
taking away their money. He's taking away
Exactly.
federal
He's
taxpayers'
punishing them.
money.
Yes. He's punishing them.
Yeah. So, I mean, big whoop. Not, like I said, the 99.9% of people out in the everyday could care less.
No,
It's a
but
moot point.
if he could do it to them, he could do it to you, right?
Hey,
So,
no, he can't do it to me. Do you know why he can't do it to me?
why?
Because every dollar that I make or that I take advantage of, I produce by my own labor. That's how I don't care about it. And that's the attitude of a lot of people who voted for him. I would say the majority.
I think it's
You
very
can't take
short-sighted.
from me.
Like, what about your community with local schools? What if he takes away all the money for elementary schools because they
I'll tell you
don't
what.
do something he likes?
I'll tell you what. Have you ever raised a kid?
No.
Okay. Now, I know that one of the things y'all love to say is that's anecdotal, so it doesn't matter. But I've raised 3, and I can tell you that in the 10-year span between the oldest 2 and the youngest, what they have done to math, like specifically Common Core math. Dude, if he took the money from my local school, it would be like the straw that broke the camel's back for me. We're getting close to homeschooling anyways because what they offer for education is laughable. To be honest, if you want your kid to actually be smart, just send them to school so that they can get that social interaction that they do need, and then you have to teach them the math and sciences at home. Just being real.
What state do you live in?
I'm in the South. Travel a lot for work across the Southwest. I am in the armpit of the Southeast, though.
What state's that?
Alabama, actually.
Isn't Alabama like one of the worst states for education, along with all the other red states?
Well, yeah, Alabama is, but that Common Core math is something they're doing everywhere. I mean, that's not a red state thing.
Curriculum is hyper local. So the federal government does not give schools curriculum and teach schools how to teach. That is up to each state, each municipality. And so if your school is failing, that's your local municipality failing you. That's not the federal government. That's no one else's fault but yours. And I also remember when Trump says give the power back to the states. Whatever happened to that? Why doesn't Trump stop trying to control what private companies, private institutions do?
Well, hasn't he? Aren't they trying to get rid of the Department of Education? Wouldn't
Trump
that
did
give
do
us
that?
the?
Yeah, basically all that did
so
was
that-
defund schools. That didn't really do anything besides
Well,
defund schools.
that takes away the federal control, and it literally
no
sends
control.
it back to the states.
The DOE didn't control anything that the states did.
How would they not control it?
Basically,
What
all they
were
did
they-
was made sure that programs were available for like special ed students and stuff, people with special needs. That's it.
So,
and then they gave grant money to schools. So like Louisiana, 20% of their education system was funded by the federal government. Now they have a 20% hole in their entire budget. They're going to be closing schools and stacking more kids in each classroom. That's what y'all voted for. It's going to be worse.
Well, we didn't vote for that to happen, but, and I won't argue with you. Look, I haven't studied that, so I'm not even going to argue with you on that. I'll grant you that you probably know more about that than I do, and I won't say that that's not happening because I'm reasonable. But macro view, putting that in the macro view, like the tariffs and other things that he's doing, there's a lot of things that are going to be painful band-aids to rip off that in the very short term are going to be painful. They will suck, and not everybody's going to come out unscathed. In the long term, they're moves that are necessary to continue to have a United States of America that's a sovereign nation. You got to be long-sighted to understand that and see that.
Yeah, I still don't think there's no economist out there that can even show like light at the end of the tunnel for that. So there's no scenario that somebody's been able to explain to me in which we come out the other side of this tariff situation in a better way. Like you say that we're going to maybe bring jobs back. Nobody is going to start investing in America to the tunes of hundreds of billions of dollars because Trump has an executive order on tariffs. So the next president comes in, if they tear up that executive order, if somebody were to dump $500,000 or $500 billion here in the United States in manufacturing, nobody would be buying their goods when that executive order gets torn up. They'd start buying from China again. So it's a very bad idea. That's why the stock market is failing, because there's so much uncertainty in the market.
The stock market isn't failing, but there's you're correct, but I mean, so many presidents have ruled by the executive order, and I mean, most of the presidents that we have are sold out. So it's quite likely the next guy to be elected president will be on the bandwagon for selling out our country and making himself a fortune in the short term and killing our country in the long term, and probably will, repeal
the
everything
only
he's
time
done.
I've been
Sure.
able to see this is Trump literally just making his friends rich with manipulating the stock market. Unless you can tell me a way that somebody would get rich taking away these tariffs so that the economy can breathe and that free trade can exist again, I
Well,
don't
I
think
mean,
that's
it's
very
the
evil.
tariffs. The tariffs thing is simple. I mean, my own company, they're manufacturing a product that we sell a lot of now, and they once he got elected president, they really sped up getting manufacturing ready. But they're making a product here in the States now that they were making in China forever and just importing it here. And so I think they knew the writing was on the wall, and maybe they just wanted to produce here anyways. But a couple of years ago, they started to build a plant here to make that product here. And as soon as he got elected, of course, they lit that on fire and they sped it up as quick as they can because the tariffs kill the imports from China. So I know that that's just one example, but it makes logical sense though. If you just the reciprocal taxes puts everybody on an even playing field, and it incentivizes making things here instead. I mean, it's simple.
Like I said, it still doesn't, right? So when we look
How
at
does it? How does it not? How does
I'll
making
tell
it
you.
here cheaper? How does making it here be more cost effective? Not encourage people to make things here.
I'll tell you. So, say let's take an Apple Pencil for example. They sell these for $100. China can make them for God knows, I don't know. Well, I'm gonna pretend like they make them for $30, and Trump puts a tariff on them, and now it costs $75 to bring over. There's still absolutely no way in God's green earth that we're gonna make this Apple Pencil here in the United States for $75. We don't have the manufacturing means. We don't have the it will probably take 10 years for us to make a facility to even try to start doing that. So for 10 years, we're going to be buying an inflated price for an Apple Pencil to 154% extra. And
Okay.
when Trump goes away and someone tears up that executive order that put the tariffs up, we're just going to start buying from China again. So that manufacturing facility that somebody invested in here domestically is going to be meaningless. It's going to be irrelevant. They're going to go bankrupt. It's going to be a horrible investment for anybody to make.
All right. Let me give you an example on the other side of that window. I know of a literal pencil, not Apple Pencil, number 2 pencils. Right. I know of a pencil company here in my localish area that's been. I mean, the factory's still there, but it's been making pencils like 80 years, 60 years, I don't know, something like really long time. And long enough that they're well past, the cost of investment, like they're into just making money. But during the last several administrations, both Republican and Democrat, this really isn't a red or blue issue. It's a matter of politicians that are selling us out versus the one guy so far that we've had in my lifetime who wasn't a politician that ran and won. So they sell us out. This company's making pencils here in the United States forever and ever and ever. But the more that they allow Chinese goods to come in without tariffs, the more that we borrow money from China, and then we owe it to them to buy their crap. This company goes from a successful pencil company and tries for 10 or 20 years to stay competitive, but they can't because we're buying this cheap crap from China. And so over those 20 years, they finally shut the doors, but they get down to the point that a whole lot of companies in this country depend on right now, needing the labor of people who can afford to work for less than minimum wage. And so that's gone hand in hand with our border problem for the last couple decades at least, is companies not being able to survive by paying people on paper wages.
All right.
So they've had to do things like subcontract out machine operation to third parties. Those third parties are under no obligation to provide any proof of whoever they have coming to run the machines. And so one of the last steps of a a factory in this country is. And like you could look at any meat producing factories in that position now. I mean, they depend on foreign workers, legal or not, to come do the work because.
Can you see my
Huh?
screen? Can you see the
I'm
stream?
actually, hold on. I'm not looking. It's frozen because I'm on the phone with you.
All right. Well.
Oh, wait. No, it unfroze when I tapped it. So
Okay.
I guess I can see.
All right. I'm going to show you something. So first of all, I want to touch on a few things you said. Like the fact that we have started letting China do all of the labor is just a thing of capitalism. It's just a thing of free trade. So it's greedy business owners trying to maximize profits and utilize the industry of China because they're far more industrialized than we are to maximize their profits. And if they didn't, you're basically going to go out of business trying to compete with somebody who does. So you'd be stupid not to. This isn't a thing that was done by politicians. Nobody was sold out to do this. This has let us become far more efficient and accelerate our economy. And I can give you an example. I stream. I do this for a living. And if I wanted to have all of this same equipment after Trump's tariffs to stream, it would cost me 154% more to do so. So that is a huge barrier between me and becoming an entrepreneur or a small business. And you can translate this to literally every industry. Every single industry that buys goods and parts from China to do business is able to do so far cheaper than they would be doing it from buying local domestic produced goods, like building a car or whatever. So I don't even running like a wine farm, like a grape farm, and using those fucking poles that they stick in the ground. Those I saw used to be 39 cents. Now they're $1.40, and a lot of wine farmers are going out of business. So that's just a few examples. But this is Joe Biden's investments. This is what he did, and I think we have every right to pursue manufacturing jobs if they're in the right industry. So like skilled or specialized things such as semiconductors, clean energy manufacturing, batteries, biomanufacturing, heavy industry. All of these dots on this map is where the United States has helped people invest in doing things domestically. And here's another map. This is the public investments. There is so much here that we did. So I don't think what you're saying is true, that every other politician before Trump just simply sold us out and skirted on down the road. This is an actual true like well-meaning effort to domesticate or do things domestically with business and manufacturing. I think we just need to choose, and I don't think pencils are a good way to start. I don't think nobody grows up and dreams of becoming a pencil manufacturer.
Pencils were one example of a established manufacturing process that's been choked out over the last 20 years. And so, sure, to try to start that again would be a giant investment, and you're not going to make money. You can't. I mean, competing with China, yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
think America, like all goods all goods that are cheap and silly for like America is the richest country in the world. We don't need to resort to manufacturing cheap goods. Like we can do specialized goods. I want my child to work in a microchip manufacturing facility, not a pencil manufacturing facility, you know?
But what do you think? So with a microchip manufacturing facility, all these tech jobs that you explained are not manufacturing jobs the way that term traditionally means. Meaning most processes are automated, and the only people working there are going to be considered skilled labor. I only know this from 20 years of manufacturing, but that's not going to bring the number of jobs that we need to turn things around.
Over the next few years, that's going to be more and more accurate. Yeah, in every industry, in every manufacturing industry, yeah, we're going to automate more and more. But when it comes to more and more skilled things like semiconductors, I think those will be the last ones to be automated completely.
No, those are built. No, those processes are automated right off the bat. Do you know anything about semiconductors? That you can't. There's not a human part of that manufacturing. That's all done by robotics. No, it's all robotics, bud. And so the only people working in that factory are going to be people who work on the machines. That's it.
Things that are more and more complex have more steps, and of course, some of it's like automated. But there absolutely
is all automated.
I would say that automating the manufacturing of a pencil is
You
far easier
you
than
could
automating entirely the manufacturing of a semiconductor. Easily. That's easily.
well, I didn't say whether it was. I'm not saying it's more or less simple. I'm saying that a semiconductor, by its nature, you can't manufacture it with a human. It had. I mean, that's why they. I
There's
mean,
multiple
they're
steps to it.
manufactured by robots.
There's
There's
multiple
multiple
steps to it.
steps, multiple robots.
Well,
Go,
from
go. I
going
mean,
from one
that's
robot to
just
another, somebody has to carry it. With a pencil,
no,
literally, I can see
no,
that
they
being
don't.
entirely automated. Entirely.
No. From one robot to the next, they go in trays and they're transferred by robot.
Okay,
I don't. I
I
mean,
think you
I
and I
don't.
are both
We,
speaking out of our ass when we're talking about this process. But when we
no,
talk about
I'm
facilities
not.
and being on,
I'm
like,
not speaking out of my ass. I do automation, and I've done it for 20 years. All I've done is automation
I've worked in
for
factories
factories
too, bro.
for 20 years.
I've worked
I've
on machines that did this.
Yep, I have too for 20 years. That's all that I've done is automate. All
Okay.
that I have done
Yeah.
is change manual processes
Remember
to automated
Blockbuster?
processes.
I
Yeah.
worked on machines that took discs and put them in arrays and then put artwork and stickers on the arrays and then shipped
hmm
them thousands and thousands, hundreds per minute. I
Right.
did the same thing, and you always need somebody there. You need people there for those processes. It's not fully automated.
Oh yeah, you need a few people there, but my point is, it's not going to be the production jobs that factories usually bring to towns. It's not going to be the thousands of jobs at a site. It'll be dozens of jobs at a site. So, I mean, in terms of jobs, bringing those types of manufacturings here, it's not going to make a big dent. Is my point in like good jobs.
I don't think somebody wants to invest before a pencil factory. I think that pencil factories would be entirely automated far sooner than a cutting edge facility that makes clean energy, batteries, biomanufacturing, heavy industry. Those are the things I see being something only America or America can actually compete with China on. Things that are high tech, things that are skilled. Those are the things I see America investing in.
Well, a lot of those things never had a manual process. A lot of those things, just the process for manufacturing them was automated from the word go because they've only existed for the last 10 or 15 years.
I don't know.
But
I don't know.
I don't know if we're arguing about something that's actually fruitful though.
I'm just saying, I don't think we're going to compete with China with pencil making. They are going to do
No,
it far better,
I don't
far
think
cheaper,
so either.
far more efficient, and we will not sell pencils to the rest of the world
But
before China
the
does.
first-
Everyone's going to buy them from China because they're cheaper and the same quality.
But the first step to us making things more of an even playing field is to get these reciprocal tariffs in place. It's
and you
just
keep
fair.
saying reciprocal. It's not fair. It's not reciprocal.
Okay, you're right. We're not tariffing them as much as they're tariffing us. Except China. We're beating China up.
That's a lie.
Everyone
Again,
else, we're tariffing at less of a rate than they tariff us.
That's not true. Name one country that's doing that, and I'll prove you wrong.
Every country that we've done this with. Otherwise,
That's
why
a
would
lie.
they come? Why are they coming to the table then?
That's a lie. Because we're threatening their economy. That's a
The
lie.
same way that they've threatened ours.
There's not a single country that we have tariffed that is tariffing us more. So like the EU, for example, their average tariff on us is 3%. We're tariffing them 20% across the board. And their 3% tariffs only touch like a handful of items. Second of all, big W's in the chat for Kristen. Thank you so much, Kristen, for the fucking $200. Oh my God. But yeah, there's not a single country that's tariffing us as much as we're tariffing them.
Then I'll stop saying reciprocal. It doesn't. So we tariff them more. Fine. They haven't paid their way in NATO ever. So I'll just look at it as a way of them catching up on their NATO bill.
I think you have a misconception of how that works too.
Well, I think the same thing for you, but I'm still talking to you about it. So
I'm being nice. I'm like genuinely saying.
So
I think
so
Trump
am
has
I.
convinced the rest of the world that, or convinced mostly y'all that somehow we're paying NATO's bills, and that's not really Well, it's
not that. It's that we provide everything that NATO is. All the artillery.
I mean,
we are NATO.
We invest in our
own
without, military, and
without us, NATO is nothing.
That's not true. We're only about half of NATO.
So we're half. But but when you compare us to the rest of, we're gigantic against any of the other ones. We are the biggest country by far. in terms of our contributions
Yeah,
to NATO.
and we haven't done anything good with it. And Trump has basically stopped the threat of tyrannical people, aggressive actors on the world stage, like we should be doing, and he's allowing them. He's allowing people to do that, like Putin, when basically nobody would be doing it if we used our power properly.
So, what use our power properly?
Yeah, so
As
like
in what we've done the last 20 years.
taking taking 0.5% of our military budget and giving it to Ukraine to defend themselves, saying, hey, if you're going to invade your neighbors, you're going to get fucked all the way into the ground. You're going to get fucked.
I mean, there's two different, I've got two different views on Ukraine. It's the moral view and it's the logical view. I mean, logically, we put Ukraine in the position for Russia to invade them because we kept pushing NATO closer. Russia was very clear for
we didn't do that.
At least 10 years. At least 10 years, Russia was very clear.
They don't
Keep your
get to
crap
decide
away
who's
from my border.
Nobody gets to decide what Ukraine does and what alliance they're part of.
No. But Russia was very clear about if you cause A to happen, then unfortunately B is going to happen. And we aid for years and years and years. Then Russia finally beat, and now we got.
Do you know why we owe them defense? Have you heard of the Budapest Memorandum?
Why we owe who defense?
Ukraine.
We owe Ukraine defense because we parked our goodies in their backyard.
No.
We emboldened.
Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is? Have you heard of it?
No.
In 1994, we looked at Ukraine and said, hey, bro, you guys have nuclear arms. We don't like that. Same thing with Russia. We both looked at Ukraine and said, you guys can't have those. Like, you're going to have to give them up. You're going to have to give them somebody. And I believe they gave them to Belarus. And we said, if you give them up, we will have your back.
You.
If somebody invades you, we got your back. And Russia signed that agreement. Belarus signed that agreement. Kazakhstan, all of the neighboring countries signed this agreement. And what do you know? Russia has been invading them every few years, trying to get them to stop joining NATO, because you can't join NATO if you're part of an active conflict. That's why they keep invading them. That's why. It's not because they might become part of a defensive alliance, mind you, defensive. It's because they want it back.
Okay,
they want you
fair enough.
Back.
Fair enough. I told you I had two different views on it, a logical view and a moral view. I'm not arguing about that. I'm here to tell you that the everyday person, the majority, the popular vote who did vote for President Trump, as I see them every day in the real world, everyone is happier, everyone's paying less for gas, and it just feels better.
God,
it just feels more hopeful.
12 cents, bro. It's not that much.
It's still lower. It just feels better, man.
It's negligible.
Hey, negligible to you is 12 cents to you is nothing. 12 cents to the next guy may be a whole lot.
Well, 12 cents lower gas is not going to make up for the 150% tax we're going to pay on everyday goods all the time.
And you know what? The guy that really needs that 12 cents off of his gas doesn't give a shit about a $100 Apple Pen because he wasn't going to buy one anyways.
It's not just Apple Pens.
It could be a $1,000 Apple Pen. He doesn't care. 99.9% of people don't care about the Apple Pen.
Do you shop at Walmart?
Yeah. Yep.
Do you like the price of your groceries you get at Walmart?
Yeah, the eggs have gone down a lot since Trump got elected. I mean, the eggs were crazy because Joe Biden had that chicken holocaust, and now look at the price of eggs.
Joe Biden didn't do anything
Thank
about
you,
that.
Trump. Thank you, Trump, for the low chicken.
Department of Agriculture has had that policy since like 2002. It wasn't Joe Biden's call for them to cull all those chickens. It was the avian.
Well, they got cold on his. They got cold on his watch, so it's his deal,
tell
right?
Him to break the law? Is he going to tell them to break the law?
It wouldn't have been the first time he told somebody to break the law, but I mean, I guess no. Sure, whatever. Bad timing. We'll call it bad timing. Okay. Trump was he benefited from good timing, and eggs are cheaper. Everything that's good now, we'll just call it
about eggs.
coincidence.
For both sides, we should stop yapping about eggs. I think it's silly.
Okay, let's go back to something that's more expensive, so it could be in your favor. What's more expensive?
Well,
so
I'm just saying, 90% of the things you're going to buy at Walmart, it's going to be coming from China. I dare you next time you go to Walmart,
yeah, we don't have a choice. No,
and say, hey.
I never said I had a choice. I never said I don't buy things from China. I'm only saying that if we're ever
pencils. When I'm saying you do buy,
yeah,
things
I don't
from
buy
China.
Apple pencils. Specifically, I
your
don't buy Apple
grocery bill,
pencils. I don't care.
Your
That's
grocery
a
bill
highly luxury item.
instead of $90 for your next grocery bill, it's going to be $230.
No, sir. Do you
And
buy
you're going to save
groceries
12
every week?
cents on gas. Don't worry
No,
about
no, no. No, listen, I do a Walmart pickup order every week, and we kind of have like we kind of cook the same 6 meals a week, right? So our grocery order is pretty consistent, and it's not come up or down. It did come down to eggs. Now, the eggs made a big difference.
A few more weeks. So all the major retailers are saying, hey, we're about to see bare shelves. We're about to see skyrocketing hyperinflation because of Trump's tariffs. So in about 2-3 weeks, we are going to see those items be way more expensive, all right? And it's not going to be good.
And that is part of that painful ripping the Band-Aid off that I was talking about. I'm ready for it. I've got food storage. Bring it on.
I mean, all we had to do,
I understand it's a necessary evil. I understand that the policies that have been in place for the last 2 decades at least have sold out the middle class, and it's trained us middle classes really to live on nothing. You think everybody's going to suffer. The middle class is used to suffering. So, I mean, let the shelves be bare for a couple of weeks. It won't be for that long. We made it through we made it through that thing we're not supposed to talk about. Sorry, I almost said it. I won't say it.
It's all right.
We made it through that.
That was not self-inflicted.
No, that was self-inflicted. It was created by a person and then released by a person. It's self-inflicted. But it's still the same point. Shelves were bare. People made it. We went a little stupid over toilet paper. Hopefully we learned some lessons from that. We won't do that this time, but we probably will.
Yeah, I got a bidet.
People probably be stupid
I don't
over
need no toilet paper.
Good. I mean, I've got one. I hadn't installed it yet. I'm too lazy. And
It takes 5 minutes, bro.
I don't have. Well, no, it's a hot water thing. There's cold water at the toilet,
fancy.
and so I'd have to plumb. Well, I just don't want to spray. If you spray it with cold water, it puckers up, and then you don't get to clean the whole thing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You're right. You're right.
Nice and warm, nice and relaxed. You could actually wash that boy.
Yeah. Hey, I respect your. I respect your. Yeah.
At least we can agree. I've got a good look on day philosophy.
Yeah, love that. Love that. Well, hey, dude.
But that's about it, man. I just wanted, like I said, I'll let you go. I'm gonna say this one last time. I'll let you go. In my experience in the everyday working with customers, working in factories, working in public, being with all different cultures of people, I'm seeing an uptick in personality, in hopefulness, and lower gas prices. I'm just not seeing the downside. The only downside I see is when I watch the internet. That's it, buddy. I hope you have a good day.
All right, you too, bub. Take it easy. Hey, good insight on the bidet thing. You respect a guy that keeps a clean, rusty sheriff's badge. You respect a man regardless of political views. I'm going to turn the phone line back on if we don't have any more guests in the box. Yeah, I agree. For some people who are saying, listen, it's not that bad and it's not going to affect me. And when I say, hey, it most definitely is going to affect you, for you to back down and be like, listen, I got a plan to deal with this. You're asking every American to make the same sacrifices you are. And that's not going to bode well for you in the ballot box 2028. Promise. It's not going to bode well. All right, the phone number is back up, guys. Bidet debates, love it. Yeah, if you guys want to talk about bidet theory, I'm all about it. Hello, is this a Trump supporter? Yellow?
Hello.
Hi, is this a Trump supporter?
Pardon?
Is this a Trump supporter?
I'm not actually a Trump supporter. No.
I'm taking only opposition. I'm so sorry. Yellow, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah, it is.
All right, what do you like about Trump?
He's a very smart businessman. He knows what the hell he's doing. He's bringing us back into what?
You said he's
Hello?
a smart businessman. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and bring back manufacturing and make us less dependent on China. See, I see you don't cover that part.
Less dependent on China is wild. I mean, so there's a lot of
How's that wild?
countries there's a lot of countries that have figured out that free trade has a lot of benefits. When we work together as a world, we
China
do
makes a
things.
lot of our China makes a lot of our medicine. China
Yeah.
makes a lot of our chips. Okay,
Yep.
we don't need that. If we go and ever go to war with China, guess what? We don't have no medicine. We don't have no microchips.
I agree, and we can do things to incentivize manufacturing of those things here without plummeting the economy, without shrinking our GDP.
Well, unfortunately, the way they went ahead and set it up for us, and the only way to get out of it is to go ahead and have some growing pains, to go ahead and come back to bring things back to the United States.
I know it feels good to be like feeling tough about it, being like, I'm ready to do this, but like there's so many more painless ways to do this. Like we could just subsidize making medicine. So if we cut off China right now from buying medicine, we would probably be like 10 years out from being able to just make that medicine ourselves. So we're tariffing things we can't even compete with them on.
That's not true.
Okay, name an
So
industry that we can.
I've seen factories go up all around me in like 8 months. They erect a factory, and then about, I don't know, maybe 6 months after that, it's up and running.
No, what do they
Yes,
make?
it happens
What
all
do
the
they make?
time.
What do they
Huh?
make?
What do you mean? What do they make?
Yeah, what kind of factory?
There's all sorts of factories that have been erected over the last, I don't know, 6 years.
Okay, so here's just an AI response.
Or one
Building
of
a
them,
pharmaceutical
one of
manufacturing
them, for
facility
instance,
takes 5 to 10
is
years. So we're gonna be paying
Foxconn.
300%.
Foxconn in Wisconsin.
Okay, so
They went
like,
ahead and erected Foxconn in Wisconsin.
wait,
They had it up
Foxconn
and
was
running in
that was a
2
failure.
years.
Are you talking about Foxconn,
It's,
the one that Trump tricked into staying and like told people not to move, don't sell your homes?
Foxconn is open. Foxconn is open right now.
Yeah,
Foxconn
thanks
has
to
been
the Chips and
producing
Science Act.
data servers for Google and Amazon for years now.
Are you sure you kept up with the Foxconn story,
I
bro?
used to work there, so yes, I know exactly.
When did you work there?
2 years ago.
How long were they open before that?
They were open in 2020. In fact, they were making ventilators.
Because
I'm
Trump's
100%
tariffs
correct.
completely fucked over Foxconn. He sabotaged his own thing.
No, they were open in 2020. They were making ventilators.
Okay, well, here's my point. It says that building a pharmaceutical manufacturing
They are
facility
open
can
right
take,
now. They're currently actually expanding, and they are building even more data servers and building AI data servers. And not to mention that Microsoft is going up right next to them.
Okay.
Microsoft data centers
Let me finish
are
my
going up
point.
right next to them, and
Even
they
if-
have erected those data centers for Microsoft. They have erected them, and they've already got like 4 of them up.
Okay, let me finish my point though. If we started the groundwork to make all of the medicine that we possibly could that we buy from China right now, we would see that medicine domestically manufactured in 5 to 10 years. It would still be very expensive, but why not have the groundwork laid out before we tariff them? Why don't we have a competitor before we start tariffing them? We have no option but to buy through the tariffs, and it's insane.
See, you don't understand what the tariffs are for.
No
That's
one does.
the problem. See, the tariffs are a way to grab them by the balls. I'm like, listen, this is what we want you to go ahead and do this, do that. Okay. If you don't, then we're gonna keep our hand on your balls. We're gonna keep squeezing. All right. If you go ahead and you stop stealing our intellectual property, you go ahead and stop ripping us off and all this crap, we'll go ahead and loosen up. Okay. So it's just a way to go ahead and grab them by the balls. That's it.
So they're
I
not
don't
meant to
understand
bring back
how
jobs.
I don't understand how you guys don't understand that.
So they're not meant to bring back jobs?
They are meant to bring back jobs like medicine and microchips and stuff like that.
In like 5 to 10 years. So like my grandma is going to have to pay 200% tariffs on all of her medicine now for 10 years.
No, it's not going to have to pay 200% on her medicine.
154%, sorry.
For what kind of medicine? Because we do produce some medicine here in the United States. You do know that, right?
Okay, but
Just
everything from China, she's going to have to pay
Just like in
154%.
Kalamazoo, Michigan, there's a I think it's a Johnson Johnson's over there, or is it? Anyway, there's a medicine plant over in Kalamazoo, Michigan. There's one over here in
So they don't
North
make
Chicago.
that much of our medicine, is what you're saying.
They do. They make a lot of our medicine, but there are plants already here in the United States that they can go ahead and take over and produce here in the United States and increase volume.
It's not just people that pack pills with medicine. It's manufacturing the actual medicine, which is very unique for each type.
Correct. Like I said, they have plants. Where do you think the vaccines came from? Think the vaccines came from China? No, they went ahead and produced them here in the United States.
Germany.
No, they did not. They made them in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
A lot of them, they were literally spearheaded in Germany.
The first trucks to roll out with the vaccines in November of 2020 came from Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Where do you think they got the raw ingredients for all of those things?
I don't know. Maybe they produce it themselves.
I don't know, man.
Where do you think that they got the ingredients?
We get a lot of our raw ingredients for medicines from China. We get a lot of raw ingredients for like literally everything from China.
Oh, so it's not the actual. So it's the raw ingredients that. So why don't we could just produce our own raw ingredients? See, this is what you don't understand. If China went ahead and went to war with us at any point, at any time, you would have no medicine. You'd have no microchip.
And this is not a step in the right direction.
No way.
If we went to war with them in the next 10 years, we would be in a worse position than if we didn't put tariffs on. So, like, we're shrinking our GDP. Everyone's going to start struggling.
You don't understand what
jobs. People are going to go poor.
You don't understand what the tariffs are for. That's the problem. You don't understand what the tariffs are for.
Nobody knows what the tariffs are for. They all have a different idea.
I just explained it to you. It's to grab them by the balls and be like, listen.
They're not going to be making any concessions. They are not negotiating with
Well,
Trump.
they have been.
Not at all. They have not had any talks with Trump. We are paying for this war. You and I are paying for Trump to do foreplay with China, grab them by the balls. And they're not.
I'm not paying for it. Because I don't buy shit from China. I buy shit from the United States.
I promise you buy shit from China.
Not everything.
Okay, 90% of the things.
And a lot of the stuff, that comes from China is already sitting in warehouses here in the United States.
90% of all things I bet you buy.
They
from
drop
China.
it. So what they do is they buy the crap from China and then they house it here in the United States in warehouses. It's called drop shipping. Then
it's not drop shipping.
Then they go ahead and, for instance, Amazon has warehouses all over the United States. Why? Because they pre-purchase all the products from China, and then they house them.
That's why we haven't seen an instant influx in pricings, because once those warehouses start to dry up and they make new purchases, and the boats have to come from China and shore up here in California, they have to pay those tariffs. So here in a few weeks, all of those things that you take for granted that are in those warehouses are due to be refilled, and they're going to be more expensive.
The problem is, you think China's our friends, but they're not.
I don't.
They never have been.
I don't care. This is.
They
not
never
a
have been our
solution
friend.
for
They've
that.
always been our.
This is not a solution for that. We need to incentivize. We need to.
So
start,
you rather that China have control over everything?
No, I would rather subsidize
and do whatever the hell they want.
I would rather subsidize manufacturing. I would rather us be like, hey, here's a subsidy for you to start manufacturing. Here's a program. If you are
correct,
if you're
we
do
that.
capitalist,
we do that. It's called
then
tax breaks.
go invest in this.
Tax breaks. we do that. Hey,
Yeah.
guess what? As you build your building, as soon as your building goes up, you get 10, and you hire so many people, you get 10 years of tax breaks. You don't have to pay taxes
But
for
these
10
aren't
years.
targeted enough. Just broad tax breaks don't do enough. We need to actually target those things. We need to pick piece by piece what we
That
need to
is how
manufacture.
they do it. That is exactly how they do it.
This is what Biden did.
Whenever they
Trump's not doing it though.
whenever they bring jobs into the United States, whenever they go ahead and set this up, they give them tax breaks. I just told you about the Foxconn deal. Now that went ahead and got changed after the governor of Foxconn or Wisconsin went in and changed. Then Foxconn's like, yeah, we don't like dealing with this new governor, so we're gonna go ahead and lower it down, and we're yeah. However, they did go ahead and still produce, and they keep on rolling out. I'm gonna say like every 20 minutes they roll off a data server. So, and those things cost about $60,000 a piece. So they are making lots of money, and they're gonna be supplying Microsoft here. So
Thanks to Biden. Thanks to the Chips and Science Act.
well, I mean, yeah, Biden, I'll give him his flowers on that. Yeah, sure, he went ahead and made a deal with Microsoft. But the other thing is,
Can you see the screen right now?
No.
It's a from the Wisconsin Independent. You ever read that? It says
No, I
Trump's
don't
promised
read that.
manufacturing miracle failed to materialize, and it talks about over 860 billion in manufacturing investments have been announced since Joe Biden took office. But Trump
it did
fucked it up.
Here's the thing. It did not just materialize because the building is operational. Many of the buildings are operational. They got two buildings. One of them is a giant warehouse slash data server testing center. The other one is the actual smart manufacturing center, which they go ahead and have automated lines to go ahead and produce these data servers. Okay. Now, this Foxconn deal laid the ground because they built all the infrastructure. They built the roads. They built the power grid to run all the way over there. Now, the grounds that the Foxconn, that they went ahead and did that and built all the infrastructure for, they sold that to Microsoft. So all the infrastructure was already there. It was an easy deal for Microsoft.
For the Trump
It was like,
administration's
we already
taking
have the
credit.
ground. We already have everything's already laid out for us.
Yeah, the Trump administration is taking credit for reshoring manufacturing jobs, but the data shows that isn't true. Nearly 1,800 factories have disappeared under the Trump administration between 2016 and 2018, before COVID. And that's the senior economist Robert E. Scott in a statement accompanying the report. Trump is horrible for manufacturing jobs. That's the truth.
Yeah, I would say otherwise because I've seen stuff materialize from Trump. A lot of people don't like to go ahead and talk about it. A lot of people like to go ahead and shun it and be like, oh, well, I thought they're building TVs in the United States. Well, guess what? There's more money in data centers than there's TVs. I don't know if you've been to Walmart or any other place lately. You can pick up a 50-inch TV for $200.
Yeah, where do you think those are made?
They're made in China, but that's or Taiwan, which is not part of China. But that's the other thing that's going to come down.
Yeah, they're not made here. Do you think we'll ever make a TV for $200 here in the United States?
No, I don't think people need that many TVs anyway. I have like
Come
6
on, bro.
TVs in my house.
This is the
Because they're
start
so
of
cheap.
this is when you
Like,
start
do we
talking
need
like
that many
this,
TVs?
$2 versus $30. When you start talking about that, you're talking about lowering the standard of living. That's what you're saying. And nobody's down for that. Nobody's trying to do that. There are many ways to make manufacturing jobs other than fucking up supply chains and making constituents pay 154% taxes for things in China. 10 years
Well, we
before
can
we'll ever
also
manufacture it here.
here's the thing. That's why Apple has shifted most of their manufacturing over to India. Okay. See, the thing is, if we have China making everything, then they have all the cards. We have nothing. So really, We're
So you're
shipping
willing to
some
pay
of the cheaper
154%
ones,
tax
like
to
the
have things
iPhones,
made in
over
India
to
rather than China? You're ready to pay 154% tax for that?
do what?
You're ready to pay 154% tax to have something move from China to India?
No, it's already they've already moved it.
And you're still going
It's
to pay
not
that
coming.
tax.
It's not coming from
So in
China.
5 or 10 years, when they finally start making those things, then you can start buying it from India.
They've already moved it from India.
They've started.
Did you not know
moving
that?
it. They've started moving it to India. You think
They've
they
moved
did that
99%.
you
They've
think they
moved
did that
99% of production.
So you think they did that 5 or 10 years ago? Or did they do that recently?
The thing you don't understand is there's already infrastructure. There's already manufacturing plants. Like they don't have to build manufacturing plants in India. They've already got it.
Don't we have like a
All they do is
60% tariff on India right now too?
we have tariffs on a lot of places, but like I said, the thing is the reason why we have the tariffs is to get better deals for us. It is a bartering chip. It's not an actual thing
you
that
keep going back. You can't
they.
have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. It's either a bartering chip or it's going to bring back jobs. But if it's a bartering chip, it's eventually going to go away, and
It's a
nobody's going to
bartering
make
chip
jobs here.
to bring back jobs. The bartering chip to bring back independence. So we're not dependent on other countries. Like for instance, microchips and medicine. Those jobs.
If it's a
like
if
you're,
it's a
you're not
bartering
you're
chip,
not they're not going to bring back.
You're alluding to the fact that it's going to go away, right? The tariff will go away if it's a bartering chip, right?
Eventually, no. The tariffs will be lowered. Yes, correct.
Okay, so when those tariffs are lowered and we're manufacturing things here, and it's way more expensive to buy them domestically than it would be China, we're just all going to start buying from China.
How is it more expensive to buy them domestically?
We have a thing called minimum wage. It's the standard of living, or the cost of living, is more expensive here. So when you talk about manufacturing something here, it's inherently going to be way more expensive.
What
Our
you don't
dollar is worth
understand.
more. The yuan is worth way less. So in every single way, China can make things faster, more efficient, and cheaper than us.
Oh, so let's let them have a bigger profit. That what you're saying? Have them build it in China so they can maximize their profit. Right?
Yes, that's what capitalism will do. No matter what, if you're a business, you can't just be super patriot and buy things here and make less profit than somebody else who's willing to go buy it from China. You're just going to go right out of business. Someone's going to compete you into the ground.
So you think it's okay for instance, Apple to go ahead and be $1 trillion company? Because here's the thing: if you're hoarding all the money, you're sitting on it, and you're not willing to go ahead and reinvest into, the consumers. See, that's the whole thing. Is they don't understand. What you do is you pay your employees. Your employees take their money and they go out and buy your products, and then it's
the rest of the world will not buy it from us. That's the thing. So we want to be a net exporter. Trump keeps crying about what's it called? Trade imbalances. And what that entails is us selling more things, goods that we produce. And that's not going to happen because our dollar is worth so much more than the currency worldwide. So when they come to buy it from us, it's going to cost more. The cost for us to make it is more. Therefore, we will have to sell it for more. Everyone's just going to go straight to China, buy it from China. That's why this doesn't work. The way Trump is tackling this does not work. It's dumb. It's incoherent.
Is what the tariffs are for.
I know. And the tariffs still don't affect other countries. So if you're in Norway and you're looking at shopping around for pencils, you're going to go buy them from China, not us. Same with every other country. Because Trump can't control tariffs in Norway.
Well, why do you always bring up pencils? Like,
this is just an example. Put anything in that place. Anything. Literally anything.
Like, I've never bought a pencil and be like, oh, where's this pencil made?
Okay, think about what do you drive?
I drive a car.
Okay, if you drive a Dodge, it's not American made. it's made in Germany, and parts of it are bought from China. Parts of it are sent to Mexico and then Canada and then brought back here and put together and then sold to you. So for you to think it's this simple is silly.
Correct. But the thing is, whenever what you don't understand is, I've worked in the car manufacturing, okay, and I know that you don't actually pay on tariffs on the parts. The product has to be assembled. So I actually worked at a place to where they would send us almost a whole completed unit, and all we had to do was put 2 screws in it, and now it's a completed unit. But able to go to save on whatever shipping or whatever customs bills or whatever. If it's not assembled, if it's not a complete product, then you don't actually pay, because actually you're assembling it here. So now it's a way to circumvent that.
I know, but
all we did was put
you're talking about one assembly.
Put 2 screws in it.
You're talking
just
about
to go
one
to
assembly.
circumvent.
You're talking about one piece, one assembly. I'm talking about all the things, all the little plastic fenders and all the things that go on the car. Some of that stuff's bought directly from China and then put together here, and they say made in America, and it's not.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not. And why don't we make those things here? Why don't they just go ahead and make those things here? Tell me.
That's exactly what I'm saying. What
Because
they need to
it's
do
cheaper to make
is
them other
put the
places.
a lot of the manufacturing nowadays is very automated. I don't know. Have you ever worked in the manufacturing?
Yeah.
Okay. When was the last time? Because I'm telling you, like, automation, CNC, all that is.
So you admit
bleeding.
that China is probably far advanced, far more advanced than us. They have far more automation capabilities than we do. So yes, we would be having people making minimum wage paid in U.S. dollars versus minimum wage paid in Chinese yuan. They're going to have an advantage there. It's silly for us to think we can compete in all things, and we need to be very targeted. We need to be very, very, very specific in what manufacturing we want to take on. And these tariffs, these blanket tariffs, are reckless and dumb, and it's incoherent. And quite frankly, there's no economist out there besides Peter Navarro and some of Trump's sycophants in his inner circle that believe in this. No other economist thinks this is a good idea. No one. I've had literal PhDs come up here that are Trump supporters saying, listen, I like Trump, but I can't justify the tariff thing. It sucks.
That's because they don't see the big picture. Trump sat there and said a long time ago that he's trying to bring back manufacturing. He's trying to grab these countries by the balls. These countries have been screwing us over. He's been saying that for like 40 years.
Trump is a perpetual narcissist, and he's a perpetual victim. It's being a malignant narcissist. That's what happens. But yeah, it's like me going to the mall with an Amex and buying all of the things I wanted, writing up a $4,000 Amex bill, and then coming back being like, they didn't buy anything from me. I got ripped off. That's the understanding of the current sitting president. That's how dumb he sounds to people who know what they're talking about.
They have been ripping us off. A lot of major business owners have been saying that for a long time. Look at what's the name from Shark Tank.
I just don't think a guy from a game show, a game show host, is gonna know more than actual economists.
From a game show.
Yeah, The Apprentice. It's a game show.
He's a businessman. He built hotels.
He built hotels and ripped off contractors to make them profitable, but he didn't do anything successful from the ground up. He inherited $420 million, but he's largely a failed businessman.
No, he didn't. He built his empire.
No, his dad built the empire, and he inherited it, and his banks had to put him on like a $500,000 allowance because he just hemorrhaged money and spent it, like he's doing to our government right now.
No, he didn't. He got a small loan from his dad and went ahead and bought the
he got $422 million from his dad. That's a lie. You know how he lies?
He did not.
That's a lie. That is a lie. That is a lie.
I know that is a lie, isn't it? I don't know why you're lying.
We can see it on paper, bro. You know how Trump got caught lying about his finances in New York?
He didn't get caught lying about his finances in New York
He absolutely did.
because he wasn't lying about his finances in New York.
He absolutely was.
No, because as a matter of fact, it was the banks that went ahead and appraised his shit. He appraised it for this price. The banks went out, had to have their own
For 10
appraisers. And was
years?
like, okay,
All right.
huh?
What about he has an apartment in New York.
They tried to say that Mar-a-Lago was only worth $18 million.
Have you
Are
actually
you
read
kidding
into
me?
this?
Have
Yeah,
you
that's
seen Mar-a-Lago?
that's what he put on his taxes. Mar-a-Lago has a bunch of things that like zoning things that he did to it to skirt taxes. So like he buried his ex-wife there. That was a huge tax break. He also got it zoned. I believe it's something
He
to do with
buried
like
his ex-wife.
historical
She just
landmark.
died like 2 years ago. What are you talking about?
He cannot sell that property for more than you think. But that's not even the biggest one. The smoking gun was like his apartment in New York. His apartment in New York was 11,000 square feet. On paper, if you asked him, it was 30,000 square feet, and he priced it at like $10,000 per square foot when the going rate was like 4,000 per square foot. He lied his dick off for 10 years in a row.
I don't know
And
if you know this, but whenever you get a loan from the bank and you go ahead and you're putting up something for collateral on that loan, and the banks send out their own appraisers. You can have your
It's not
appraiser.
true.
You can appraise it for $1 trillion if you want.
It's not true.
But the banks are the ones that have the final word.
You think
And the
Deutsche
banks send
Bank
out their
sent
own
out
appraisers,
appraisers?
and
Think
their own
Deutsche Bank did that?
appraisers will sit there and look at the property and be like, you know what? I don't think it's worth $1 trillion, Donald. I think it's only worth 30
Okay.
million or whatever.
I would love
You
to
know
see
what I
where
mean?
they got their measuring tape because they obviously didn't measure his apartment.
Well, the banks sent out their own appraisers to go ahead and
This
look at
is what
that. So
he was caught committing fraud on these things called statements of finance, basically where you write down what your collateral is on paper and you promise banks this is what I have as collateral. That's what he got in trouble for. So what you're saying is BS.
and the banks agreed because the
Yes, and
banks sent out
he
their
lied to
appraisers and
banks.
said, you know what?
He
You are
defrauded
correct.
banks. There's only a certain amount of loans
He didn't
that
defraud the banks because he paid back every penny that he got from the banks.
just because he paid back every penny doesn't mean he committed fraud, or that he didn't commit fraud.
You're correct. He didn't commit fraud because the
Just
banks were
because
the
he
ones
paid
that
them back doesn't
appraised
mean
it.
anything.
The
So
banks
just
were the
because
ones
both
that
parties are
said, you know what,
consenting
I
doesn't
will
mean you
give you
committed
this
fraud.
much on the loan because I think it's worth that much. Now the banks could have went and been and like low bid him and been like, you know what, I don't think it's worth that much, Donald. So I'm not going to give you as big as a loan as you want.
All
But
right.
the banks agreed,
I think you're
and the
still
banks
beating
gave
around the
him the
bush.
loan.
The square footage of that apartment alone is enough to say that's fraud, that's lying. Trump lies about
That's
everything
irrelevant.
else. It's not irrelevant. It's
I
very
don't even
relevant.
know if what you're saying is even the truth.
It is.
However, I do know this. I do know that the banks have their own appraisers, and the bank's appraisers agreed with whatever
The banks don't always
Trump
hire
said that his
appraisers.
property is worth. Huh?
That's not true. The banks don't always hire appraisers. You're just making that up.
I don't know about you, but if I'm gonna give somebody a multi-million-dollar loan like a bank does, I'm pretty sure they have appraisers for that. They're
Yeah,
not gonna
you think
sit there
a
and just throw somebody millions of
you
dollars
think a bank
without
in Switzerland has got appraisers in
appraising
New
their
York?
stuff. Do what?
Think a bank in Switzerland has appraisers in New York, bro?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No.
Why wouldn't they?
So
New York's
Deutsche Bank,
huge.
there's no bank on U.S. soil that's still willing to do business with Trump. That's why he's so beholden to Russia and Deutsche Bank. And that's why they said they will still do business with him because they've got some weird backdoor deals going down. But the way he did this shorted the public. There's only a certain amount of loans that you can give, especially being in the state of New York. And the U.S. citizens were skirted those opportunities because he took up and got favorable rates for loans based on
I don't know if you know this,
fraudulent numbers that he
but
presented
Trump
to these
is
banks.
not the only businessman out there that
So you
all
admit
the
he did it.
businesses do that. All the businesses go out there and get loans from whoever they can get the best loan from. Every business does that. They think that Donald Trump is anything different. He's not. He's just playing the game like
I thought
everybody
you
else.
guys were the party of law and order.
not against the law.
It's absolutely against the law. They found him guilty.
No, they didn't. First of all, that's on appeal because that. First of all,
found
the
him
judge
liable.
is crooked.
Of course, all
No.
of them are, huh? All of them.
Yeah, Letitia James, she's crooked herself. I think she was caught lying about stuff on her loans. You don't want to talk about that one now, do you?
No,
The person that tried to take that campaign on trying to take Trump down went ahead and lied on her own loan.
I've never even heard about that.
You never heard about that?
No.
How she went ahead and said that she was married to her dad or something like that. Go ahead and get a loan in like Tennessee, I think, or
She was
Virginia.
accused
No, I think it was Virginia.
of mortgage fraud, for alleged mortgage fraud. That wasn't ever proven.
It just came out.
Yeah,
So no, it hasn't been proven yet.
okay, so let me ask you something. Do you think Trump is a sexual abuser?
A sexual abuser?
Yeah.
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, what would convince you that he did this? What would convince you of his guilt of this?
Guilt of what?
That he was a sexual abuser, 29 times accused. What would accuse you of it? What would convince you that he did it?
That's funny how he wasn't ever accused until he ran for president, right?
It's besides the point, and that's not true either.
No, that's not besides the point. That's not besides
true.
the point at all.
29 accusations and only like 3 of them during his presidency?
Okay, did he go? Was he convicted of any of these?
Okay, there we go. Right. So your standard of proof would be a conviction, a criminal conviction, right?
Correct.
Okay. Why isn't it that way for Letitia James?
What do you mean for Letitia James?
So she's been accused of something. She hasn't been convicted, right?
Okay, I mean, I guess I can see your point. However, the whole thing that she campaigned on trying to take Trump down, like that was her whole thing. Like she didn't actually have anything against him, but she was just trying to go ahead and find shit, make shit up.
A grand
twist
jury
shit.
begs to differ. Literally every
A grand
that
jury
he's ever...
of Trump haters like you.
No, a grand jury of people selected at random and given evidence over the course of weeks, months, said, "Hey, this is what we found."
You know how a grand jury works?
Tell me.
It's not at random. They actually have to interview the jurors. You can't just go ahead and grab
they interview
some guy
them
off
for
the
what?
street.
They interview them for bias, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. For bias.
For being impartial. So
But-
that kind of falls through then, right? You can't just say they're all Trump haters.
No, they are Trump haters. Because they were trying to find the ones that would not, they would actually remove ones that would actually favor Trump. They would have them removed.
I think you'd have to prove that, bro. I think this is just speculation. I think this is a cope. I think this is what Trump does every time he gets in trouble ever since the 70s. And this is what Roy Cohn taught him to do. Is he basically comes out, he says, I'm being targeted, I'm being politically persecuted, I'm such a victim, wah. Grab a microphone as often as possible and
They
say
campaigned on it.
shit.
Letitia James campaigned
Said
on
she will follow,
taking Trump down.
She will
Now,
follow
if she
the
didn't
evidence.
do that, if she didn't do that, then she would have more credence.
Okay, but
However,
Trump did the same thing about Hillary, and you guys didn't have any qualms with that.
What do you mean?
Trump said he was going to lock her up. Remember that? Chanting people at his rallies? Lock
Did he?
her up? Lock her up?
Did he?
He couldn't because she was innocent.
He could have definitely looked into it. He could have definitely locked her up.
He did look into it.
There's
and
a lot of stuff that
they deposed her for 12
the Clintons have
hours,
done.
and she didn't plead the fifth one time. and they found out that there was no evidence of malintent.
There's a lot of stuff that Hillary's done that's
James Comer said,
pretty shady
we
there.
have no way to convict Hillary Clinton.
There's many things out there. As soon as Bill Clinton got into the White House, you know, when they were selling people like
Comey, sorry,
crappy property over in Arkansas. You know about that one?
No, I honestly don't care. These people are so irrelevant right now. What we're talking about
You
is a
honestly
sitting
don't
president.
care.
No, I don't care. I will never vote for any of the Clintons. What we're talking about is a sitting president and his likelihood of being a fraudster and a con man and not knowing what he's doing and lying about his self-worth and doing things to line his own pockets, such as having like a meme coin and having a way for people to launder millions of dollars untraceable directly to the president right now. Trump holding these tariffs over entire countries' heads, saying, hey, if you don't bend to my will, or maybe donate to my meme coin, I will tariff the absolute fuck out of you.
First of all, meme coins, it's not the way meme coins work. Meme coins they're more of like a novelty than anything. Everybody knows that. Nobody's actually buying it, expecting it to. Nobody buys meme coins
He's
expecting
made
them to
tens
actually
of
increase
billions
in
of
value.
dollars off of this coin, bro.
Do what?
He's made tens of billions of dollars off of this coin. The Trump coin?
He's made tens of billions of dollars just off of True Social.
Exactly.
Yeah, True Social's worth a lot of money. That really pissed liberals off, right? He created his
and you
own
guys
social
would be
media.
screaming from the rooftops about Joe Biden making $6 million from China when we got Trump paying $6 million in taxes to China while paying $700 in taxes to the United States. Someone just paid to kick you. Thank you for the conversation. You've been up here for about 40 minutes. You're welcome to call back some other time, all right?
All right, later.
All right. Sarah, thank you so much. W. Sarah's in the chat. Thank you for the $40 to kick. I'm going to turn the phone number back on if no one else is in the guest box. Guys, do not forget to follow the stream if you enjoy these debates. I do these debates all the time. I like to consider myself one of the more chill debaters. Let's see if we get to 150K. See if we can get to 150K. Ugh.
Hey, Pickles, where the hell is the phone number? Because my buddy's right by me, and we don't see it on the screen, and so these are his words, not mine. But where the hell, goddamn shit, fuck is the phone number? Because it's not on the screen anywhere.
Only YouTube can see it.
Okay, cool. I know where we're going to YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem, bub. Yellow?
Hi, I'm not a Trumper. I just wanted to talk to that guy that was just on about medicine and the one that wanted to put a hold on groceries and stuff and it, make it hard for everybody else for a couple weeks. People that are sick need those things.
Yeah, I agree. I don't take friendlies, but I appreciate you trying to come up and
I know you
appreciate
don't.
being
I just
awesome.
wanted to talk to them about that. And I appreciate what you.
I'm sorry. My mods will kick you guys if you're friendly. I'm sorry. You sounded very nice. I love you. Goddamn, can we get another W Kristen in chat for the $200 Venmo? You fucking saint. You beautiful human. May kick upon kick upon request account. Okay. Oh my gosh. Gosh. Doubt your mod did it. Don't lie like that. No, even the person who got kicked will be able to see that it wasn't me. Let's do this. Let's do this, guys. If you are trying to debate, go ahead and call the phone number on the screen. If you're on YouTube, give me a phone call. Pick up that cheeseburger phone and dial that number. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
I like that he's bringing the money back, bringing the industry back, bringing the medicine back, bringing the cars back, bringing back our money, bringing back everything that makes America America. What
How's
do
he
you
gonna bring our
dislike
money?
about Trump?
How's he going to bring our money back?
He already did. Read the news. He brought $7 trillion back, $15 trillion just in tariffs. That alone replaces the medium income tax for 90% of Americans. You might need to do a little more research and figure out what the hell's going on in the world because you have no clue.
I'm going to
None.
ask you to calm down. I do respectful conversations here.
Oh,
I
no.
just-
I'm sorry. I don't debate with feelings at all. I'm perfectly calm. I have no feelings whatsoever.
Got it. All right. So 15 trillion in tariffs. Where can I find evidence of this? Because I just Googled it.
Go
Nothing
look
to
it
be
up.
found.
It's on the External Revenue Service.
External Revenue
Next
Service.
question.
Go look it up. Got it.
Yeah,
So
go look up
you
External Revenue
said
Service.
we made $15 trillion in tariffs?
Yep, just so far, and that's just the baseline tariff. You know what the baseline is, correct?
$15 trillion.
You know what the? Oh, I'm sorry. I said 15 trillion. I meant 15 billion. My apologies. 15 billion so far.
$15
We're estimated. We're estimated for 15 trillion by the end of the year.
That's actually
On the
not true either.
On the
So
baseline.
what he's talking about is a
Do
trade
you
deficit.
understand what the baseline is? Do you know what
Hey,
the baseline
I
is?
thought you just said you don't do feelings, right? So do you want to let me finish?
Oh, I don't have feelings. I just want you to answer my question. Do you know what the baseline is?
The baseline of what?
The baseline tariff.
Oh, the 10% tariffs?
There you go. So what does the 10% baseline tariff do?
You tell me, dude.
You need me to explain to you what the baseline tariff does, and you're debating if Trump is a bad president, and you don't know what the baseline tariff does?
In what sense are you talking about? What do they do? I know what they do. They tax our citizens. Yeah.
Okay, how do they tax our citizens?
So when I buy something, say, from China, and if they had a 10% tariff, I would buy something that was $100 from China, and as soon as it hit shore, a piece of paper would be handed to a shoreliner that said duties and tariffs. And then I would have to pay a 10% fee to the United States government, and Donald Trump would take his fucking dirty dick beaters covered in Cheeto puff cheese and cash that check and put it into the Americans, the Fed.
Okay.
That answer your
So you have a basic rudimentary understanding of what a tariff may do. What else can that 10% tariff do that you're not saying because you don't understand?
You want to tell me in what sense you're
You
asking
don't
these
understand.
questions?
That's the problem, is you don't understand. You only understand that 10%, that thing that's been given to you saying, hey, everybody's going to pass the 10% on. What you don't understand is that the rest of the world has been tariffing us forever.
It's not true.
Forever, since World War II. So why is it okay for everyone else in the world to tariff the United States, tariff the Americans, and America not do it back?
I understand Trump is giving you, he's giving you an excuse to be upset about this and justify this, but I bet you cannot name one country that has even something equal to the 10% blanket tariffs that we put on them. Name one country. Go ahead. We'll fact check you.
France, UK, China, Russia.
Hold on.
You want me to fucking go on? You don't understand what you're talking about. You have no clue.
You haven't proven that
Go
at
look up the Marshall Treaty. What's the Marshall Treaty?
France tariffs on United States. Let's look it up. And if they don't have 10% minimum tariffs on everything, you're wrong, right?
No, you just don't understand what you're talking about.
You keep saying that, but
You have
it seems
no
like I
clue.
do. It's
What's
almost
the
as if I
Marshall?
do
What's
this
the
all
Marshall
day.
Treaty? What's the Marshall Treaty?
I don't know what the Marshall Treaty is. You tell me.
You don't. The Marshall Treaty is tariffs after World War II to allow the rest of the world to rebuild off the money of America. You really, bro, you're going to freaking debate this, and you don't even know what you're talking about. You have absolutely no clue. You think that the 10% tariff
is going to be charged to the American people, when in reality, the 10% tariff brings industry back so they can avoid the 10% tariff. In fact, passing the savings along to the Americans. That's why Apple, that's why Nike, that's why all of these companies are now leaving China so they can avoid the tariff. Are you not that smart?
You're very emotional. You keep saying I'm not that smart, but
I'm not emotional at all.
I need you to hold on.
I spent 23 years in the military. That's how I talk. It's not my fault you don't
you're very
understand what you're
emotional.
talking
You're
about.
trying to control the conversation. Let's have an actual conversation.
Go ahead.
I just looked it up, and it says that the Marshall Treaty and tariffs in the provided search results, there's no direct link between them. So what are you talking about? What did the Marshall Treaty do? What did they do?
You just don't you look up what you want to look up, right? You see what you want to see.
Yeah, I'm trying to fact check
Do you?
and I'm sorry. This is happening to you, man.
Let me ask you one more question. Would you prefer the economy the way it is now, or would you prefer the economy under Joe Biden?
Joe Biden.
Why?
Because we didn't tax our constituents and close free trade deals. So
how much money?
You're going to be?
How much money a year do you make?
I don't share that with people.
Okay, give me a round number. You don't have to give me an exact number. Give me a round number.
I make $20,000 a year.
Okay, so you're in the lowest tax bracket, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're in the poverty tax bracket.
Yeah.
Okay, so what does America do for you that it doesn't do for people that aren't in the poverty bracket?
Do you want to actually give me your
and I will let you know I'm upper middle class.
Okay, you're giving me very broad, open-ended questions.
It's pretty easy. You get a lot of my tax money. You spend a lot of my tax money.
That's not true.
Because of yes, it is very true. There's programs that you qualify for that I don't.
Yeah, I know.
In the United States because you're at a poverty level.
Okay, what do you think on average? How much of your tax dollars do you think go to social services like that for the average American? Do you know what the average wage is for an American?
Average wage.
Average salary.
Probably 36,000.
No.
If I had to guess, because I'm not looking at a computer.
It's about 56,000. And notice I'm not going to slam you for not knowing that, okay? But it's about 56,000.
I didn't.
How much of that that taxpayers' money do you think goes to social programs? Do you think?
How would I know that? How would I find that out?
I want you to figure out what you're complaining about and put it in perspective. I'm going to illustrate this for you, okay?
How would I track my tax money?
We can. It's a Google away. All right. So about 300.
Is it? Hold on. Hold on.
Hey,
you're going to breeze past this.
Calm down.
Hold on. I don't want you to breeze past this.
$300.
Okay.
$300 of somebody who makes $56,000 a year go to people for like food stamps. Someone like maybe like me. Considering I may or may not make 20 grand. So you're going to cry all day about $300 that you have to pay to the government for me and for the rest of society to not fall through the cracks. But you have no problem with $5 grand of that going to the military, do you?
Oh no, I spent 23 years in the military. Without the military, without the military, my friend, you would be Chinese. You would not be speaking American.
I get that.
You would not be. You wouldn't have your freedom. So go ahead and attack the military all you want, but without the military, you don't have the freedom that you're enjoying right now.
I appreciate your service, but I'm putting this
I don't
in
care if you appreciate my service. I didn't serve for you. I served for my family.
I don't appreciate it.
I served for the freedoms that we enjoy.
I don't appreciate it then.
That's perfectly fine. I didn't ask for your appreciation, nor do I need it. I served my country while you sat on the chair.
Did you ever find those weapons of mass destruction?
Which ones? I wasn't looking for weapons of mass destruction.
Got it. Well, thanks, man.
Did you go over and help all the people that Saddam Hussein was killing with explosives? No. Did you go over and help the children that he was mercilessly killing?
All right, those fifis are still coming out. Those fifis are still coming out.
The what?
Those fifis, those feelings.
Oh yeah, the feelings. Yep. So let's get back to that tax. So I give you $300, right, out of my taxes.
Yep.
So I give you $300. How much do I give for the other social? How much do I give for the other social programs?
No, those are all of them. All of them put together.
All of them.
Yep.
What about those social programs overseas?
Those probably go in the military bucket.
No, they don't. Military doesn't do soft power.
Okay, then you're talking about USAID. That's about $8 or $9 billion a year. Literally, like 0.01% of the military budget, considering we spend about $800 billion a year
How
in
much?
military, and we spend
How
about
much
8
would it
or
cost
$9
to?
billion
How much
a
would
year
it
in
cost to
USAID.
eliminate homelessness in the United States?
Last I looked it up, it was like $100 billion a year.
No.
What
Look
do you
it up
think it
again.
is?
How much would it cost? How much would it cost to
You just want to
eliminate?
tell me?
Stop barking. No, look it up. I'm not at a computer. I don't have the figure in my head, but I know you're
Then how
wrong.
are you
I
telling
know
me
that
wrong?
figure's wrong because just by eliminating USAID, just 0.25% of their budget would eliminate homelessness in the United
I
States,
already
and
know
it would
you're wrong on
also
that.
eliminate. Go look it up. It's perfectly easy to go look up. Hold on, I'll look it up for you. I have a cell phone.
Estimates may vary, but it says between 11 billion and 30 billion a year, and
Okay.
and USAID
Okay.
was about 8 or 9.
Okay.
But you guys call that socialism and communism. You guys would never allow that. Republicans would always stop that from ever happening. You guys always taking food stamps out of people's mouths, just like Trump did every year he was in office last time. He cut food
Why
stamps.
do you need
Social
food stamps?
Security.
Why do you need
To
food
make sure
stamps?
that people in our society don't fall through the cracks and don't fall into
Why
crippling
do they
debt
need it?
or
But why
starve
do
to
they
death.
need it?
Because
Why
people
do they
fall into
need it?
hardships.
Okay. A hardship of what?
Being without a job. I don't know. My mom had
Okay.
3
Oh,
children, and she
No,
got food
stop.
stamps.
You got it. Believe me, I was raised poor. My mother had food stamps. I understand, but my mother worked as well.
So did
So you're
mine.
saying maybe people lose jobs. Why wouldn't they go out and get another one?
Oh man, no one ever thought about that.
Why wouldn't they?
Did your mom? So people
How old are
have
you?
to be without a
Wait,
job.
wait. How old are you?
36.
How old are you? Okay, so you're old enough to understand the deindustrialization of the United States, correct?
You're gonna have to explain that one to me, bro.
So the deindustrialization of the United States. The United States used to make steel. We used to make our cars. We used to make everything. Remember Made in America? The brand that everybody wanted over Made in China? Well, we started shipping all of that business to China. And the reason we did that is a good reason. It's a good business decision. We moved all that business to China because
it's
China
cost effective.
Yeah, they're cost effective. They put 5 and 6 year olds in there, and they pay them $3. Go look up their basic minimum wage and living. It's horrible.
Did you know that?
So
hold on. Did
go
you
ahead.
know that we've been trading with them freely since 2002? And the more and more we've traded with them, the less and less they've done that. So if you want that to end, we could literally just continue to trade with them, and that would be non-existent, wouldn't it?
Do you take medication?
Yep.
Okay. Is your medication made in China?
Probably, yeah.
See a problem with that?
No.
What happens if we go to war with China? What happens to your medication?
I don't know, but if we're going to tariff that right now, I'm already facing that hardship, right? So like if we tariff it right now and we have no competitors making them here at home, I'm just going to have to pay that tariff. That's pretty fucking stupid, isn't it?
How do I bring them home though?
Okay, we could subsidize people to make it here, but still it would be more expensive and we would still be buying them from China.
Wait. Why would we subsidize them?
So that they could have an incentive to do that before a million other things that they could do.
Okay, so then you agree with Trump on subsidizing the companies. So we found an actual thing. No.
Trump does
we
not
agree with
on
Trump.
subsidizing things.
How is Trump subsidizing the companies to come back to the United States?
I think he's
I'm going to turn you into a Trump
tax
supporter,
bracket.
and you don't even know it.
He's going to give them a special 15% tax bracket.
Correct. What does that do?
Yeah, remember you just celebrated that victory of me not knowing that before I said it.
No, you knew. Congratulations.
I want you to have a genuine conversation with me. I'm going to calm you down a little bit because I probably do know more about this than you, and you're going to find that. And you're going to humble yourself, okay?
Sure, humble me. So that 15%, what does that do?
It incentivizes people of all types of manufacturing to do things here. So what would make you think that they would start on my medication first? What would make you think that they're going to start on medication at all? Why wouldn't they go with computer chips?
Well, they can't go with computer chips. Unfortunately, Trump stopped that in his first term, which you probably didn't see. So
I already know about Foxconn.
Trump obviously brought the chips to the United States and Arizona, where I live. Big ass plant. NVIDIA just announced they're leaving China and they will be solely in the United States. Taiwan just said they're bringing all their chips. So yeah, China could try and
Did you
get
ever hear
rid of
about the
that.
Chips and Science Act? Do you know what that is?
The Chips and Science Act, yes, I've heard of it. I'm not
Who
quite
did
familiar
that?
with it, but yes, I've heard of it. Go ahead. Like I just said, I'm not familiar with it. I've
Okay.
heard of it. Yes.
Dang. All right. I'm gonna be nice to you and not try to choke slam you like you've
Oh,
done
you could.
every time.
Believe me, you can
And,
do whatever you
and
want,
guess
bro.
what? It was Biden who signed that into law. Do you want to see a little bit about it?
Oh, hey, that's great. He did something
see
for the
this?
American people.
You see
The
this?
president should.
This is how you.
Biden
This is how
should.
you create
I
manufacturing. Just
agree.
like I said. Just like I said.
Okay, so Biden's trying to bring back manufacturing.
Yeah, Biden brought back a ton. You see all those dots? Those are all things
No,
Biden
I'm
brought
not. I'm
back
not watching
here.
your feed. I'm just
This
talking
is-
to you.
Okay, so if you look at my feed, you'd see United States with covered with what looks like colorful herpes, and it's just a bunch of dots. You can't even see. You can't even see the landmass of the United States because there's so many dots. If you imagine that in
So
your head,
you
imagine
agree
a
that
play pit
you
in
agree that
McDonald's.
that's
Okay?
you agree that that's responsible what Biden did, correct?
It was
That's
great.
the right
It-
thing
and
to do.
it's something that works. And what you're going to do is you're going to give credit for all of these tech jobs and all these manufacturing jobs that do microchips.
Doesn't matter.
You're going to give all that credit
Doesn't
to
matter.
Trump when it's
Doesn't
Biden.
matter.
When it's
Doesn't
Biden
matter
who did
who
it.
you give the credit to.
It
Doesn't
does
matter.
If we want to talk about
Why?
what works
Why does
and
it
what
fucking
doesn't,
matter? It
because
doesn't matter.
we're talking about what works.
You're winning. I'm winning.
And
We
what-
are winning as Americans.
Hey, I'm going to talk about what works and what doesn't. And what Joe Biden did
Okay.
works, and what Trump does
Okay.
doesn't work.
Why doesn't it work?
Because
If he
he's
does
not
the same exact thing, why
incentivizing.
does Biden's work and Trump's doesn't?
Because Trump is going to undo this. And if you could look at the map right now, you'd
Why?
understand that that's a bad
Why would he
idea.
undo it?
Because he
Why
wants
would
to
he
put
undo
a
it?
cigarette out, but he wants to put a cigarette butt out on Biden like he always does, because he's tacky.
So you completely think that this is a competition between Trump and Biden has
Yes.
nothing to do with the American people.
Yeah, yeah. Like for instance, he wants to do it with the Inflation Reduction Act, and I'm sure you
Yeah.
have a one-liner thing to say how that didn't reduce inflation, but I bet you have no idea what that did, do you?
The Inflation Reduction Act?
Mhm.
It's supposed to reduce inflation.
Oh, very good. Do you know
It
anything
says
else
it
about
says
it?
it right in the title. I mean,
Do you have anything
What-
else? Do you know anything else about it?
what performative measures did it achieve?
Performative measures. So it was actually a net positive. It brought us in money, and it also
Okay, how
invested
much?
in a lot of $258 billion. And if you
Okay.
want to talk about
great.
subsidizing things and investing
How did
in
how did that
alternative energies,
$158 million reduce inflation?
it created jobs.
And how did that
It
reduce
spurred-
inflation?
It spurs the economy. So instead of people sitting at home
Oh.
and creating no demand for consumer goods, it created
Yeah.
people going out, working, and having money to spend at businesses. So the businesses weren't just sitting with their hands in their pockets with no customers.
Oh, I got it. So creating jobs dims the economy, which in turn helps reduce inflation. So you're saying that if Biden were to bring back, say, 500,000 jobs from China, that would reduce our inflation, and then we would be okay. And then if Biden were to attack the oil industry and lower the oil, then we would have another chance to reduce inflation. Am I hearing you right? Is that
Are you
is
saying
that correct?
Biden did that?
I don't know. I didn't see it personally. I still paid all the inflation prices.
What if
So
I
no,
told
I
you
I
that
didn't see it.
Biden? What if I told you that Biden drilled far more than Trump did with oil?
I'd love it. I'd love it.
Okay,
That'd be
well,
the
that's
best.
the truth.
Okay, perfect. That's great. I hope the American president is working for the American people.
It just turns
I
out
100%. That's what I want. I want the American president to work for
Okay.
the American people. We elected him,
I
right?
want to champion presidents who do good things, and I want to champion good legislation, and I want to call out when presidents pass bad legislation, and that's what I'm here doing.
What bad
criticizing Trump's
legislation
bad
has Trump
legislation
passed?
or making bad executive orders, not being able to
Like what?
govern at all. His executive orders
What's
for
the
these tariffs were a decision made by one person, Trump. Okay, if he were to try to pass these through Congress, they wouldn't have happened because they're a bad idea.
So you agree that no other countries have tariffed us, correct?
I didn't say no other country tariffs us. Nobody does it to the degree at which Trump does. Even the smallest tariff, the 10% blanket tariff on another country, is bigger than any tariff any country has on us.
Oh, well, except for China right now, because China has, what, 125% on us right now?
But yeah, now they do.
Okay. So what were they before Trump put tariffs in?
Before Trump started his trade war with China back in 2017,
No,
2018,
not China, just everybody in general. What was our baseline before Trump raised it to 10%?
we had mostly free trade with all these countries.
No, you're wrong. We had a 2.5% baseline. We've always had a 2.5% baseline.
No, we didn't.
Okay, look it up.
I will.
I'll wait.
Oh, we didn't. We are part of the WTO. Do you know what that is?
Oh, God. The World Trade Organization, of course.
Yeah.
The most crooked fucking organization in the world, allows China to steal all of our technology, allows them to bootleg all of our technology and white label it. Yeah, they're pretty corrupt. Oh, and by the way, China's part of the WTO, but never abides by what they say. So an agency that's out there that can't enforce rules on anyone is not an agency at all. Right? That would be like sending police officers out that can't do anything with the law.
So what you're going to say, so this is your misunderstanding.
Don't worry about what I'm going to say. Figure out what you're going to say. Don't worry about what I'm going to say.
I'm going to call you out for your misinformation. You said that
Okay,
we had a 2.5% tariff on all these countries, which is not true. That is the average.
Baseline?
That is the average, not the baseline. That is the average. So if we had a 0% tariff on all these countries and then a 12% tariff on maybe auto, like that might be true, but that doesn't mean we had a 2.5% tariff on all things, which is very misleading.
Okay, sure. Oh, you're getting another call.
No, that's you.
Oh. Yeah, sure. If you think that's what that baseline's for, by all means.
Baseline.
You're misunderstanding.
That's not a baseline. There is no baseline.
Okay, sure. It's not a baseline. Just like a VAT tax is not a tariff.
Okay.
You know what a VAT tax?
Yeah.
You know what a VAT
Value-added
tax is, right?
Yes.
Right. So is that a tariff or is that a tax?
I don't know. There's a lot of nuance to it. I have to look more into VAT taxes.
Well, I'll explain it to you. Your goods come in to a port, and you get hit with a tariff, and then you get hit with the VAT tax, right? So as a company, you either eat that VAT tax or you pass it along to the consumer.
It's just a
So
sales
when we
tax?
ship something, when we ship something to England and they have a VAT tax on it, their people pay for it. So then what happens is none of our products get accepted. So you said that we've had this free trade for so long, but what you forget to mention is that all of these other companies or all these other countries are running a surplus with the United States. So we're paying out more than we're getting back. Does that seem fair to you?
Yes, because we have a large population and we are a consumer country and we're the world's richest country. So in no way would I expect someone like Norway or Spain or some other smaller country with this much smaller economy and a smaller GDP to spend just as much money as we spend on them on us. That is dumb. That's incoherent. It's a weird standard to have. That will never happen. As long as you're upset about that, that's on you.
No. I'm not upset about that. Have you ever been out of the country of the United States? Do you live in the United States?
About it.
Okay. You've been to Mexico. So you've never been to an actual rich country other than the United States?
I guess not.
Okay. So rich countries around the world don't work. Their people don't work. They have oil money. So they bring in
Norway?
third world nationals to I don't know about Norway. I haven't studied Norway. Yeah, and I haven't studied Norway, nor have I been to Norway, but I've been to Kuwait, I've been to Saudi, I've been to Dubai, I've been to all these places. So all of their people don't work. I mean, they're allowed to work, and they do work in Dubai, but most countries, they pay their people not to work, and then they bring in third world nationals. The reason the United States can't do that is because we don't have any jobs here. We don't have any business here. We don't make anything. When your country doesn't make anything, your country doesn't have any money.
Okay, well,
you
can blame that on Republicans. If we were to ever try to
I don't give a shit. Hey, my guy, I don't care who did it. I don't care who did it.
Hold on. If we wanted to do things to stop, say, like Trump's best friends in Saudi Arabia from like coming and taking all of our oil and selling it back to us and taking all of that money back to their country, then we could do things like nationalize oil. But you would call that communism. You would set the world on fire before that happened.
Are you saying that right now? Okay, so you're talking about nationalizing oil and bringing it under one belt. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about giving the oil companies the liberty that they need to produce the amount of oil that the United States needs. You, my friend, are talking about leaning on the rest of the world. Well, the rest of the world is not like the United States. They're not nice. They're not friendly. They don't give a fuck. And they could crush us if they wanted to, because they have all of our manufacturing, because they have all of our pharmaceuticals. We don't make anything in the United States. We are not self-sustained. If you lived in your house and you didn't know how to cook and you didn't know how to put food in your mouth, you would die.
I know, but I don't go as far as to churning my own butter because I have better things to do with my time, and that's what you're asking us to do.
You're correct.
We don't need to fucking make our own bullshit plastic trinkets like you're so upset and what Trump is tariffing on China. We don't need to do that.
But we do need to make your medicine, correct?
Sure, and he put the cart before the horse, right? So if we want to make our own medicine, have him aim towards helping people, like stop yanking away money from Harvard, first of all, because those are the people doing the research for those medicines. But he could easily subsidize pharmaceutical companies to manufacture stuff here.
So you don't understand why you don't understand why he did that to Harvard, huh?
Yeah, because he's against freedom of speech. But when they start doing that, yes,
that's absolutely wrong. You missed the Texas play, right? So you don't fully understand the issue. You only read the headlines. So the Texas play. So we got what, $500 billion down in Texas. You know what that's for, right? That's going to be a ginormous AI facility. What does AI do that Harvard does?
A lot. I don't know. Tell me.
Research. So if right now I went to Harvard and I replaced 80% of the staff that is working on new medicines or doing research, and I replaced them with AI, the AI would do a better job than that 70%. So what Trump did is, now Trump's moving the AI industry into Texas, right? He's going to blow it up. He's going to make it the next Silicon Valley. Then AI goes on to research.
Paper, it was because he wanted to control the way they're doing their business and doing the way their hiring practices and the curriculum that they're doing. He wants to control that. It has nothing to do with Texas or AI, right? This is just your cover up for him trying to impede on free speech.
You can see it. Who invested that money? We didn't. America didn't. Who invested that money?
If you want us to have research and development, if you want the leading researchers to do that science, you can't just be like, all right, we're going to yank it away from somebody.
I don't want the researchers to do anything.
Okay, well that's a very short-sighted idea.
Well, the researchers get 91% correct. The AI gets 98% correct.
That AI is not in place doing the research you're claiming they're going to do yet. If we don't have a program in place for them to actually do the stuff that Harvard is currently doing, you're kind of just talking out of your ass.
That would be the $500 billion investment in Texas to build the facility. So the AI, 1.5 years it will take.
Okay, all right. So we're taking away from them now and hoping that in 1.5 years that some random person in Texas is going to do this, not Harvard.
What research would you like Harvard to continue?
I would love them to continue studying cancer. You know, we're this close away from like one of the science industries that
cancer's already been cured.
Okay, sure.
Cancer's already been cured.
Sure.
It has. You can go read the scientific white paper. It's been cured. Now, I will say there are some forms of cancer that haven't been cured, but there's plenty of forms that have been cured. And realistically, with the AI that's going into Texas, the expectation is in 10 years, we should be able to eliminate all of these diseases. Now, you can argue as much as you want. I want the diseases gone. I don't want you to have cancer. I don't want you to have Alzheimer's. I don't want you to have dementia. I've seen people go through that. I don't want you to have any of these. I'm living a dream.
You're talking out of your butt, bro. We need people like Harvard, our best scientists in the United States, to be working on the forefront of science, not have Trump yank money out of their pockets because they're not doing things the way Trump likes them to do them. That literally, it's on paper, and they're suing Trump back, and he's threatening to take away their tax-exempt status. Why do you think he's doing that? Because
he already took it away. He already took it away. He didn't threaten it. He took it away.
And then why do you think that's okay, attacking free speech like that?
Attacking free speech? Your free speech has nothing to do with your tax exempt status.
He's hurting them financially because they're not bending to his will.
Oh, I forgot. Tax exempt is a government thing, right? That's a government, so you have to comply by the government laws to be tax exempt.
He's using the federal government to
You have to
punish people that aren't doing what he agrees with. Yes.
Oh,
That
so
was an attack on free speech.
you mean if they're not following you mean if they're not following the law that they're
what law
bound
did they
by
break?
because of their tax
What law
exempt
did they
symptoms.
break again?
They have to follow the United States government and what the
law did
president
they
tells
break
them.
again? What court has determined they broke the law?
They went against the DEI. They went against free speech. They went against the Jews on campus,
and who proved this on
not
court?
allowing them to get the education because they wouldn't enforce.
This needs to be
Okay.
proven in court, right?
It doesn't need to be proven in court. You can see it right on TV.
So we don't have due
Go
process
watch
anymore.
the protest. Go watch the protest.
No due process anymore. We're living the most free
What are
country in
you
the world, aren't
talking
we?
about due process? Nobody's bringing this to court. They just lost their tax exempt status.
Yeah, because Trump felt
that's
like
not a
doing
legal issue.
This is such a cope, dude. If you fought for our Constitution and you're sitting here shitting on it, you're shitting on it.
Oh,
You're wiping your ass
am.
with it.
Okay, sure. I'll agree with you. I'm wiping my ass with the Constitution because Harvard lost its tax exempt status.
Yes, because they did not do things to Trump's standards. Not the
what
law,
things?
Trump's standards.
What things?
Their
What
hiring
things?
practices.
As far as what? What do you mean?
You just listed DEI. Is there a federal law that says it is a private school you can't do DEI practices? That must be new.
Yes. When you take taxpayer money to fund
You're just
your
making
program.
everything you're about to say is made up by you, right?
Is it?
Yeah. There's nothing
Do
that
you-
says that
okay.
if you're adjacent
do
to
I
the,
have
to
to-
the
do I have to
federal
follow-
government,
do
you
I
have
have
to
to follow
follow the
standards
federal
when I-
government's rules.
Do I have to follow standards when I get food stamps?
Of course, there are actually written standards that you have to follow. Yes.
Oh, why? Why? I
I
have
know.
to follow what the
If I
government tells
get-
me because the government's giving me money?
Listen, if I do
well,
solar, if I'm a solar panel company and I do DEI practices and I get subsidies from the government, do I get my subsidies taken away because Trump thinks that,
Yes.
that I'm a bad person? No,
Yes.
it's not true.
You're
making
breaking the
that up.
law.
No, you're not.
Is it a law?
No, it's not. No.
It's not? He didn't sign an executive order making it a law?
Yeah, to do it in federal agencies.
what?
In federal agencies, someone just paid to kick you. First of all, don't pick on somebody who's stuttering. That's ableist. Second of all, it's a reach, right? So just because you are taking subsidies from the government doesn't mean you have to follow the same laws as some arbitrary branch of the federal government. That's silly. And you can tell this guy's, EOs are not laws. EOs are not laws. One person doesn't get to go run around and make a bunch of laws from the fucking seat of his desk. That's not how we work. We don't live in an empire ran by a king. And yes, they're threats. Of course he gets kicked. Yes. Somebody just paid to kick. What was your name? Jamie, thank you for the $40. I can't take it anymore. This ignorant fuck. Bro served the country 23 years to protect the Constitution and voted against it in 10 minutes to dissolve it. It's very sad. All right. Chat, don't forget to tap the screen. Let's get 200K. We're at 1,200 viewers on TikTok. Love to see it, guys. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, man. I didn't mean to do that. My bad.
Oh, you're good. All right.
Yeah, love what you do, bro.
Appreciate you, bro.
You take care, man.
You too. Pickles, you're amazing. Guys, much love. Thank you so much. There's an education problem in this country. I agree. I'm going to turn the phone on in just a second, but I want to do some capitalism. Y'all, I wanted to direct you to my link tree in my profile. Let me do this. I have a Discord, and it's the coolest Discord on this side of the Mississippi. It's this first thing. If you guys want to hang out with people who are like-minded while I am not live, this is where you can do it. Come hang out in my Discord. Come chat. There's also a whole group of people talking cash shit about the debaters right now that are coming up to this panel. Also, I have a merch store. I have one piece of merch. It says go on get. I'm also very excited. I have branding coming out here in the next week. And the last thing I will show you guys is I have a wish list. If you guys obviously know I have Venmo and PayPal if you guys want to donate, but this is my wish list, and I have a computer on here that I really want. It's very expensive, but what I've been able to do is have this crowdfunded. So if you want to contribute $1, $5 towards it, so I can eventually get this PC before the tariffs make it twice as expensive, would greatly appreciate it. Let's go on to the next guest. I'm going to turn the phone on, and I appreciate everybody who's tapping, everybody who's followed. It says I've only got 9 followers this stream, which makes no sense. Surely we've had more followers than 9 people with 1,200 people in here. Surely I'm not that cringe. PC over Mac. I stream from PC. I love the PC. Striganoni, thank you so much for the auto renew. Yellow? Is this a Trump supporter?
Sir.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
I like his America First attitude and the America First policies that he's been putting in place so far.
All right. I'll be honest with you. Every time I hear that, I think it's just super silly. So like this America First thing.
Let me offer you something. I'm not going to pretend that I can argue statistics or headlines with you. I'll concede that you are far more invested in any of that than I am. But are you interested in a concise explanation as to why the majority of people voted for him?
Only 1.7% more people voted for Trump. And I don't think that's really the win you think it is. So just because more people side with you doesn't make you correct. I'm
not saying it makes me correct. I'm just saying, are you actually interested in understanding why? Or do you think I guess you probably already think you know why.
I've been begging you guys to tell me why you like Trump. So that's why we're here, right?
Okay. Here, I'll tell you. So you had mentioned about I think Dodge specifically earlier. You were talking about where their parts are made and where they come from, etc. Do you know what NAFTA is? Are you familiar with what NAFTA is?
Yeah.
So do you know that pre-NAFTA, all those parts you referenced were made in the United States? Or the vast majority?
That's not true.
It is.
No, it's not.
And those jobs went away. Foreign automakers still produce in the United States and produce the vast majority of all the components in the United States.
It's not
or
true.
At least I know that the biggest one does. No, it absolutely is true. It's a fact.
NAFTA did not send jobs overseas.
No. NAFTA made it in the North American Free Trade Agreement, opened the doors to export our industry. That's a fact. That's what happened. Maybe it wasn't the intention, but it definitely was the result. That's not even an argument. That's a fact.
Okay.
That's factually what happened.
So we did start free trade, and that, in fact, in turn, made maybe cars more affordable, made manufacturing more affordable. But when you say things were manufactured here, that is 1,000% a lie. So we always have always imported parts to manufacture cars.
All right. So why is it then that working at a foreign automotive manufacturer for 10 years, I continually saw guys coming from the American brands, the big three, coming from shut down plants, moving to where we were so that they could come work for the foreigns? Why is that?
Come work for the foreigns.
Come work for the like the Toyotas, the Mitsubishis, the Nissans, the automotive manufacturers that are not U.S. based.
Because
did the big
automotive
three
is a very
evaporate?
competitive industry, and it relies on a bunch of different things. So markets are volatile.
But one of those things
volatile,
is
and when one
they
market
incentivized
changes,
the deindustrialization of the United States. It's a fact. Do you know what medium wage was in the 70s? Do you know what one number that hasn't moved with inflation since 1972? Do you know what that one number is?
I'm gonna
wages.
bet wages. Yeah, and you know who?
Yeah,
who's to
and do you
blame
know
for
why?
that? Yeah, because Reagan.
Everybody. Yeah, I'm
Because
not
of
going
Reagan.
to argue with. Everybody,
No,
Republicans and
it's
Democrats,
because of
both,
Reagan. It's Reagan.
both
No,
have sold us out consistently.
absolutely not.
Nobody's done anything to backtrack it. The only person who's done anything abrupt or even trying to attempt to turn it back is Trump.
That's not true.
Everyone else has gone along with it.
All right,
Everyone else is.
you're wrong on like
Everyone else
every
has
point.
showed up.
Let me help you out.
Everyone.
Okay?
No. Let me help you out. Let me finish my point, and then I promise I'll shut up and listen to you. So you've got I heard you say you were 36. I'm 41. We've got at least a couple generations that saw factory jobs disappear, and at the same time, what they pay greatly go down. We saw all the profits, and we saw that happen so that the reflection of the stock market could be better, so that the stocks of the company would go higher, and so that all the profit could be pushed to the shareholders or the owners of the company in other countries. But the money didn't stay here in the United States. It certainly didn't go to the
I
workers.
love that. You talk about stock buybacks. Reagan. Go ahead.
So this has happened to a couple generations in a row, and all we've seen is whether it was a Republican or a Democrat, we've never seen anybody make any actual change for the middle class,
All right,
the
you're
working
lying.
class.
Let me help you out. Can you see my screen right now?
No, I can't, bud. You're gonna have to articulate it with your words.
Okay. Well, I'm showing I'm showing everyone right now a graph, and what you're seeing is two lines in a line graph hugging each other all the way up until about 1980. Those two lines represent the top 10% and the bottom 90%'s median wages. And this is obviously they've been close together, just like you said. Like when the middle class made a decent amount of money and our wages meant something, that was awesome. Just like you said, we were able to like go bag groceries and then go fucking get a mortgage on a house and buy it with a fucking Egg McMuffin. Now you can't do that, and the reason is because Reagan opened the door and kicked it down, and he gave corporations huge tax breaks. So before these tax breaks, you would look at a maybe $200,000 bill that you would pay to the IRS at the end of each year. And in order to avoid just paying all of that money to the IRS, you were able to give all of your workers giant raises or buy them.
And that
company
hasn't
vehicles.
changed no matter what president it was.
No,
that has not changed.
No, Trump is
That's not
exacerbating that
changed.
problem. Trump is championing those more of those policies. Trump's tax breaks do that plus more. So yes, you're complaining about the things that Republicans do that are bad for us.
I'm complaining about the things that all politicians have done, or at least not stood in the way of, for the last at least 40 or 50 years. And so out of all this, every election cycle, you have the choice, the least of the two sleazies. They're all sleazy. You know, they all come into public service, quote unquote, take a job that doesn't pay anything, and within 2 years, they're millionaires. And we all just accept that that's okay, I guess, as a baseline. That's fine. Obviously, there's something grungy about it, and it's both sides. I'm not claiming allegiance to either side. In fact,
we champion things like minimum wage growth. We champion all of those things. Republicans do not.
We who? The Democrats champion those things?
Yes.
No, they don't.
Yes, we do. Can you tell me a time that Republicans introduced bills to strengthen labor laws?
Hold on. No. And that's what I said. I'm not going to argue with you that thing. I'm going to tell you why the majority of the United States voted for Trump, still loves him, why his approval's still up, and why
his
it's
approval's
going to
the lowest
happen.
in 80 years.
Well, that depends on what you know. You can go find a statistic that's going to tell you whatever you want
this
it
was
to
on
tell
Fox,
you.
bro.
You and I both know that.
This was on Fox.
You and I both know you could go anywhere you want and find any statistic that says
All right,
anything that
well,
you want it
you
to
can
say.
make all statistics go away with just saying that too, and it doesn't make it.
But the fact of the matter is, Dodges used to be made in the United States, and bills like North American Free Trade Agreement made that go away.
You know, Trump
That's why it's the way
rewrote
now.
NAFTA pretty much the exact same way, just fine-tuned some numbers. He rewrote it. It's the USMCA now. That's all he did. He just fine-tuned the numbers a little bit. Same exact trade agreement, just renamed it.
Well, I could tell you that so far, things are cheaper. Gas has gone down, eggs have gone down, and people are happy. Only people unhappy are the people on the internet.
Gas is down like 12 cents, bro. But things like tariffs are going to make Americans and the average family in America pay far more for the most common things, common goods that we buy. Thank God we'll save 12 cents on gas. We're going to spend 150% extra on everything, produce, everything that you buy from Amazon, everything from Walmart, everything from Target. Target and Walmart are going to have bare shelves here in about 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You're going to see bare shelves.
Why is produce going to go up?
Because we get produce from other countries, bro.
All right, I know. No, I know that. I'm leading you to something. Have you ever grown a tomato plant? Or have you ever grown a vegetable? Or
yes,
I mean,
but you know that there
anything.
are plants that we can't grow on U.S. soil because of the climate.
Sure, we won't worry about those 5 or 10 plants. But tomatoes, cucumbers, lettuce. Lettuce isn't as good a one. That one is it's
They're
more
not 5 or
climate
10
related.
plants.
But
There's a bunch of them, dude.
the point is, why is it that your tomatoes don't come from the United States? I mean, doesn't that tell you that there's something about the system that's set up to keep the United States from producing its own goods?
Listen,
If
it's
your
hard
tomatoes that
it's
you
hard
buy
to turn
at
a profit
anywhere
on a lot of
come
these
from
things.
another country.
We literally have to subsidize most of our farms here, and Trump's policies, his
Do you know
tariffs,
why?
Yeah, because it's
Do you
hard
know
to turn a
why?
profit.
Because we're forcing them to grow crops that aren't worth anything. We're forcing them to grow corn.
No crops are worth anything. It's very hard to produce crops that turn a profit, and that's why no one wants to do it, dude.
No, but it's not so hard that it's cheaper to import a tomato from Peru than it is to grow it in your backyard or buy it from somebody next door.
The market is the market.
It's
You're
not
the only person to think of this, dude.
You're not the only person to ignore basic facts of a tomato here is definitely cheaper to make than a tomato 3,000 miles away.
Not true. If that were the case, we wouldn't be buying them from 3,000 miles away.
We are, because we've trapped our farmers and made it so that they couldn't make any money.
Well, Trump's
By
tariffs have done nothing but put legacy farms out of business. So this is not a step in the right direction if you like farmers.
So why is it that the farmers support him then?
Because they're dumb.
Why is it that they voted for him twice? Why is it that the UAW, that the Teamsters, why is it that all these union groups that are traditionally staunch Democrats?
How did Hitler
why
get
is it
voted
that they
into power? How come all of these people voted Hitler
that's
into
no
power?
look, that's disingenuous. That's disingenuous. When somebody starts making a point for you to leap off and say, "Well, how did Hitler do it?" That's dude, you know that's cheap.
It is a very valid point.
I haven't called you any names. I haven't gotten out of pocket with you. But come on, man, do me the same. Do me the same respect. Don't call him Hitler.
No,
it's cheap. It's disingenuous.
No, it's not.
It's a dumb argument.
No, it's not.
Honestly, it's a
Follow the
stupid
logic.
argument.
Pretend like he's not Hitler at all, okay? I'm just asking you genuinely. Did you know that every authoritarian who has been brought into power was voted in?
Okay,
this
great.
Is not a win for you, dude.
What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with America benefiting from his policy?
The fact that people voted for him make you correct, and it's not the case, dude. It's not the case.
I'm telling you why people voted for him.
People voted for him,
and I'm telling you why that they're happy.
He lied. He said that he doesn't know what Project 2025 is. He's already got 40 of it complete in the first 100 days. He lied and said he was going to make grocery prices go down. He's literally implementing laws that make them go up with no option other than to make all goods go up in price. He said he was going to make gas and all these other things
go down,
and he hasn't.
He said that they haven't gone up.
They have.
Except that they haven't gone up. You told the other guy, wait 2 weeks.
When you put
they haven't gone up.
When you put 150% tax on these goods, they're going to go up, bro. I'm sorry this is happening to you.
No, they're just not going to ship them. They're just not going to send them.
No, they are.
And
There's things that we don't make here that only China makes.
All of a sudden,
we are going to be paying those taxes.
All of a sudden, your small farmers and your produce stands are going to start making money on their produce.
We're going to have to bail them out again, like we did last time, to the tune of $28 billion.
Well, $28 billion is nothing when you consider what we lose in lopsided tariffs and trade with other countries, especially
we don't
China.
lose anything.
China is
with
so much
free
bigger
trade.
than us.
Free trade makes us a worldwide superpower.
No. When we don't tariff them and they tariff us, we lose.
They're not tariffing.
Here, I mean,
the tariffs are negligent. The tariffs that they have protect a few
VAT
industries.
taxes, whatever you want to call
VAT
it.
tax is a sales tax, bro.
The tax or the cost that they assign to an imported good to their country versus what we add to their products coming to our country, it's lopsided. What he's doing is trying to turn it around abruptly severely, not kindly.
If I buy a computer from Japan right now, if I buy something straight from Japan from my computer right now, would I pay a sales tax?
Probably, yeah. I would think so.
So you're lying. We do the same thing.
No, I'm not lying. I just said I
Yeah,
think
you
so.
just don't
I wasn't.
understand.
I wasn't.
You just don't
I
understand.
don't understand.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I don't order. If I order something from Japan, it's via Amazon, and I do pay tax on that.
There you go.
I mean, maybe
There you
maybe
go.
you order straight from suppliers in Japan. That's fine. Oh, you got me. Woo, woo, la-di-da. But if I buy on Amazon, like 99.9% of Americans do, you do pay tax. You pay your local tax, and I don't know if there's a federal tax. Probably just your state tax.
The federal tax will be the tariff.
The only people that stand to hurt from this are the people that were predispositioned to be hurt no matter what. It's the fragile people that are always hurt, no matter who's in charge.
No,
They
our
cried
GDP is
and
shrinking.
they cried
That's everybody.
and
That's
cried
all
while
of us.
they,
Recession hurts all of us, dude.
it doesn't hurt all of us. It hurts some of us worse than others.
It's gonna hurt everybody.
The
bro.
rich will come
Rich will
out
be
just fine.
We are gonna hurt.
The poor will come out just fine because they're going to continue to get their food stamps. They're going to continue to get their subsidies and
What?
their free monies. And then the middle class is who will hurt, if anybody hurts. But the
Yeah,
middle
and
class
even without
has
these
been hurting
tariffs,
for
Trump's
the
tax
middle class
plan
has
that
been
he's
getting
going to implement
squeezed.
is increasing taxes on middle class, bro.
Yeah, but the middle class has been getting screwed by both sides for so many decades that you let an outsider like Trump come in.
You can't both
and
sides this. It's
I'm not both
it's
sides
not
of it.
true.
I'm telling you the truth. Trump came in as a guy who used to be a Democrat, calls himself a Republican now. He comes in, and he's not beholden to either party. He came in and basically stole the Republican nomination. They're only good with him because they have to be. I mean, they didn't have a choice but to go along with him. And there's still a lot of the Republicans fighting him. But the point is, the vast majority of the American people saw a actual, what they viewed as a third-party candidate in Trump. Regardless of what name he carried, the things that he says,
Our
the
far-right
America
fascist
First.
conservative viewpoints, yes.
Well, you can call them whatever you want. It's America First.
America First is incoherent.
How's it incoherent?
Because the only thing he's doing is America alone. Biden actually did more policies. He passed more legislation that spent money here on us and helped us than Trump will ever do.
Yeah, but the thing about that is inflation was really high under Biden.
Yeah, under COVID.
And orders stopped. No. COVID, don't say that, buddy. Remember, you don't want to say that word. Don't say that.
Under the cocoa?
But under that thing, under the cocoa, I mean, yeah, but that was the first, year or two? I mean,
it takes a while for us to dig our way out of that. And yes, before Trump got in office, we were smooth sailing. We were doing great, man. We were doing great.
But
fantastic.
I could tell you that the businesses that I'm involved with, nothing but up. The orders have gone up since Trump. The manufacturing is coming back. We already see it coming back. And let me add to a point that was made earlier. I've been in this industry. Absolutely, they go from gravel, dirt lots to running manufacturing plants in less than a year, like all the time, bro. That is normal construction speed anymore. It's amazing. I know it doesn't sound believable, but do a little research. I promise you, they go from dirt lots to running product in less than a year regularly.
Yeah, and we're
It's
not
just a
going to
matter of-
produce anything cheaper than China. When that happens, we're still going to be paying more money for all of these goods, even if we do start manufacturing them tomorrow. And it's going to be more expensive for us just because we want to put an American flag on it.
But what's the alternative? So okay, so all right, I'll play along with you. I'll agree. Let's pretend I agree with you, and we shouldn't do that. The pathway of making the middle class or working class, not even middle anymore, making the working class poorer and poorer through lower and lower wages, and sending more money to the stock market, sending more money to the shareholders, sending more money to the foreign companies that own the manufacturing plants in the United States.
Democrat. If you hate all of those things, you vote Democrat. We write laws
No.
champion laws that go against those things. Reagan, for instance, did stock buybacks. Republicans will ever increase minimum wage. You guys will never ever fight for labor rights.
I've punched a clock in a factory for 23 years, and I can promise you the biggest tax break I ever got was Trump's. I can promise you.
Highly doubt it.
You know who the president was in 2008 when so many people lost their jobs?
During the
Who was the
08
president?
housing market crisis?
Who was the president? Yeah. Well, it was the housing market crisis started it, but it started a recession for everyone.
Yeah, because of the housing market crisis, bro. It wasn't
Who was the
Obama's
president?
fault.
No, but I'm just saying, dude,
Obama.
you
Obama
can't.
literally came in with a mess on his plate.
So okay, so it's a mess. So when the Democrats are president, they can't help it because of the mess the Republican handed them, and then when the Republican's president, it's only good because the Democrat before him set him up for it.
Yes.
That's so weak. That's so disingenuous.
There's
it's
context.
just as disingenuous as calling him Hitler.
There's context every time, right? So we just look at legislation and
There-
how it affects the
there is
economy.
context.
Hold on.
There
every time
is context.
every time we have a recession, it is under a Republican rule. It's because people deregulate the absolute fuck out of things, and people get carried away, and they fuck up and bubble and balloon an industry, and it crashes.
Well, it's only crashed once in my adulthood, and that was in
8 out of the
2008.
last 9 recessions were under Republican
And that was
rule.
the Democrat. I've only had real lean times under a Democrat. But I make my money working. See, we've got different perspectives because I make my money with a skilled trade, and I'll work for it. I'm in demand, and even if one company's not having a good time, I'm marketable, and I'll go to the one that is having a good time. Now, for people that maybe depend on a subsidy for their existence or, any type of subsidy, I could see, like who?
Like farmers?
Yeah, like farmers. I mean, I don't know, but sure. Farmers or people that just don't work at all, I could see them being affected differently than I am. Their experience is obviously different than mine. But I can tell you that as a working middle-class person for the last 23 years, I can tell you the only time it was scary was under Obama. And I can tell you other than that,
record,
I've seen,
okay,
sure.
Obama.
But, well, it didn't get much better, but up front, Bush also.
Literally, Obama saved the working class, and he created 72 straight months of job and employment increasing, and Trump literally rode that wave into the ground.
But he didn't bring any manufacturing back.
Absolutely, he did. Yes, he did. Trump is the one who lost manufacturing jobs.
None of them have brought back manufacturing in an amount that even resembles
Obama
something that could be
literally
noticed.
Saved the auto industry.
That could be
Who's
noticed.
Literally manufacturing, bro.
Hold on, who did he save in the auto manufacturing industry?
All of
Why
them.
did they need saved? No.
He saved the auto industry.
No, he didn't save Toyota.
That's a fucking Japanese company, dude.
Okay, but they are here. They're here. Their cars are more American made than the American brands are.
A lot of their parts come from overseas, dude.
No, I mean, no, they don't actually. No,
Yes,
their raw
they
materials, maybe raw materials do, but their parts are made here. You could argue. I worked for them for 10 years. I absolutely know. I can start naming you off where the castings come from, and they strategically moved manufacturing of everything here so that they could benefit from the tax break of
Obama did
manufacturing it here. No, Toyota's been doing that since early
Their
2000s.
Texas
Probably during
factory
Clinton.
is pretty recent. It was Obama era.
No. Their Texas factory was pre-Obama. I know that for a fact.
I live in Texas.
You can live there all you want. I worked for the company, dude. I know when it's a Tundra plant. I know when it was pre-Obama. They may have. I don't know when the SOP was. Sure, maybe they started production during Obama. That's possible.
2017. Literally Obama, dude.
Now, they were running before 2015,
I
2017.
just Googled
a
it.
Texas
It
plant.
began operations 0306, which is just before,
Dude,
which is Bush.
Hey, dude, just because you can Google it doesn't mean it's accurate, bro.
Oh, come on, dude. That's
I'm not joking.
That's a cop
no,
out.
no, it's not a cop out. No, I'm telling you, as a person who worked for that company during that time period, I could tell you Texas was being built and doing stuff far before 2015, 16. Far before. They may have changed to a different product in 2015, 2016 and retooled. Absolutely. That factory.
Bro.
No, bro. It
Come
existed
on.
before then.
You're being a goof. Stop it.
No, I'm not. I'm being a guy that works for the
Don't
company,
trust
dude.
Google.
And-
Dude, come on. What?
I'm telling
looking
you.
at multiple news articles that talk about the founding of the factory.
Which factory? What? We may be talking about two different factories. At this
Toyota
point.
relocates to North Texas, April 28, 2014.
They relocate from where?
Toyota moves from U.S. headquarters to Texas, April 28, 2014. Plano, Texas. Toyota opens
Hold on, they moved their headquarters
north in 2017. Plano, Texas. I literally live in Plano for years of my life.
Yeah, that's Plano, dude. That's just northeast of Dallas. That's nothing. There's a whole lot more Texas than that. You know that, bud. Come on. Let's see. I'll get out my Google then. Let's see when Tundras. It was the Tundra. It was the 5.7. Oh. Let's see. 2006. San Antonio, Texas. 2006, bro. I could tell you because
I told you
in
that
2006.
Too. That's what I told you the first.
In 2006, our factory was making the engines that got put in those Tundras.
03 and 06. Yeah,
so,
that's what I said first too. I said
so they've been there. They've been there forever.
06.
So it had nothing to do with Obama. Had nothing to do with Obama. Is my point. That's the point you try to make. I'm telling you, it had nothing to do with Obama.
Okay.
I'm trying to tell
what
you
I'm saying is
that
Obama
the
helped the
working
auto industry, and we have lots of evidence to show that he made it boom.
Obama put the big three, except for Ford, they backed out and didn't take any finally, but he put them on the government dole. Yes, he did. They already had a business plan that didn't make it, obviously, because they were going to go under. So he saved those overpriced jobs, and he put them on the tit of the American taxpayer. And we didn't even get a discount on them. The least they could do is give me a discount on a Chevrolet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he bailed them out. He
but
kept
no,
them above water.
No,
General Motors
they
and
just,
Chrysler
he just,
took it. The goal is
right.
to present
He made it so that
job losses and damaged broader manufacturing sector. Yeah.
And made it so that those of us who don't work for Chevy get to pay for the free nipple suck of Chevy. We get to go work for another company because there are no Chevy jobs in the United States, and
so what?
Put them on
you
the
can't
team.
have your milk and you can't have your cake and eat it too. Obama used his position as president to help manufacturing stay in the United States, and now you're complaining that we did it using our tax dollars when all Trump is doing is doing the same thing, but collecting those taxes through consumer goods with tariffs.
Obama made sure that the few union jobs that were left of the big three remained here. He didn't do anything to make them change what they're doing wrong and make it better, bring more jobs back. He didn't do anything to make them move their Mexico plants back here. All he did was he gave a drug addict some drugs so that he'd be good till the next week. You know, it's not going to solve the problem. You're just going to get him high today. And that's what every president does, not just Obama. Every president we've had, besides Trump, in my opinion, has been a nightmare in my adulthood for sure. Every one of them. Trump represents that third option. He's that weird, wild guy. He started out a Democrat. Now he calls himself a Republican.
That
whatever.
Creates more drug abusive kids. Like he is not.
He's an abusive parent that's made eggs cheaper, gas cheaper, and everybody you meet on the street is happier.
He did not do anything. Nobody wants to play ball with Trump.
Everybody that you meet on the street is happier and kinder and more hopeful because Trump is
Everyone's
winning.
Literally scared because he's stomping all over our rights, taking rights away, and watching you guys cheer him on is very frightening. Nobody's stoked about
The
this.
only people scared are the ones that are perpetually scared. They're always scared because, honestly, because they know that they're not good if the system's not there to feed them. That's it. The people that are scared are the fear mongers that are always
middle
scared.
Class, looking at bare shelves in a few weeks, looking at 150% taxes that Trump has implemented on us. It's kind of gross, dude. And looking at Trump threatening private businesses, private universities, and taking away their free speech using the arm of the federal government, terrifying.
Taking away their free speech.
Term, terrifying. Talking about not being able to follow the Constitution, terrifying, because it's too hard. Terrifying.
Taking away their free speech to be anti-Semitic? Is that what you're really defending? Their free speech to be anti-Semitic?
You'd have to prove that in court,
you have to prove. Hold on. I have to prove that in court as much as you have to prove that he's fighting against their freedom of speech in the first place.
No, if I wanted to take
you've got to prove that out through court as well.
Prove it in court, but Trump is taking action.
You don't get to make some wide bullshit statement with nothing to back it up, and then I have to back it up.
To back it up. Cheryl, thank you for the $40 for the kick. Guys, those are two different standards. I am not saying Trump owes me money, and I can't. There's no way I can say Trump owes me damages because he took away my freedom of speech without bringing him to court. But what Trump is doing, and it's provably true, that Trump is assuming that the Harvard did all of these things X, Y, and Z to justify taking away their IRS exempt status, and claiming that they did X, Y, and Z. What Harvard is doing now is taking them to court, being like, listen here, motherfucker, you have to prove this in court. And they're going to win. They're going to win. W. Cheryl, best kick ever. Thank you. Chat, tap the screen. If you enjoy these debates, give me a follow. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hey, did you get my donation?
Which one were you?
The one that gave you $50.
Oh, I did, dude. Thank you so much. I did, and
You're very welcome.
I read off the
I want to
message
ask
too.
you.
I don't know if you
I want to
heard
ask you a question.
Go
Do you
ahead.
support America?
Absolutely.
Do you support China?
I don't know, like in what
Yes.
sense?
Yes or no? Do you support China?
Sure.
Okay. Do you support UK?
Sure.
Do you support Russia?
No.
Why?
Because Russia's led by an authoritarian dictator who's been in rule for 23 years and has state-run media and has continually propagandized its constituents and have somehow very eerily won in like a 90% landslide all of the democratic elections in the last 20-something years, and their standard of living is ass. Their median income is like $15,000 a year. They're starving. They have people walking around, military personnel checking everyone's phones, making sure they're not texting things that go against the government's agenda. He's feeding people into the grinder of the Ukraine-Russia war and having 700,000 people die for his imperialistic efforts to take over a sovereign country. I think he's one of the most evil people to walk the earth.
Okay. So you support China, but you don't support Russia.
Correct.
So everything you just said about Russia, China does, correct?
No.
Why not?
China does not go to war. China does not go to war very often. They have been in war forever.
China, right? China doesn't go to war. Okay. Next.
They actually have a very great standard. There's no one homeless in China, and they're advancing on us. They're advancing scientifically or technologically. They have really badass state-of-the-art cities and manufacturing plants, and they're creating goods that the rest of the world needs to buy. They've industrialized better than us. I have a lot of respect for China, and I don't respect maybe the means that they use to get there. But I think in the coming years, we're going to see that China is going to outperform us in the long run. They are looking at the next 100 years, while each of our presidents look at the next 4. And I have criticisms about that. I have criticisms about.
Have you read the 100-year plan?
No.
Okay. Is it safe to assume that the tariffs weren't implemented in the 100-year plan?
The Chinese tariffs?
No. The American tariffs on the Chinese. A 100-year plan would assess the entire world, not just China, right? Because China plays on the world economy. So they would have to put in their 100-year plan how the world would react to the moves that they're making to make sure that their 100-year plan would come to fruition, correct?
They have done things, yes, to implement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any children?
No.
Do you want children?
No.
Do you like children?
No.
Okay. Are you okay with organ harvesting from children?
Oh, no. I mean,
for adults?
No.
Okay. Do you agree with a social economic system that's on a point schedule? So every American would have a point system, just like we have credit scores. But our point system would then lead us to the things we can buy, the things we can do in our country.
I don't know. I feel like one's somewhat necessary. I guess just depends on how it's implemented.
Have you ever seen Black Mirror?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You've seen that, right? You've seen that program where she had a social number over her head?
Yeah, we're pretty close to living that, right?
Oh, China already does. China already has it implemented. They've had it implemented for the last 40 years. They have a social economic system that won't allow you to progress if your social economic standing is below the standard. You can't get housing. You can't get help. You can't get aid. You once again said that they don't have homeless people. They have homeless people everywhere. What you don't know is that they don't show you the homeless people. Yes, they have very technical cities. They have beautiful subways. They spend a lot of money in that, but they don't take care of their people. Their people make fucking dollars a month, right? All the things that you mentioned about Russia, China does. You just don't see it in that way, right? How long has Xi Jinping been in power? How long has Pooh Bear been there?
Yeah, tens of years, right?
Yeah, I think he's been there for 40 years.
Yeah.
So he's been in power. He's been in power for 40 years. Same as Putin, right?
I don't think they pretend to have elections. He doesn't assassinate his political rivals.
They're communists.
Yeah.
Of course they don't have elections.
Yeah.
They're communists,
Well,
right?
communists don't. They're not truly communists. And like
Tiananmen Square.
I know. I
They
don't
don't
deny
kill.
that happened.
They don't kill their people.
I'm
Right.
saying political opponents.
Tiananmen Square. Anyone that stands up against the government is a political opponent of the government.
Well, the thing is, I don't
Do you know?
like to.
Do you,
I don't.
do you know what they're doing now?
I don't like to liken communism to
Mm-hmm.
authoritarianism because authoritarianism can happen under communism, capitalism, socialism. It can happen under all those things. Communism is a
But you're
stateless,
okay.
classless.
You're okay with communism.
No, I think it's unachievable.
Well, obviously it's achievable, right? They've been doing it for however long Mao and Xi Jinping, Pooh Bear have been in office, right?
Not
They've
really.
been doing it this entire time.
So communism is stateless, classless, moneyless society. They have money. They have a state. They have classes.
Who's the money controlled by?
The government, just like us, though.
Right. Can a citizen of China go out and spend all their money on the economy?
I don't know. Can they?
They cannot. They have a spending limit every year. They can only spend a certain amount of money on their economy. And that's so Xi Jinping, Pooh Bear, can control the economics and he can control the money in his population.
And look where they're at.
So,
Like, we are terrified. Trump is
where are they?
terrified of their success.
Is he? Is he
Yes.
terrified or is he mad? Is he mad that America
Maybe
no
jealous?
longer has those industries?
Yeah, he's like jealous because they're outperforming us, right?
No. He's not jealous. He sees the future. So if China continues on the path that it's on, it will be the world superpower.
Yeah, I know.
So do you want China to be the world superpower?
I don't. I honestly, like, obviously we prefer to be the world superpower, but that's what I'm saying, right? Like,
No.
we are worried about their competition. They are outperforming
How,
us,
how are we the world superpower?
probably militarily, and we also, our GDP is about $10 trillion bigger.
Of fake money, right? Of paper.
Everybody's
We have
money's
nothing
fake.
back. We have nothing backing the paper except our military, right?
Yeah, all monies are fake. All money is
Correct.
Yeah.
But right now, our money is king in the world because of our military. Correct.
And our economic, like, we are a consumer country, so
What?
we spend a lot of money
We are a
worldwide.
consumer country.
That's why
So
our money
what?
being accepted everywhere is a big thing. It's not just the military doing that.
Well, yeah, that's the only thing backing our money is what I'm saying. There's nothing else backing our money, right?
Yeah, I don't think
We couldn't enforce anything around the world if we didn't have a backing to our money, whether it be gold or military. Correct?
I don't know. I don't think it's our military. I don't think our military is what gives our money power.
Okay. So do you agree that one of the things that makes us a superpower is our military?
Yeah, and our economic presence.
Okay. And our economic presence. What gives us our economic presence?
Our GDP.
Where does the GDP come from?
From our industries, Hollywood.
What industry?
From
Okay.
I mean, military-industrial complex is one of them, and Trump
So
is
war.
fucking that up. Yeah, Trump
Okay, so
Trump is
war.
making the rest of the world not buy stuff from us militarily.
So you, exactly, which we don't want, right? We don't
do.
want the world to have. We don't want the world to have what we have, correct?
If they're westernized, of course we do. We want them to have power over
Why?
other countries that may not be westernized.
You're saying you want to impose power onto other countries with our military might selling it to them. Is that what you just said?
Yes, I mean it's cheaper than us imposing it with missiles.
Okay. All right. So it's cheaper for us to allow somebody to buy equipment from us to kill other countries that don't agree with them. Okay, I got it. So you said that our GDP comes from our industry. What industry?
I don't know. Obviously, we do a bunch of stuff. That's not just one.
Like what? Like cars, gas, oil.
Hollywood, gas, oil. Yeah, we're one of the biggest producers of oil. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then you would say our prowess on that field leads us in the world. So if someone were to step in and produce more oil than us, produce more cars than us, have a bigger army than us, they would be the world superpower, right?
They would have to create a market that, like, it's not that easy, right? So
China's already got the market, right? China's already created the market. We are the consumer market of China.
So, like, if Saudi Arabia, they can go and stick a fucking like straw in the ground and oil.
Saudi Arabia doesn't care. Saudi Arabia doesn't care. And plus, we have more oil than Saudi Arabia, so that makes no sense.
Maybe, but they know not to flood the market, and this goes with a lot of industries where there's a worldwide industry of these things. You can't just flood the market with these things and try to become a superpower.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but we agree that industry makes us a superpower. So we only have very small industry, right? Our industry was much larger when you and I were children, correct?
No. I don't think
No?
so.
Okay. So was our industry bigger when your parents were kids?
No, our industry is bigger than it ever has been. All of the industries we have.
Oh, you think our industry is bigger than China's industry?
No, we're bigger than they have been in the United States compared to any other time in history.
Oh, you're saying our industry now is bigger than any time it's ever been.
Yeah.
So why is it, if our industry is the largest it's ever been, why is it that Google, Apple, Nike, names go on and on and on, all of those are overseas? Why aren't they in the United States if we're the best economy in the world?
Because it makes sense for us to buy them where they're more efficiently made.
So you're saying they do more efficient work in China than they do in the United States?
Yes.
How do they achieve that?
They industrialize. They industrialized tens of years ago. They manipulate their money.
When did they start industrializing?
In the 90s? I don't know.
Your last caller, he told you when they started. NAFTA started it.
No,
unfortunately, you argued with that. But NAFTA is what skyrocketed industry leaving the United States and moving abroad. So at that time, the United States lost its power. So yeah, we have the biggest military, but our military is completely funded by us, and then all the chips that we buy are from China.
So NAFTA didn't have much to do with China. What it did was it moved jobs to Mexico. And what we made them promise
what does that lead to? When I pour a drop of water into a cup, am I going to pour some more in, or am I just going to take that drop to drink?
Yeah.
I'm going to pour more water in because I want to drink more water. So if a company goes to Mexico and says, fuck, man, we're doing so much better in Mexico, the rest of the companies are going to go, crap, I watched his earnings call. Their earnings call is double what they made last year. We need to go to Mexico, or we need to see if China will give us a better deal and we'll move to China. Right? Because business is all about money. Business isn't about people. Business isn't about feelings. It's only about profit. Correct? That's what people go into business for, to make money.
Yes, we could have made a deal that would have trapped industries like manufacturing stuff here, but the world wouldn't be buying them.
Why would we want to do that?
I don't know.
Why would we want to trap industry here?
For some jobs, but listen to the rest of the story.
Nope. That's not jobs. No, we want to trap industry here So we control the industry, right? So China
We
can't
can't
just go,
though.
hey, we're not shipping
It's
you
not
any
going to
more
happen.
medication. We're not shipping you any.
China learned this a long
China
time
just
ago. So if
China
we
did.
wanted to become an
What did China
exporter,
do? What did China do last week?
if we wanted to become an exporter of goods and compete with China, and China made them cheaper than us, but our laws made it to where it made more sense for us domestically to buy them from ourselves,
When you
that
say
does
laws,
not
you mean
do anything.
regulations, correct? When
I'm
you say laws,
sorry?
you mean regulations, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So the regulations in the United States make it harder for our industry to be able to achieve what they can achieve in China. So
It's not just that,
if we
no.
get rid of those regulations,
It's not just that. It's not just that at all.
okay, what else?
It's the
What else?
worth of the dollar, the standard, the cost of living.
Okay.
So in
How does that
China,
go
the
down?
cost of living
How does
is
that go down?
we'd have to be communist if you want to compete with China, right?
No. You just said the cost of living and all that stuff. How do we bring that down for the average American?
That's a very fickle thing. You can't just do that, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's a very easy thing.
Not to bring it down as low as China.
Fuel, and food. Those two things right there bring down the price of the economy. When it brings down the price of economy, everything else starts to come down too, making it so that you at 36 years old can go out and buy your own house.
It's not as easy
right?
as that. It's not as easy
Without
as that.
the industry, what's that?
It's not as easy as that. Again,
it is as easy as that.
Housing.
It's 100%.
No, it's
It's
not.
100% that easy. You just can't see it.
No,
You're
I literally
so filled
can.
with hate, and you're so filled with I'm right and on my side. You don't care about the rest of America. You only care about the America that you want to see, right? You want to see an America that's beholden to
No,
China.
this is just common sense.
You want to see America.
This is just common sense, dude.
Common sense. Okay. Would common sense tell you that every single missile that we have in our military has a chip in it from China?
Yeah, and Biden passed the Chips and Science Act to start manufacturing that stuff here.
Right. And then Trump followed that up with bringing the industry in.
He's talked about reversing it.
But his actions say otherwise, correct?
No, he's doing it.
No? Oh, I didn't know that because NVIDIA just announced they're leaving China and they're coming to America and they're investing $500 billion. Apple said, hey, we're leaving China. We're coming back to America. We're investing $500 billion. So you're telling me that the largest chip company in the world leaving China and coming to the United States is a bad thing?
No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. If they are coming here, they're taking advantage of subsidies that were brought to them through the Chips and Science Act. $52.7 billion, the Chips and Science Act, that they're giving to NVIDIA.
Why else
why they're doing
why
it.
else are they coming? Why else are they coming?
You tell
What
me.
are you leaving out? What are you leaving out that you told me earlier? What else would bring a company back to the United States? Nope, not tariffs. What else?
Dude, land the plane. Help me out. I just
The
had
tax.
someone paid to
tax.
kick you.
The tax.
Because listen, someone paid to kick you, so I want you to land your plane real quick, okay? You got 30
Oh,
seconds.
okay, kick me. I already annihilated you. I walked you down the road. You went against Russia, and then you backed China. You made no sense.
Listen, I
Thanks
don't
for
have
the
I don't have anything
conversation.
personal against you, and I wanted to give you more respect because you donated. Dude, I don't know what to say, bro. Guys, he did donate like $50 earlier, and I honestly felt like we were having a decent conversation, but yeah, too many questions, not enough landing the plane. I don't know. Does anyone else think he crushed me? I don't think he did. I don't feel like I got dog walked there. Guys, the phone number is back up. Chat, don't forget to give me a follow if you enjoyed these debates. What in the world is going on? I want to shout out who it was. Kat, K-A-T. Kat, thank you for the $40 for the kick. What's up, Fire Squad? What's up? Send his $50 back to him. I don't think I can. I feel bad. If you're still listening, I appreciate your donation, bro. That's why I was I was gonna give you like something. I was gonna give you a chance to say like one more closing statement before you left. Keep it for therapy. Oh, let's see the micro shorts now. We hit 200K. All right, guys, y'all earned it. Chat. No screenshots though. I need y'all to take a cold shower after this. No screenshots. Let me prep it. Do we have any Hunter Hunter fans in the house? Hey. I've got a bunch of anime shorts that I bought. I have some that are Kinkai like Goku what's it called? Uniform? Love Mandy serves cake and deli. Chill, chat. Chill. My husband has those too. Fuck yeah. Kiliwa is my favorite. Kiliwa's a badass. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Can you rate my shorts on a scale of 1 to 10?
I didn't even see them.
Damn. All right.
I'm
What
on,
do you like? What do you like about Trump?
I'm on the. What?
What do you like about Trump?
What do I like about Trump? Well, let me put it this way. It's not that I think that he's a really awesome person, that he's a great guy, and that he's just a really nice person. I'm not claiming that he's a nice, great person. I'm claiming that his policies were smarter than than. Oh, sorry, I'm on your live stream. I'm repeating myself. I heard myself echoing. Sorry. It's that I think that his policies and that the actual Republican and conservative movement aligns more with me, and I think that Biden and Kamala and the Democratic Party actually failed on their side more than Trump did for the actual American people.
Can
And
you
I don't
tell
want to
me? Can you tell me like one policy that Trump proposed in his campaign? Like an
Can you tell
actual
me
policy?
Can you tell me a policy that Biden proposed in his campaign that was actually better than Trump?
Biden passed historical amounts of actual legislation. Yeah.
And can you just tell me how he did a better job than Trump?
Yeah, Biden. So, for instance, Trump ran on passing infrastructure. He never even got one passed through like the House. Never even had one proposed in his first 4 years of administration. Biden passed one. Trump promised to build a wall and have China pay, or I mean Mexico pay for it. Never even got one finished. He passed an executive order that built 52 miles of wall. That's about it. Biden. Okay, Trump promised to pass a healthcare bill to replace the ACA. He still hasn't even have one drawn up. He still doesn't have a plan for that. It's been 10 years. Biden extended the ACA, got more people who were without health care onto insurance. I think we're at like 92% of the people in the United States are insured thanks to Obama and Biden. I don't know, I can go on for days. Biden brought back manufacturing to the United States and subsidized things like bioengineering, EVs, microchips,
Yeah.
and all of those things. Trump's done nothing but put up a bunch of tariffs using an executive order, and he's got nobody falling in line with him in Congress. So all that he's
Yeah.
done up to date has been just through executive order.
Well, some policy. See, if you asked me, I'm just answering your earlier question, just so like I didn't just force you to answer a question and I didn't answer one, obviously. I think that one significant policy was the TCJA, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. This was in his first presidency. It significantly overhauled the U.S. tax code. I'm pretty sure it reduced corporate tax by about 35% and 35 to 21%. It lowered individual income tax rates across most brackets of America. It increased the standard deduction, expanded child tax credit, and I think it was around $2 trillion.
It was
Say again?
quite, it was really expensive. It was like $1.9 trillion. So we spend roughly $180 billion a year to do that, and he's just giving away sloppy amounts of, like, huge dollar amounts of money to the richest people in the United States. And what was hidden in that tax policy was that it actually increased tax liability for the lower and middle class. So while we got some sort of tax rate cut, he took away loopholes in things like SALT deduction to make us pay more. And now that Trump has added tariffs to the mix, we are paying substantially more in taxes. So
We're paying substantially more, not in tax. We're paying substantially more for out of country goods, like goods made by China.
Yeah, which
and
is like
tariffs,
90% of everything in Walmart. Yeah.
which is exactly what he's trying to do. Is he's trying to make our economy more American based. He doesn't want us to rely
Nobody's
on
economy does better by being isolationist. Like, look at North Korea; they're doing horribly. They're stuck
we were
20 years in the past.
isolationists for. I'm not saying that it's this so much, but we were isolationists for almost 20 years after the Cold War and many other things, and then
Free trade made us soar. Free trade brought us so much economic mobility. And we have multiple economists saying the same thing. Trump and his weird fringe economist friend Peter Navarro are the only two people to date that think this is a good idea.
Yeah. And so I'm just wondering, your claim is that during Biden and Kamala's presidency, the economic status of the U.S. and for the middle class was better than under under President Trump's presidency?
Yeah, Trump. Do you think that, like, how often do we write tax bills? Do you know?
I personally don't know.
So
I just called in just to have a fun conversation, just to see what you have to say. I like hearing both sides. I didn't really want to you know what I mean.
I'm not mean to people who don't know everything. So every 8 years we write a new tax policy. So it wasn't Trump's like grand idea to be like, let's reform taxes. It was his turn to do it. It landed on him. He got very lucky, and he took all of the moving parts of the tax policies and slid them over to rich people. Yes, we got a little bit of it. We got this much. But Trump gave all of his rich friends, including himself, huge tax breaks. And he's going to do it again. And it cost us trillions of dollars. And if you look at like what Trump would have done with the taxes this time around versus what Kamala would have done, people in the lower and middle class would have gotten substantially more tax relief. Trump is shifting the tax burden onto the middle and lower class, and he's just doing it in a tricky way. And he's telling you to like it. He's convinced you guys to like it. It's very weird. It's very like reality too. Like, you guys are living in a different reality if you think this is good. Very bad.
Yeah. So I do have a question. Just out of curiosity, just because just from Democrat to Republican, the different views. Just out of curiosity, I'm just wondering, do you really think that Biden and Kamala were very competent people. They
Yes.
knew what they were doing. You thought they knew what they were doing the entire
Absolutely.
time? Like,
Yes,
yeah.
yes. You might have seen a bunch of like very creatively edited clips to make you think otherwise. There's billions of dollars
Yeah.
out there that they spend on marketing to make sure that like voters thought or had doubt in their capabilities. But if you just look at the legislation they passed, look at how they dealt with countries. Look at how Biden rallied 50 countries behind Ukraine when that popped off. They were very
Yeah.
capable leaders, and they were also very fiscally responsible. Trump spent $8.4 trillion in his first administration. Biden spent 4.4. So
Yeah.
Trump is out here exploiting the deficit, telling you guys that he's going to start saving you money and starts like paying back the deficit. And he's not doing that. He's lying. It's a big grift. Anybody who just doesn't check the math believes him. But yeah, if you use the Googles, you'll find out that he's just a big old con man and lying to you. And it's just a damn
Yeah.
shame.
So I had a question with you were talking about Biden and Ukraine. Under Biden's administration, Ukraine actually lost land, and I don't know the exact. It was some sort of bay or some sort of place in Ukraine that was actually taken over by Russia under Biden's administration, while under Trump has actually lost zero land. And before you're like, Trump is creating conflict and people try to say that he's friends with these people and things along the line of that, is like, I'm just wondering, with Trump, how do you think he should handle that sort of thing? Because
I think he should
Trump
start being mean to the right people. So Trump is only mean to Zelensky, who is the victim, whose country is being invaded by a horrible country or horrible leader of a country, and Trump
we
has
could
been
agree on
mean
that.
to
I think
Zelensky.
that Russia's horrible.
And Trump
Russia's
is
a
not
horrible
being mean to Putin. Trump is lovebirds with Putin. Trump has not done anything or drawn any lines in the sand saying, hey, you better not do this, or I'm going to do this. Trump has shown no force towards Putin. He's said nothing but kind words about Putin. He didn't even tariff Putin. He's basically taken away intelligence from Ukraine that has allowed Putin to do more missile strikes. He's taken aid away from Ukraine and has swayed the war by that means. He's also made the entire developed West of like all of those countries in Europe and all of the allies of Ukraine, they've all started to move away from us and say, listen, if you guys are going to side with with Putin, we're going to have to rally together and back Ukraine by ourselves. And in fact, we're going to stop supporting you and buying military defense stuff from you as well. So we have made fewer friends. We've pushed away all of our allies, and we are now friends with Putin and China. That's about it.
So let me ask you this, okay? Because just a quick question.
Not even China.
You think, would you agree that Putin he's a madman, correct? You agree that Putin is crazy, horrible guy, and a madman. He could, for all we know, end the world. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's just say this. Trump agrees with everyone. And he's like, Putin's horrible. Putin's a bad guy. We hate Putin. Putin's bad. And he's like, oh, Putin's horrible. We hate Russia. And Russia sees America saying, we hate these people. Now Putin's like, oh my gosh, Trump doesn't like me. We're not allies with America. And then tensions get even stronger with America and Russia. Putin's like, now I hate Russia too. I hate Russia. And I'm sure you know the term mutual agreed destruction, which is if I launch a nuke and you launch a nuke, it's the end of the world. So my question is because I actually, to be honest with you, I don't think Trump is like, I love Putin. He's a really good guy. He's great. He's awesome.
He's literally said that.
My Putin's my best friend. He did say that. But what's Trump supposed to do? Go on stage and be like, I hate Putin. Putin is horrible.
Say, we're not going to stand for what Putin does. I'm not going to play games with you, Putin. Putin, what you're doing is wrong, and we will stifle you in every way we can possible and avoid nuclear war. We will do everything up and until we are faced with nuclear war. We're not going to bend to your will just because you have a nuclear arm. We are going to do everything we can to make sure that you don't get your way at every turn just because you have nukes. That's what we should do. We should learn how to play chess and not whimper away and honey dick our way into a good friendship with Putin and see how he plays us.
I don't think we're trying to honey away. I think we're just trying to make sure our relationships lie with the greatest global powers.
He's not the greatest global power. What are you talking about?
Russia, China. I'm just saying, what's some of the strongest countries in the world?
Okay, we are literally the worst enemies right now with China we are in the worst stance we've ever been with just about every nation besides Russia, who only has like $145 billion yearly military allowance. That's one of the weakest nations on earth. Why are we doing that?
I just think that I think the reason I'm saying we should do that is because Putin, like I said, is a madman. Whereas let's just like I said, with like the Cuban Missile Crisis, for example, when we came to the closest we've ever come to basically the end of the world, where Russia implanted nukes into Mexico. I can't. Put it in there. It was literally a madman. It was literally a crazy man, and I forget the guy's exact name, but there was a guy in Mexico who was basically insane. He was like, "Give me nukes." Russia gave him nukes, and then he actually wanted to send off the nukes, and America ended up assassinating him after the Bay of Pigs invasion, which was a complete failure. But the reason I think we shouldn't mess with him is, let's just say he wasn't, like, even though he isn't the greatest, he has nukes. He has thousands of nukes, which nukes are, I mean, the deadliest thing in the world. And with those nukes, let's just say everyone, we're all against Russia. I think he would just click the self-destruct button. He's like, if I'm going to lose, everyone's going to lose.
We can't just give him everything he wants because he has nukes. Like, that's what you're alluding to. And we need to be able to play ball. We need to play hardball. Trump is not somebody who can even get along. He can't get along with his own administration. He had a 95% turnover with his last administration. He can't get along with our friends. Better yet, he can't get over somebody who's an enemy. So yes, he sucks up to dictators. He looks up to them. You can see the way he's cuddling up with like Bukele. You can see how he cuddles up with North Korean dictator. He cuddles up with the dictator of Hungary, who's like not a threat to us. He's just besties with Viktor Orban. It's fucking weird, and he's taking plays out of Viktor Orban's playbook and implementing them here. And you guys are just like, well, what? What?
I didn't hear the last part. My phone cut out. Sorry. Can you say that again?
Okay, Viktor Orban, the leader of Hungary, the authoritarian.
Yeah,
Trump is best friends with him for no reason. There's no reason to be best friends with the guy who's the leader of Hungary. And Trump just looks up to dictators. He's taking plays out of their playbook so he can implement them here to hopefully maybe stay in power or do things to take away our freedoms so that he can become rich. Like, it's disgusting for you guys to see you guys justify this. There are a lot of countries. France has nukes. All of a sudden we're not friends with France? They could do the same thing.
That was going to be my next point. Is the leaders of France and Great Britain? They are smart countries. They're smart people. They're not authoritarian.
So we'd rather be friends with horrible dictators rather than the level-headed people.
I think that the horrible my whole point is that, let's say we're not friends with Great Britain. Okay? Let's just say that. Just hypothetically, we Britain hate each other. We're not friends, we hate each other. And it gets high tension, just very heated between the two countries. I don't think us, and I don't think Britain would be willing to blow up the entire world over a disagreement. Whereas I think Putin would be willing to blow up the entire world over something so trivial, something like just be like, I'm gonna blow up the whole world because I'm angry.
Instead of having the person who has a steady hand, who is calm demeanor, who knows nuance in situations, you'd rather have somebody who tweets in all caps all the time deal with an adversary who has nukes. That's who you want to deal with our adversaries.
I'm sorry, you cut out.
You want the guy who tweets in all caps to deal with our adversaries, not somebody with a stable hand.
I think, like I said, the famous quote, have your friends close, your enemies closer. I mean, that's what I'm alluding to here.
We're losing presence on the world stage. We are the weakest we've ever been on the world stage. This is not a smart move. We're enabling a dictator to do whatever the fuck they want, and he's convincing people like you and people who you stand next to in rallies to be pro-Russia and not pro-West.
Yeah.
And that's what he's doing. I've had
Well,
multiple people now come up here and sympathize with Putin and his actions, justify his war efforts.
I don't sympathize with Putin. Let's just
Well,
put that out. Let's just get that straight.
all right,
I
well,
don't
give it a few.
sympathize
Give
with
it
him.
another year. Trump is going to train you through the media, through talking nicely and talking to you about how intelligent Putin is and how scary he is and how good of an idea it is to be friends with him, not enemies.
Yeah. Like I said, I just wanted to. I think your points are very interesting. I think it's very smart and very good points. I think you're a smart person. I think it was awesome talking. But just to let you know, most of what I agree with Trump is a little bit basis of policies, and like we talked about, and you talked about those policies and sort of talked to me about that. But it's really mostly social for me. I'm a very traditional religious person, and I just believe in that sort of thing. I believe in Christianity and things along that. So when it comes to that, it's more, there's not a fine line. It's more opinionated, which is why I sort of decided. One second.
How do you not look at Trump in disgust when he's making money off of your religion, when he's taking $3 Bibles from China and selling them back to you for $60 and putting his name on the front?
What do you mean by putting his name on the front?
He has his name on the front of the Holy Bible, and he's selling them to you people because people are crazy about Trump.
I say good for him. I mean,
that's against the Bible, though, right?
I buy my own. I don't buy mine with Trump on it. If he wants whatever he wants to do with his money and sell whatever he wants, it's fine by me.
It's against the Bible. It's blasphemy.
I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
That is against the Bible.
What is?
Profiting off of religion.
Him selling a Bible for however much money?
Yes, for like a 2,000% markup. Yeah.
I think he's selling the Bible. There's nothing wrong with selling the Bible.
There literally is when you have $3 Bibles going for $60 with your name on it, exploiting his brand to make money and pretending to be religious.
I'm going to say that's exploiting a brand.
Yes, he just puts his name on things and sells them. He sells Trump water, Trump steaks, Trump vodka. He's just doing the same thing with Bibles. How do you not see it?
I mean, how do I? I'm saying that's what anyone does with anything. I mean, that's the entire market is taking something and then selling it for more. Well,
yeah, I know. And when you do it with
the
Bible, it goes against literal multiple verses in the Bible that call for you not to do that.
So you'd rather him buy the Bible for $3 and then sell it for $2. You'd rather him lose money?
I'd rather him sell it for $4 or $5 or give it away for free. If he actually cares and he's a billionaire, he can spread the word of your religion for free because ultimately that's your goal, right? Not to make money, but to spread that religion.
Oh, that is ultimately our goal. But this is what I was trying to allude to. My whole point was when I said I support more of a religious side of things is disregard Trump for a second. I support conservative and Republican views. Disregard Trump. I support conservative and Republican views. And yes, it's gone way far right and way far left, and no one can agree on anything anymore. But I consider myself a conservative Republican. Do I consider myself
but what about fake conservatives? What about fake Christians? Shouldn't you condemn that? Shouldn't you call that out for your party to be like, yo, that's not cool?
What do you mean fake then?
Yeah, people who tweet a picture of themselves as the Pope days after the Pope's dead while selling Bibles.
I don't think that's good at all. No.
You don't see a problem with that at all.
I already told you at the very beginning of the conversation that do I think Trump is a really nice person, a really great guy? I told you, no, I don't think he's like Trump is so nice and he's beautiful and great and there's nothing wrong with him.
So we look at his motives behind everything, and we can say that maybe his motives for the things he's doing to our economy might not be good either, right? That's why we care about morality and ethics in the presidency, is because while we might think he has our best interests at heart, it kind of, we see it in a different light. We see, hey, maybe he's not doing that. Maybe these tariffs are for him to benefit. Maybe his rich friends are going to benefit. He's not a great guy.
I never claimed that he was a great guy. Is what I was trying to say. I never claimed that he was a great guy. I started the whole conversation saying he wasn't.
Yeah. I don't know. I
Yeah.
feel like you would condemn this to the highest degree if you were an actual conservative or a Christian.
That I wouldn't condemn what?
That
I
you
don't.
would.
I don't condemn his behavior.
Why not? Cheating
What
on
do you
all your
mean? 'Cause
wives, sexually abusing
that's why
people.
I don't. That's what I just said. I don't condemn that behavior.
Wait, I think you don't know what condemn means then.
Condemning means encouraging or agreeing with, right? To push for.
No, condemn's the opposite of that.
Condemn. Oh, then I would condemn it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought to not condemn would be to not push for. I apologize for that.
You're good.
I would condemn that then.
You're good.
Yeah, I apologize for that. His behaviors, yes, I disagree with. I do condemn them. I do condemn them. Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, vote based on the party that I agree with is what I'm saying. And the candidate 100% has to do with it. I personally, which I'm really sad it came to this point in our country, thought that Kamala would be a worse candidate than Trump. And it literally, I mean, isn't that horrible when we're like, we think this candidate is worse than the other candidate instead of...
It blows my mind for you to think that somebody who was like the most qualified, most experienced candidate ever is worse than Trump, the guy who led a game show on TV. That's wild to me, yeah.
On TV, like a game show on TV. No, I just don't think that she holds religious and Christian values.
She's literally a Baptist or Presbyterian.
Do you want me? I can pull up some things that she said were not Christian-like if you'd like me to.
Are they worse than Trump literally grabbing women by the pussy? Is it worse than that?
Let me look it up real quick.
Is it worse than Trump cheating on all of his wives, stealing from a children's cancer charity, I don't know, denying rent to black people, or denying housing to black people? Is it worse than that? Saying that migrants are poisoning the blood of the country? Is it worse than that? Is it worse than putting your name on the front of a Bible and marking it up 200,000% and selling it to people? And then in a fucking rally saying that he's not even Christian?
Like I said, I vote based off of my political party, and the reason that I said that worse than another is not based off of my political party has to do with the religion, not like the candidate, if you know what I mean. And I think that when I vote based off candidates, I'm voting off of their political and economic policies, and then I go with my...
Trump did not have any economic policies written down. All 3 times that he ran for president, there was literally not a policy written down at all, besides him just promising to be good at the economy.
Really?
Yes, really.
Pretty sure some of his economic policies focused on what were they? America's first spending, increased military spending, reduced foreign aid, energy independence, promoted fossil fuel production, and rolled back clean energy regulations.
Literally, none of those are just promises. How is he going to do that, right? So Biden actually outperformed him in fossil fuels and becoming energy independent. Biden only spent 0.5% of our military budget on foreign aid and has spent trillions here domestically. Trump is not going to spend any money here domestically unless it's on deporting people or rebuilding the fucking that prison out in the ocean of California. He's not doing anything domestically and investing anything here. He's not America first. He is Trump first.
Yeah. Oh, that's an interesting point. Well, thank you. That was a fun conversation. I enjoyed it, and the reason I had it was, like I said, not sort of to, I guess, go back and forth, but not like to full on like argue and mad at each other, which I don't think we did. I think it was fun and enlightening in a way, just to get different points of views and things along the line of that, and sort of shed light onto things that no one's really talk to you about. I think it really is fun talking to someone who actually totally knows their stuff, because I personally don't know everything. I mean, it's easy to admit that. And the people I talk to also like that I talk to. I mean, I talk to my friends about it. We have fun little disagreements, you know. But like I said, none of us are professionals, so I think it was sort of fun talking to you, and
Yeah,
it was a
good.
pleasure talking
It was
to you.
good talk, dude. I appreciate you coming up. Thanks for calling in, dude.
Yeah, it was fun. All right, you have a good rest of your day.
You too. W caller? Kinda. Kinda W caller. It's kinda dope. You know what? Hell yeah. You know what? Hell yeah, chat. Lowercase w, we'll take it. We'll take it. We'll take it. Guys, don't forget to give me a follow if you enjoy these debates. Somehow, I think this is totally fucked up, but it shows only 12 people have followed me out of the 1,200 people here. Surely you guys are hitting that follow button, right? Just follow me. Go to my profile and follow. If you don't follow, I don't know. It might be a little broken today. It's kind of weird. Guys, I do have a Cash App and Venmo in the bio if you guys are trying to support me. If you guys are trying to kick a caller, it is $40 to kick a caller. I like that. How is that a W? I don't know, guys. We're just trying to be nice, guys. I always enjoy having a decent conversation with people. Not talking over me and not giving me anxiety is always a W. That's a W day at work for me. Thank you for recommending Arcane Alto. How fucking fire is Arcane, dude? Do you know where Parker is? You know what? I'm not going to brag, but I have Parker's phone number. I might text and check up on him. Not a big deal or anything. He's been gone for a minute. He'll be back 5/8, so in 3 days. He'll be back Wednesday as soon as... Okay. What happened to Parker? I don't know. He maybe he just got way too fucking awesome. Maybe he's just way fucking too awesome to be on the internet right now. Could be what's going on. Yeah, he probably needed a break. Show us your space underwear again, guys. Take a cold shower. I think you and Parker have the nicest speaking voices. You know what? Thank you. Thank you, guys. I almost kind of just want to chill for a second. Should I do like a friendly, like a Monday friendly hour? Have nothing but friendlies come up? People are saying no. I think so. Yes. His grandparents' funeral. That's sad. Friendly Fridays. I can't listen to these people anymore. Man. Do you guys want to see? I'm gonna see MAGA go wild about this on YouTube comments, but I ordered. It's pretty much a fanny pack, chat. We're bringing them back. I'm getting a fanny pack. All right. I'm gonna wear it all the time. I'm gonna keep my tampons in there just in case. My maxi pads. Say what you go ahead. Just get it out of the way. But I'm gonna start using one of those, guys. It's a guy bag. Crossbody bag. Yeah. Do it. I love mine. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Nah, bro, those ain't it. What am I gonna put in it? Chapstick. Maybe sunglasses. Maybe my passport. Maybe a pew pew. I live in Texas. I can carry my little pew pew around. Who just sent me money? Matt with the $10. Love how much I've learned from you. Other streamers try to rage bait, but you try to educate. That could be a shirt. Rage bait with like crossed out letters and then educate to replace it. That'd be a shirt. That's a fucking shirt. No, put a Steam Deck in there? Dude, W idea for sure. All right, let's do it. Let's do friendlies. What's up, Gracie?
Hi, Pickles.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. You said the weather was nice here today, but I'm like, have you been out of the basement?
I actually haven't. And yeah, chat, I do live in a basement. Don't make fun of me.
Yeah, it's been cloudy and raining.
Hey guys.
Hello. I did go
I
rock
have a
climbing
cold,
this morning.
sorry.
You're fine.
I just wanted to point out something that I have noticed since these callers on YouTube have been calling in. They're very, very different. It's a different breed of callers. They come across a lot more hostile than TikTokers.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the Wild West out there on YouTube.
Yes, it is.
I was like dying when they kept talking about how tariffs aren't actually going to affect anybody. And that's why I've been dying to come up here, because I just paid my first tariff surcharge for I'm an author and I get special edition books. The only people who print them are overseas. The ones with, the foil lettering and the sprayed edges. You can only get those overseas. And I just got my first tariff surcharge, and who's going to pay it? My readers. It sucks. Like, it's real. It's actually hard for us.
Chat, for those who don't know, follow Devin. She is an author. Go buy her books.
And I try really hard to make them affordable for everybody, but when they mark it up by, this time it was 40%. It'll be worse as time goes on. So it's going to be tough, guys. It's not going to be easy.
So, what are people stocking up on? Like, what's important to you to think that the tariffs are going to affect, that you need to maybe stockpile a little bit? Coffee?
Smart one.
Coffee might not be as bad as we think.
I have no idea how these lives work, but every time I listen to you, I keep wanting to jump in as a Canadian when I hear the Trump Americans so afraid of like socialism and healthcare and stuff like that. I actually don't even know if you can hear me now.
I can.
I'm just talking. Okay, good. I think that America has made a really good job of the American government has done a really good job of making Americans scared of socialism and that it will take away from everybody. And I think that you guys are forced into a position of being scared sick. I think that a lot of the issues that are in the States are based on your lack of health care and fear of getting sick, getting injured. I think that's why Americans are known to like sue. If you trip in someone's front yard, you got to sue them, because if I trip in someone's yard and I have to go to the hospital, like, I don't give a shit that I tripped in someone's yard. Like, I'm going to be taken care of. And they say, oh, you have such long waits in Canada and stuff. I live on an island on the very west coast, just off of Vancouver. I just found out I have a really rare condition. It took me 6 months to see a specialist, which I paid $0 for. They actually paid for my ferry, which was $200 each way. They paid me back for my ferry through our medical. They paid me back for my parking. Within 2 months, I've had full body MRIs of my brain and my entire body, as have all of my children. And we have paid literally $0. And I will pay $0. And my taxes, the countries in the world that pay the highest taxes are the happiest. And that is a absolute undeniable fact.
Yep.
I
And
have surgery on Wednesday. It's probably going to cost me an outrageous sum of money. I'm scared.
the fact that women have to pay for like epidurals, like I couldn't imagine it not being my choice, it possibly being the choice of what I could afford. And so
Imagine having to think about that in labor.
I know.
I don't want to get an epidural because it's going to cost me money, but I'm in so much pain. Like, is that not insane? That's third world crap.
I saw a woman breaking down her cost, like she had to pay like a couple $100s to have skin to skin contact. So I'm like, they charged you to hold your baby, but she said like the epidural cost, and her husband was like, was it worth it? And she's like, oh hell yeah. But I'm like, I could not even begin to tell you what anything costs, what absolutely anything costs. And they're just passing stuff right now to make our dental all covered. It used to be covered up until 1997, and then it became separate. That if you had medical care, you didn't. It wasn't part of it. It was something that you either had extra coverage for, or you paid for out of pocket. But that's going away now, thankfully. But yeah, my point is just that Americans are so, everything's communist and socialist and this and that, and
Yeah.
they're just taught to be afraid of the medical, and then you'll get bots or trolls or people that have had a couple bad experiences because they have, like my wife just had carpal tunnel syndrome release surgery, and that's not an emergency at all, and she waited like 5 months, 6 months for it. Like, it's not that bad, and I'm sure in rural places it's probably worse waits and stuff, but I'm not in a super huge place. Like I'm not in Vancouver or a capital. I'm on a little, well, it's a big island, but it's off the coast. Like we're not a big bustling metropolis, but
Everyone's really afraid of socialized healthcare, but they don't have a reason to be. When you look at the facts, they don't have a reason to be.
I mean, our taxes aren't enough to make us poor, but you guys in the States are one emergency away from being poor.
Our medical bills are enough to make us poor.
Yeah, like I never have to worry. I don't have to question when I took my kid to the emergency room and she had to get an IV because she was dehydrated because she had an infection and this and that. Like I just had to worry about my kid. I never had to worry about the cost. And my taxes are a portion of what I make, and it sucks. I'm a small business. Like taxes suck, of course, but we also have beautiful paved roads. We also have lots of things that are lacking in certain areas of the states, especially ones that don't have as high of taxes because they're like, quote unquote, the poorer states, right?
Hey, Pickles, before I have to go, I wanted to let you know, you were talking about world power. I listened to the POTUS channel on Sirius XM. I don't know if you know that channel, but it's as independent as I can possibly get for political discourse. But they were talking about world power, and it's nuclear subs. The number of nuclear subs that a country has is what I guess dictates whether they are the world power. We currently have the most nuclear subs. So as far as we know. So anyway, just thought
That's
I
good
would
to
throw
know.
that out there. They
I
were
like-
just
I
talking
like
about that. So
I'll look into that.
yeah.
Look into getting your own nuclear sub for yourself.
Yeah, do they finance?
Not to change the subject, I actually came to jump in on the tariffs issue as well. Oh, it was driving me insane listening to news people. I actually own a rock shop, and went through a convoluted way of how I got here. I'm actually a chemical engineer by degree, but I had a genetic illness that gave me really bad osteoporosis and also caused me to pass out while I was driving once, which made me run my car off the road and crash, and I'm now a double amputee. So I'm also I get pretty frustrated with the people that go on and on about DEI, which is actually DEIA, which the A part is very important to me. So yeah, I couldn't really work in chemical engineering anymore because most of the recruiters basically told me, look, these big refineries, if they have somebody who actually is handicapped there, while they can't by definition discriminate against them, they don't necessarily have all the plans in place that are needed for somebody to work there. So I really couldn't go back to work in my field that I was in. So I opened up this rock shop, and then of course I order rocks and minerals and crystals from all over the world, and China is one of my big sources. And I have no way around that. I just have to pay the 154% going forward. So yeah, that's my condensed story.
Oh, that sucks.
So I don't understand how they don't understand how tariffs work. I mean, it's really simple. It's beyond me.
What gets me is I don't understand how they think we can produce everything in the world when we don't have like half the materials that are needed to produce these items.
Right,
Hey,
and I mean, do they
Pickles.
really?
I'll be
Yeah,
right back,
so I
guys. I'm
mean,
gonna use the restroom.
it
Still
can
hear
be
y'all.
America first,
Potty break.
but it's like we can't do it all, and that's what gets me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I plan on going up to Vancouver in the fall, so I'm real excited, and hopefully you guys will accept me. I did vote for Harris.
We actually, where I live in Nanaimo, we had about 500 Americans that were here last weekend. It was some random dude I've never heard of, but he started, it was called the Nanaimo Invasion. And it was when all this started, and he was like, Americans, I just want you to know that, like, we are family. This is about the government and not about us as people. And so he invited a whole bunch of people to come up here, and it actually became a huge thing where a huge park was rented out, and there was a big festival, basically. So the people do not care.
Well, hopefully if I get picked, I'm coming up for the One Calls the Heart family reunion in September. I am a Nathan fan.
That's so cool.
Yeah, and my sister lives up in Vancouver. She's got dual citizenship.
Sorry.
Yeah, she said
No.
if you ever wanted to come up, she could sponsor me.
Yeah, no, unless you literally were wearing a MAGA hat or something like that. And even then, nobody would probably really say anything. They probably just like stare in disbelief. But yeah, no Canadians, it's not a personal thing at all. Like I live like literally on the border my whole life. Like it's not about the people, it's about the government.
Can, can you guys hear me, or is the background noise too much?
You're fine. I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Hey, Pickles. I'm so nervous because I never join these things. But I was listening to that last gentleman talk about the Bible and the prices and how he didn't see a problem with it. And I legitimately just had this conversation with somebody the other day, where first and foremost, like Christians got to remember that Jesus went into the tabernacle and turned that shit upside down and was like, this is not a place of business. This is a place of worship. And eventually things changed from the tabernacle to the church, but the church is the body of Christ. So if the church or the tabernacle was never a place that was allowed for business, why all of a sudden now we're able to make a profit off of it is not something that I understand. And I always question people on it. Like, this is the word, this is what we were supposed to live by. So I'm not exactly sure why you're making an exception for Donald Trump, but Jesus didn't make an exception for the Pharisees. Like it doesn't make sense to me. And I was going insane listening to that conversation. But normally, like, people can't answer that question, and I genuinely don't understand how people justify it. I don't get it.
Yeah, I know. I'm not religious at all, so I'm usually a lot more meaner. So I apologize in advance if you hear me talk bad about religion or
Don't worry about it.
Christianity.
Yeah, you're good.
But yeah, to to see somebody defend that is it's kind of scary. Kind of scary. Like if it were any other person in any other scenario in any other facet of your life, you'd be like, fuck that person. Like that
Yeah.
person, not a good person.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, no, I don't understand. I just, like, even when it comes to like the simple thing of what Jesus legitimately stood up against, we're like, nah, it's all good, Donald Trump, go ahead and do it. I think it's a great idea. It's just wild business to me. Wild business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's it. I don't have anything else. Thanks for listening.
Anytime.
I can't.
Okay, goodbye.
Some of these Republicans actually call themselves Christian when they're cutting social programs and they're cutting education. And I mean, Jesus said you're supposed to shelter the immigrant and help the needy and the poor, and it's just frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah, what's that verse? If ye see an immigrant who's poor and hungry cross thine border, send to prison camp immediately with no due process? Cast them out? I don't know.
They're just conveniently religious, and that's not convenient anymore.
Yeah.
No, it's terrible. I mean, Mike Johnson, he's not a Christian. J.D. Vance, not a Christian. Donald Trump, he's not a Christian, and I think Steve Miller is the Antichrist.
Steve Miller's disgusting. Like, he's literally the devil. He's literally. He's. I just saw. Has anyone else seen the clip of him like when he's 20, and he's spouting like really fucking disgusting shit? I think it was like in his college. I'm gonna try to quote him, but he goes, "I'm sick and tired of hearing the staff telling us to pick up our own trash when we pay custodians to do this." Like, that's who he's always been. He's literally the fucking shittiest person alive. That's from his high school graduation. Dude. Whoa.
Send him to Alcatraz.
I'm not religious by any means, but every religious person I've known, if you ask them what their favorite Bible verse is, they'll tell you in like under 5 seconds.
I'm an atheist and I have a favorite Bible verse.
Right. Yeah. I mean, just
It's whatever was on A Walk to Remember, Corinthians something or other.
right.
Mine's the made up one in Pulp Fiction.
Oh, I love that one. Ezekiel 25:17.
Yeah.
I can recite it for you. Hey, I'm 46 years old. That's like right in my wheelhouse.
It's pretty powerful the way it's delivered.
I'm more of the attitudes girl. However,
I ate at Alamo Draft House the other night, and they actually have a thing on the menu. Instead of quarter pounder with cheese, they call it the Royale with cheese. Let's go. It's a movie theater.
Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
It's Cinco de Mayo.
Oh, it is Cinco de Mayo, guys. If anybody has 5 cans of mayonnaise, I hope you're having fun out there. Yeah, and if you're a Trumper, you better not be celebrating Cinco de Mayo.
Can you explain the mayonnaise thing to me? I don't
know. It's just mayo. If you're a plain Jane American.
Oh, because it's Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that something he really said? I mean, it's so sad that I have to ask that, but is that something he really said?
No, I could literally probably make a fake tweet from Trump that has him holding 5 cans of mayonnaise.
I would believe it.
Probably believe.
That would not be the craziest thing he did this week.
Can I? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just going to say it's just always a thrill to listen to Pickles, and I just love the fact you let me up. So I'm gonna bounce out. Have a great night, everybody.
Anytime. Thank you so much for coming up. Thanks for hanging out.
This is my work entertainment like every day.
I love that. I love that.
Do you know how many customers know who you are now? Because they're like, what the hell are you listening to constantly in the background?
I get that at my shop too.
Thanks for spreading the gospel.
Yeah.
People at my shop ask me that all the time.
Love that. Love that. Andrew's probably here in chat right now. Andrew Scott Bell is a guy who does music for movies, and he listens to me while he works. It's so cool. It's so cool that people doing real work, people with real lives listen to me on the daily like that.
So, like, in average America, if someone
Trump 2028, motherfuckers.
Love that for you.
Gosh.
If the average person was in my position in a cafe in like a busy mall and you had something like this playing in the background and customers could kind of hear it, what are the amount of like Trump people that are actually just walking about? Like, would it be a thing because everyone here that I run into, I've only met 2 people that were like crazy other side.
I live in Louisiana. I'm a blue dot in a red sea.
Ooh. Like, so it would actually be like people getting angry and like arguing?
Not too much. I think pretty much because nobody wants to argue with the double amputee, but you know.
I'd take you on.
So there is, I guess, a like silver lining to the cloud.
Mm.
Even Trump people are nice to me generally, at least if they
Yeah.
can see me.
I'm premenopausal. I'll take anyone on.
I thought it was interesting how people brought up today, like that gas prices are down, 10 cents, and eggs are down by $1, and everybody's really happy, they said.
They're
Like,
not going to stay that
happened
way.
Passively, Trump hasn't done anything to do that. Trump hasn't done anything.
Yeah, but so everybody's really happy except for us on TikTok. We're the only ones that are happy about that.
Wait till they order their first TikTok shop thing or eBay order from China and they get their customs form in the mail saying they owe their tariffs.
They probably get the most China stuff.
I'm sure. But yeah, like like if you buy things on eBay, I mean, a lot of those ship from China and you're actually doing business with the Chinese business. eBay is just kind of an intermediary. They never receive the product or anything, so the only person to pay the tariff is going to be the person who buys it.
The average gas, the national average for gas is $3.16, and a month ago it was $3.26. 10 cents. 10 cents? You guys are jumping for joy? The fuck?
Where I live, it's always an outlier because we've always had pretty like low gas rates. Probably because there's like nothing in the state, and you have to drive through it to get. And you have to drive like so much to get anywhere.
I guess anything's going to be a big win for them.
Well, they're trying to grasp at the denial that it's real, that they made the wrong choice.
That'll never come. Never.
Oh, sorry, chat.
They will never give up the copium.
I did change to subscriber only, guys. If you want to be able to chat right now, since we're doing friendlies, I'm just gonna do subscriber only. You can become a subscriber. It's $3 a month, and it helps me pay my bills. So, if you want to become a subscriber to be able to chat this like last hour of our hangout session, then become a subscriber.
How do I do that, Pickles? I'm not really phone savvy.
Oh, so there's like a button. I believe it's right here. It's a star.
Oh yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah. Hey, and it's 10% off. Look at that.
Let's go.
10% off. Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Love it.
Did you ever think that you would be on sale?
Yeah, I don't know if I feel degraded or.
It's the shorts. It's the shorts that he's wearing today.
Yeah. For each 5 subs, Chad, I'll give you a sneak peek at my shorts.
Half off of those shorts, yeah.
Your legs are getting pretty muscular, though. I gotta say.
Oh, I've got to. I need to do way
Noticeable
more.
difference.
Holy
Okay.
Toledo.
So I just came from YouTube and I was listening when you were talking about like why is the YouTube chat so bad? And I went down a rabbit hole recently because I was on TikTok really for a long time and then I switched to YouTube just for a little bit. And I went straight down like the Manosphere stock pick yourself up by the bootstraps YouTube, and I think that's why it's so bad there. It's because it's the people who want to be able to get money and do stuff, but they don't want to have to pay for being able to do it. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, like there's a lot of pipelines becoming alt-right and red-pilled on YouTube. It's like you follow your favorite workout dude, you follow your gym bro, your finance bro, your passport bros making YouTube channels. So there's a lot of them.
Yeah. It's
I
just
thought
like
it was
so
just
gross.
like the off medication channel.
Did that work now? Am I a subscriber, Pickles?
Yeah, okay, I got to give a bunch of shout-outs actually. So just know thank you so much for the subscription for 12 months. Are you fucking shitting me? Thank you so much. Karina with a subscription, Nola, Thank you so much. Yes, you did. You got it. Tammy with the subscription. Thank you. Brienne with the subscription. Thank you guys all for the auto renewals as well. Those are so awesome. Thank you guys. W new subs. W new subs. And watch Adolescence on Netflix. It expands on it. Dude, if you guys haven't watched Adolescence, it's nuts. It's first of all, it was all done. Each episode is done in one take, and I think there's 4 or 5 episodes. They're like an hour and change, and it's about young kids and the impression like that Andrew Tate in that culture has on our youth. And it is fucking nuts and fantastic acting. Like imagine being like no redos, no takes or anything. Everything is on your first take or on the take that they're doing. So like there's scenes that are like very dramatic, some of it improvised, and there's like the main character of the show, the kid, it's his first acting experience. It's so good. The acting, so I get I have chills right now thinking about it.
They call that a oneer.
Yeah.
Where is it on, Pickles? Somebody was asking.
Oh, it's on Netflix.
Oh, on Netflix. Okay. Adolescence. I'll look that one up.
That's how Hollywood used to shoot back in the day, in one big long take for a scene. Spielberg still sometimes does that, where he'll like start a scene in one side of the room, and then the camera will move over to like as the actors move to another part of the room, and then the actors will come right next to the camera, and it gives you the feeling of like different angles while never cutting the shot. But to do a whole episode in one take is crazy. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's one part where it goes from like, point of view person, on the ground to I think maybe he hands it off to like a drone that takes you on a flight all the way to like the crime scene. So it flies halfway across town and it lands and it continues the scene. It's insane.
I can barely say 2 consecutive sentences on a TikTok live without stumbling over my words. I don't know how they do an entire show.
I can't do it either. I have to my takes for when I do videos or it's like like half a sentence at a time.
Yeah, that's a talent.
Yeah.
Well, I was coming up because I was summoned, but I'm gonna drop and get
that's
back
right.
to
What's up, bub?
get back to stuff.
Yeah, I was bragging about how cool people listen to me at work, and you're one of them.
I literally came into the live and you were like, "This one guy writes music for movies," and I was like, "It must be me."
No, you're the other one.
Oh yeah.
As if I have multiple of those.
No, yeah, you have Hans Zimmer probably listening in too. I think, yeah. All right, I'm gonna keep listening. I gotta do some stuff.
All right, get back to your job. I'll catch you later, man.
Somebody said something a little earlier ago about your voice being one of their favorites. It really is, because I'm working on hobbies or something, and I always listen to you. You have a very nice voice to listen to, Pickles.
Thank you.
It draws you in.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, you're more soothing as opposed to like getting really high and really low and yelling sometimes, and it's a lot easier to listen to while at work. Not to disparage anybody else, I love them all. So
I love that. Thank you.
Well, you tend to keep everything pretty clean and non-aggressive, so it's definitely, I think the climate that everyone's in right now is so stressful and anxiety-ridden, so I think that having conversations like this and not having them be so, like, jacked on volume and intensity is nice, especially if you're listening at work, because you don't have to worry about you screaming and yelling. Even if you want to, I'm sure.
Yeah, like the guy that was the retired veteran with no feelings, who had a lot of feelings.
Yeah.
I thought
I mean,
he was like that. He kind of had me on edge, like he was gonna just blow up any minute.
yeah, they gaslight themselves into thinking being mad is not a feeling.
Yeah, for him to pretend that he was being cool, calm, and collected was
That's the thing is, that's what they say is, like anger is the most felt feeling there is, and so men say women, have all these emotion, or they say that anger is the the most used emotion, and they say women have all these emotions, but men are really the emotional ones because they're angry.
Yep.
Can't argue with that.
no
Oh
background
my!
noise. Comes with graphs. Really eats on camera. I might eat a little bit. Might eat a little bit.
It humanizes you.
I love when you've had enough and you go up on somebody who's been pushing it. Yeah. It's small things that get on my nerve. Like last night I snapped at my dog because she does like this like halfway like whining thing and I can't focus. That stuff gets on my nerves when people interrupt my thought process. That's the best way to get on my nerves. But I love my dog, chat. I love her and I treat her with like a princess. So it's not a reflection of how I treat my dog all the time, I promise.
What kind of dog is it?
She's a Schnorky. She's a miniature Schnauzer Yorkie mix.
Cute.
Yeah.
I just got a 7-month-old golden retriever.
Oh.
She's basically just like a land shark.
I have a
They're
10-year-old
such smart dogs.
They are. She's going to be a service dog for my youngest kid.
Oh, that's awesome.
Sometimes
Who
she's
did you?
too small.
Sorry, if you don't mind me asking, who did you contact for getting a service dog?
Are you in Canada?
Oh no, I'm not. Never mind. I'm in Louisiana. I'm in as red of a red state as you can get.
Oh, I was super lucky. Long story short, somebody adopted her for like $5,000 at a breeder, and then he had her for 6 days and decided he couldn't handle being woken up at night anymore. And so he dropped her off at the SPCA that I used to work at, and they contacted me knowing that I was trying to get a dog that would be an appropriate service dog, and I got her for $200.
Wow.
And so yeah, we have a national thing for like, because it's very serious here, service dogs. Like we don't have like, there is kind of like emotional support animals, but they don't have the same rights. And usually it's like for PTSD or very serious things. But yeah, we have one that's for like our province, and she has to go through like a justice institute, which is like a university that is what teaches like police officers and different like first responder kind of things, and she has to pass a course through them before she's actually a registered service dog. So it's quite a process. But yeah, if you
But we do have a program here in the States, and I believe it's free to get a service dog.
they ones usually have a really big waiting list. We have the same thing.
I hear Rosie O'Donnell talk about it. She's always telling people to look into getting one because she got one for her autistic child.
Yeah, that's what ours is for. And so I'll get through her funding for autism, all of our training and stuff like that will get repaid to us through our medical.
Do you know if it's the same service that does like service animals for say autistic children versus a double amputee? I would assume there'd be like some different training, but I don't know. Really, I haven't really looked into it too much.
Yeah, because yours would be, I'm assuming, skill-based. Yours would be like needing the dog to be able to carry out like physical needs for you, aside from like just having emotional connection. Like ours is going to be trained for providing deep pressure therapy, like realizing when our kid is overstimulated, getting her to sit down, giving deep pressure therapy. It's funny, the mall that I'm in a large mall, and Pads, who is like a company that does the training, they actually practice in our mall. So I see people all the time with all different needs. And yeah, so I watch them like practicing, like going and grabbing things that have fallen down and like, yeah, doing different like physical jobs for people. It's really neat, like opening doors.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
they'll
that's
tell
what I need. I mean, the bane of my existence is dropping my phone out of my lap when I'm in the wheelchair.
Yeah, so I've seen them like attach ropes to like service doors and stuff, and then the dogs practice like pulling on the doors and getting them open and
Getting
different
a
things like
beer out
that.
of the refrigerator.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, retrieving medications and stuff, and yeah, it's pretty neat.
But really, I mean, if you own a dog, everybody owns a emotional support animal.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
definitely. But
Agreed.
yeah, through us, because for us, like say, like I have a coffee shop, so we're a food establishment, so people are allowed to have dogs in our mall, but they're not allowed to come into my establishment unless they actually have a card that looks like our driver's license. It's actually issued by the government to say that they are actually a properly registered dog that is performing some sort of necessary duty.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. But yeah, I know different states have different rules. Even honestly, different provinces here have different rules.
Yeah, I
But
know that, of course, you know, they can't be denied entry to any place and things like that, but
No.
I'm not 100% sure about all the rules.
yeah, honestly, they a service dog is a piece of medical equipment.
Yeah,
To deny it.
Actually, it's my belief that in the States here that they're not even allowed to ask you what it's for when you enter, like, into an establishment, or, you know, if you were to go into a mall, a shopping mall or something with a service dog, they can't ask you what it's for.
I know here, and I know in England, you're allowed to ask what service it's providing, but they don't. It doesn't have to give detail. You can just say medical needs or emotional needs or whatever. But nobody really asks that ever. We just say, "Oh, do you have your card?" And you look at the card, and then it's fine. But yeah, to deny a dog a medical, like a service dog, it would be the same as telling someone they can't bring their insulin in. It's you have to treat it exactly the same, like your allergies. We don't care. Like,
Yeah.
you know, it's
So, you know, I was a flight attendant, and we used to have, you could bring an emotional support animal on board, and it was for people that had fear of flying or small
Mhm.
spaces and stuff like that. But once again, people took advantage of it, and you know, someone brought an ostrich on
I saw a
board.
peacock. I saw a peacock
Yeah,
in the
and
States somewhere. Yeah.
and a pony, and
Belly pigs.
an iguana. Yeah, it got really out of hand, and so they had to get rid of that.
Yeah. So like where I live in British Columbia, if you go to like Service Dog BC or something like that, BC Service Dog, when I was first looking it up, it's actually like a money grab. Like it's like a fake site where, because people go and buy like fake licenses, which is actually a $1,000 fine, but they buy the fake vest for their dog and fake licenses so that they can bring little Muffy or Fluffy, you know, into the movie theater with them. So yeah, it's crazy that it definitely gets like taken advantage of, and I'm known for not allowing.
But are there? I don't know, because I don't go out to eat much anymore. But are there like pet-friendly restaurants more in Canada where people can bring their dog into an eating establishment?
So for health rules, you're not allowed to, but patios, lots.
Patios, right?
Tons of patios, like all through. I grew up in Whistler, so all through Whistler's super dog friendly. All through Vancouver, tons of dog friendly patios, and then we have places that are like the cat cafes, and they run that because the food area is actually a completely separate room than where you eat with the cats. And blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But yeah, you can't even have, you know, like say you have a Home Depot that has, I remember there was a Home Depot that had like a little Subway inside of it, then you can't bring your dog into Home Depot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like,
You hit on the one good topic about New Orleans. Everybody around here allows dogs into their shops, their restaurants, their everything, bars. I mean, you can bring your dog virtually anywhere in this city.
yeah, you can,
Everybody's fine with it.
that'd be cool. Yeah, you can bring your dog into bars here if they don't serve food.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
Yeah, here it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Everything's dirty down here anyway.
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So I have an interesting story, and I hope I get no shame from it. So my mom and my dad were born in Mexico, and I came from California to a red state, and I met my husband 10 years ago, and I just married him last year, and he's a Trump supporter. I never knew about politics at all, ever, not once. I don't listen to the news, none of that. And my daughters are at this point 22, 24 last year, and they're really into politics. And I was supposed to go and vote last year. Sorry, I'm nervous. I'm like,
You're fine. You're fine.
And so so my husband was like telling me, what was good for us when it comes to voting. And so I went with my daughters actually, because I work where my daughters live. And so I went to go vote, and we were standing in line, and I remember clearly, I was telling my daughters what I was going to vote for. And of course it was Trump, right? And my daughters are like, Mom, what are you doing? Like, you're voting against women's rights. You're voting against your people. And I'm trying to like telling them like, no, like my husband is telling me like, this is good for us. Like, no tips, no tax on tips, no nothing, right? And I don't know about politics at all at this point, at all. And my daughters are like, Mom, don't do it. Please don't do it. And so at that point, when I went and I voted, they didn't let me vote because I wasn't from that county. So they turned me around and they're like, no, you can't vote here. So I took off to the county where I live, which was 30 minutes away. And my husband met me there because he was just getting off work. And so I go and we vote. And trust me, I am willing to give an arm and a leg for my vote back. I regret it with my whole being. Like, my mom wasn't born here. Like, I didn't get into politics, I swear to God, until
After.
January 24th, I didn't get into politics. And I really regret my vote, and I hope nobody shames me for it. Yes, I'm Mexicana, and I would give an arm and a leg to take my vote back. I really regret my vote.
My view is that you'll probably spend the rest of your life really, really educating yourself on politics and choices that you make, and probably educating others. So I think it's a really good learning opportunity.
Yeah, and all my brothers, of course, we're all Mexicans, and my daughters, and they're like, Mom, like, they kind of give me a relief saying, you're in a red state, your vote really didn't matter. But in my heart, I really went against my kids and me, as Mexican. It just hurts my heart. Anyway, I see a lot of hate, and I feel shame for it. I see a lot of hate, like, oh, if you vote for Trump, we're never gonna forgive you. God, man, I don't even forgive myself. I really don't.
It sounds like you didn't vote with open eyes, though. You voted by trusting others, so it's not like you did it intentionally, like, Trump's great. I've read everything he does and heard everything he does, and I think he's fantastic, and screw everyone that he hurts.
I'm willing to forgive people who did the worst of the worst. Like, that's why I'm here, right? I want to talk to people who are actively Trump supporters, and I want to try to change their minds. And I'm willing to forgive those people. So if I'm willing to forgive those people, I'm most definitely, I think people should be willing to forgive someone like you who made a mistake. I think it's fine.
Thank you. Yeah, I really, and my husband, you don't even understand. We've been having problems because of this. Ever since I got into politics, which is January 24th of this year, I started getting really informed of what I did. And he says that I really we've been having problems since then because of it, because I think I feel so shameful of what I did. So yeah, it's hard.
It's good that you're learning, though.
I hope more people who voted this time do what you're doing, so that next time, hopefully, this doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I told myself I was never gonna vote again unless I know what I never even knew about Project 25. Never came across. Like I said, I don't know about that stuff. Yeah,
I'm an ex-Republican too. I was Republican up until 2017, and Trump converted me to Democrat. I also really wasn't that into politics, and now I vote in every local election, everything I can do to possibly be a thorn in Jeff Landry's side. You know, I mean, Trump kind of converted me to converted me
and
away from the dark side.
what really like convinced me about voting for Trump was the he told me about the no boys going into the girls' bathroom and the abortion. I don't agree with abortion, but I'm willing to do whatever to get away from Trump in that situation. Like my daughters are young and they're 22 and 24 at this point, and you know what, if something bad happens to them and they need one, I'm gonna be behind them, 100%.
W. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I would say that the whole dudes in women's restroom, it's 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 a silly topic. It's a social wedge issue. It's something that Trump has mustered up to get people's knee-jerk reaction to. There's no actual incidents that we can see that have made it in the media or that have shown a pattern of this actually being a trend. It's just something to get people's
It's been
attention.
happening for years and years and years and years and years.
And you have no idea, though. Like,
Yeah.
I'd love to
Yeah.
speak as the LGBTQ plus community. Like, people have been going into the bathrooms that they want to for many, many years, and you have absolutely no idea. You have people that are your friends and family that are trans, and you have absolutely no idea.
I agree. I don't. I even use the men's bathroom when I really have to, and the girls is full. So,
What's so sexual about a bathroom, anyways?
Yeah,
like,
they're
I can tell you
peeping-
as a lesbian,
they're peeing
I
and
do not
pooping.
go into the bathroom and find it arousing.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if
Oh,
you're
you-
talking about trans women using a bathroom to go
You
to
do
the
know the
bathroom,
story. Oh,
why is
sorry.
that? No, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you do know the story of Donald Trump and Stormy Daniels and what he allegedly had done
Yeah.
to him.
So he thinks everyone's like that.
Maybe that's why he's so obsessed with bathrooms. I don't know.
Yeah. But I always say that. I say that right now it's the trans people in the bathroom. Well, next it's going to be, well, lesbians shouldn't use female bathrooms because we're attracted to the same sex. And this becomes crazy because when somebody wants to assault you or do damage to you, there's already laws to say they can't do it, and they don't care about those laws. So why would they care about a bathroom sign?
Yeah,
If
nobody's
someone wants to hurt you,
nobody's
they're going-
nobody's gonna be like, I'm gonna go grape somebody and then follow them all
Maybe
the way to the
they'll just wait on
bathroom
it.
and be like, damn it, the sign on the door says women only, damn it, and then walk away. Nobody's doing that. And also, if you think about the inside of a woman's restroom, they're all individual stalls, right? They have doors. Nobody's
Yeah.
exposing themselves to anybody. It's they're
Yeah.
and when they go in there, they're peeing and pooping.
And see, and I was thinking I was defending my daughters, like, oh, ain't no man gonna go into the bathroom, right? But I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. I don't know. I'm not informed. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I just was thinking I was doing right for them. And at the same time, in line to vote, my daughters were like, Mom, you are voting against your people. You are voting against your rights. Then I can't believe I did not pay attention or understand it. I had no clue. I really didn't until after I voted that I really was like, what did I do? What did I do?
And the only last thing I want to say about the bathroom thing is that it more than anything, it's going to harm cis women, because now you have people that are going to decide if you're feminine enough. And at what point are they going to be able to prove that or not? Like,
Yeah.
a trans woman is usually working really hard to look like a woman, and you will
Yeah.
probably never ever know it. Whereas now we're deciding if a woman is feminine enough, if she passes enough. What about women with polycystic ovarian syndrome that have facial hair? Like, now at what point are we going to be able to prove that we are a woman or not, right?
Yeah, well, I'm tall. I'm tall and thin and with short hair. So when I wear a baseball cap and no makeup, I've been told you're going into the wrong bathroom when I'm going into the women's bathroom.
Yeah.
And then I say something and they go, oh, I'm sorry, you know. But yeah, no, I've had men expose themselves to me enough times, and it's never been in a bathroom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like most of the time it happens it's happening by someone you know. Like it's not happening in a restroom.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's always been a white guy.
I know. I have always wanted to come up here and talk. I've been watching you for a while now. I think since like January. I mean, my husband's like, oh, because I've been wanting to get on with my husband to debate you, but he just wouldn't. You know, and he's really a shy guy. He's a good man. He really is. It's just his political beliefs are totally different than mine. I'm Mexican. He's totally white. And like today, I was like, you know what? It's Cinco de Mayo. I should serve you up some mac and cheese with some weenies. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't deserve my tacos, you know, and my enchiladas. You don't, you know?
I am taking my ethnic food and running.
But then
Sort of
again,
withholding other
inside-
things, but withholding food, hey, that works too.
I know, right? But then again, inside of me, it's like, do I really deserve my own cooking? I don't. I betrayed my family. I really did. If I really think about it, like I repost all these. Like I'm a Democrat now, and my man's like, you can't be a Democrat because I work hard for my money, and I believe if people need help, help them. I do believe that. I didn't know what that was though. I really didn't care. All I knew is that, hey, I make money and I'm gonna take care of my people, my own, you know?
Yeah.
So I never understood that until now.
Don't forget that Trump is in the position he's in because he's a very successful con man. And so I'm sure your husband is a lovely person and clearly you speak well of him, so he's treated you well. So in some ways you can just see it as he's been conned by the con man, and you need to
I really truly believe that because my husband is like so kind, so shy. He's so awesome. It's just his political views about Trump is not the same as mine, I guess, you know, like he convinced me. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but other than that, he's such a great man. It's just he's a Trump supporter, and it's so hard in my relationship because Trump is against my people. Like I tell him, what if he deports my mom? Then what are you gonna do? What if because if I told him, because if my mom gets deported, I'm going to Mexico. We have a home in Mexico. We have property in Mexico. I'm going with my mom. And he said he's coming with me. So I don't know.
Now, and the next time you go to vote, if you've changed your name to your husband's name,
it's gonna be harder.
Yeah.
I am my husband's last name, and it's crazy. And I'm gonna speak the truth. I'm Karina Alanis as my dad's last name, right? Oh my God, God forbid me. I'm fucking Karina Fitzpatrick now. See how white that is?
You suddenly turned Irish.
I'm gonna say your accent was very Irish to me. I almost picked it up.
Yeah.
I'm in the same boat, really. I mean, my wife is a Democrat, and I was a Republican before like 2017. I didn't vote for Trump ever. The accident that cost me both my legs was actually like the year before Trump's election. So I was in the middle of going through surgeries and stuff, so I didn't vote for anybody. But when I started to see just how dumb the man was, it kind of got me into politics. And, you know, I turned full-fledged Democrat as soon as I started actually investigating and doing the research. So, I mean, I'm in the same boat that you are, except that my conversion happened in 2017. But yeah, I don't know what I would do today with my wife being a hardcore Democrat. If I was a Trump supporter, I don't think we would have made it this long. So,
Yeah, my husband don't see me as a Democrat, but I tell him just to get on his bad side almost. I'm like, I'm Democrat. Like, I believe in helping people. Like, Trump supporters are evil. I cannot believe how evil these people are, you know?
Yep.
What I don't get is how they can look at this man and think he's smart.
Because he's smarter than them.
Nobody really can think.
I don't think.
I mean, Although I
I
will
think
say,
it's a mixture of like pessimism and optimism. They're like they're like it has to be all about me, but they also are like everybody can do it. Does that make any sense?
yeah.
I think people assume for him to get into the position that he's in, it would have to be because he's smart.
Right.
But he's lost more than he's won.
And intelligence is measured on a bell curve, and 100 is actually set as the exact middle. So literally half the population has an IQ below 100.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of people that are not very smart, and it's not that hard to convince them through, hey, look at the TV guy, and suddenly you have a couple 100 million votes.
There was a really interesting person I saw talk about social value, and a big thing for people that are in impoverished areas, maybe are not, don't have a lot of education, or not maybe the most intelligent, or looked at as being the most intelligent. They feel like Trump gave them social value because he needs them in order to get to where he is. So it's the first time, and that's why it becomes their entire personalities, because they've now obtained a social value where one of the richest people and most powerful people in the world suddenly need him.
Yeah. Which is why it's
There's a new podcast. And I so wish I could remember the name. I just know it starts with a P. And I think the guy from CNN, the reporter, is an Irish guy that did it. But he takes a deep dive into, why people get persuaded by these, the guy that was talked about the Sandy Hook incident.
Oh, Alex Jones.
Yeah. And a lot of it has to do with what is going on in an individual's life. So it was really interesting.
You know what I really don't understand and know a lot about that Mike. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want to say his name, but my husband talks about is you should know the history. You should know the history about war, right? About the Iran, or no, not Iran, Israel and Palestine, because that hurts my heart seeing those people hurt, And he's like, but you don't know. And I'm like, well, I don't know. And I can't argue, because I can stand my ground with everything else at this point, but I cannot argue with him when it comes to that, because I don't know about history. I had my kids at 15 and 16 years old when I was a kid, and I really didn't go to school, and I raised my kids. So I don't know about history, about all that.
What I would say,
know much to. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What I would say, I wasn't trying to do that. But what I would say is the people who are fighting now are not the people who started the war. The start of the war is important, but it does not necessarily correlate to what is happening now, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. He just
because
keeps
the people
like, you should know the history about that, but I can't fight with him for that because I don't know.
You don't need to know a lot to know that killing innocent people is wrong. I mean, genocide is just wrong. I mean, you don't need to know the whole history behind it to just see that now they're literally killing innocent women and children.
Yeah. It's so sad to watch. Oh my God, it breaks my heart. It really breaks my heart. And he was like, and he throws it in my face that I'm with Palestine. And it's like, I don't know where I'm at because I don't know the history, but I know that these people are suffering. And why are they suffering? Like, we're in 2025. Why are these people still suffering?
Yeah.
You're pro no genocide. You're a Democrat.
Oh my God, I'm up here. Oh, hi. I'm sorry.
You didn't know you're up here, guys. By the way, I'm gonna be getting off here in a few minutes, so I was gonna say we can wrap up whatever we're talking about. Probably gonna do like, I don't know, 5 minutes.
Oh, I just wanted to say that I love your content. I love watching your lives, and I appreciate you so much. And I'm happy to see what you do every day, and you keep me entertained while I'm working, and it's great. So just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you. Thanks for saying that.
Me too. You can kick me, but thank you so much. I learned so much from you, Pickles.
I
wanna
love to
thank
hear
you
that.
so much, man. I really appreciate you. Every day I listen to you at work. I'm at a desk job, so every day I listen to you. Thank you so much.
I love
ditto
that.
over here, Pickles. I I don't think I could get through my days at the shop, especially the really slow ones, without you. So yeah, you make it much easier to get through the workday. So we appreciate you.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
maybe Pickles should get a royalty off of all our paychecks from getting us through.
Send
I'd
him on
rather
over.
give it to Pickles than
Send him.
fucking Trump.
Send him on over.
Hey, give me your address. I'll send you a really nice rock.
But before you kick me, I just want to say sorry to my people. Sorry to everybody. I'm so sorry. I am. Oh my God, I would cut up a leg and arm for what I did. I am so sorry.
That's all right. You're just gonna have to hang out with us more often to make up for it.
Hey, I subscribe
Right.
today, Pickles.
Thank
Because
you.
I love you, man. You are the
Thank you.
best.
Thank you so much. I love y'all too. You guys make it possible for me to do this and wear pajamas and yap at people all day for a living. So thank you.
I mean, you really couldn't ask for more. That's kind of the best.
Straight up.
It is.
You
Except
are
maybe to own a
awesome,
rock
man.
shop.
You teach
I'm
a
living
lot
my
of
dream,
people
too.
without you even knowing.
Yeah, the only thing is we need to do something about this $20,000 a year take-in salary thing.
Well, it's honestly so the last thing you want to do as someone who does what I do is like brag that you make a lot of money. That's kind of
Yeah,
stupid.
they think you make a lot of money though. They do.
Yeah. But I'm definitely not I'm not like rich or anything. I'm doing okay. You know, I get by and it's mostly through cash donations that make it to where, you know, I'm getting by and I'm doing okay. So I appreciate and the subscriptions, those are the things that really get me by. So thank you to everybody who does that. But yeah, I mean, it's snowballs. So like maybe in a year I'll be making, you know, more.
Yeah.
You should be at least making what a university professor makes because of the education level.
Agreed.
Something to aim.
Yes,
something
as
to
long
aspire
as your
to.
little Pickles is being fed and you're able to have your sushi dinners.
You
We are doing
To
that.
bring you comfort and joy.
You deserve
Hey, I heard Dallas has some of the best sushi.
We do.
Yeah.
We absolutely do.
I wonder why that is.
I'll have to come over. I'm the guy that lives
You
in
can move
your
to Dallas.
original hometown, and I'll have to come to Dallas at some point and see what the sushi's like.
You absolutely do.
Vancouver has the best sushi. Do you know that the California roll was invented in Vancouver?
Really?
Really?
I've heard that.
It really was.
What?
I know. Look it up.
Granny, thank you so much for the sub. And
Hey,
real
you
quick,
know what? I love Canadians. You guys are so forgiving. Like, I hope you guys don't hate Americans because we love you guys.
Yeah, actually, I echo that sentiment too. I really appreciate it when the Canadian people come up and empathize with us and what we're going through and try and help us through it. So
If it wasn't for you guys going through
the Liberals won, I was cheering for them all the way, 100%. I was like, you guys are lucky. Look at what we got.
But you know what? I'll be 1,000% honest. If it was not for Trump being as horrible, if it wasn't for you guys going through what you are, 100%, we would have a conservative government right now. We call him Maple MAGA.
Yeah.
Trump. Because but we saw what was happening, and we were like, oh, no, Timu Trump. Like, no, we can't have that. So it really switched right back around.
Timu Trump, I love that.
By the way, I live 90 miles from Canada, so I went up there last year, and you guys were so sweet. Like, oh, you guys are awesome.
Where are you?
You're
Like
neighbors.
Washington?
I'm North Dakota.
Oh, gotcha. That's pretty.
Yeah, it's all right.
yeah, I've always loved Canadians, and then this whole kind of makes us come together as brothers against a common enemy. So it's been great.
It really has. Like, there is literally, like, I talk politics every single day with at least 150 customers, and it is nothing negative about Americans at all.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, most of us are smart enough.
That's
to know
good to
that,
hear because we kind of have a reputation of being obnoxious. I mean, I am
but we love you
63.
anyways.
So this was over 40 years ago. I backpacked through Europe for 6 months, and I slapped the Canadian flag on my backpack because because they did not like Americans over there.
Oh, I
And I
know.
was a young girl, I felt safer, and people treated me better if they thought I was Canadian.
I backpacked through Europe and I had to show
Don't you
my
know?
passport because they thought that I was an American pretending to be Canadian.
Ooh.
Wow.
All right.
Man, that is crazy.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna be signing out soon, so I'm gonna start kicking. Thank you guys so
You
much
can
for
kick
hanging
me.
out.
Thanks.
I'm gonna kick all y'alls. I love y'all.
Okay,
Thank you
thank you,
so much.
Pickles.
Thanks for having us, Pickles.
Anytime.
Forgive me, you guys.
Thank
I'm
you.
so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're totally fine. You're one of us. You're totally fine. We love you, guys. I will see y'all soon. I might even come back and stream a little more tonight. We'll see what happens.
Yes, I would love that.
Looking forward to it.
All right,
I'm making
y'all.
tacos, so I'll be listening to you.
You better send me some of those. All right. I'll catch y'all later. Bye, y'all. I'm gonna
Bye.
boop 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 boop
I love-
and boop. I love y'all too. Big shout out to Brown Eyed Girl and Devin and Brienne. I don't think I've told y'all thank you. Devin, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you so much for all the subs. Granny Rocks, thanks again for the sub. Y'alls, I will see y'all maybe soon. I've been live for 5.5 hours, so I just need to eat and decompress. I'm gonna decide whether or not I'm gonna do a stream with debates or if I'm gonna do a stream with some video games. We'll vote it on in Discord or something, guys. I'll see y'all soon. Bye, guys.